Greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Want to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There's a PayPal link down there for anybody who wants to share some love. Always appreciated. And, of course, the StreamYard link is down there for anybody who wants to join the panel. As you can see, we're doing a pre-birthday marathon. Got a birthday coming up tomorrow, as they call it. And we're going to look at some modern test dummies. Modern test dummies, those people that live without consent, the bitch-ass slaves. Not knowing what consent is, not knowing that when you get on a public platform in an interview in your intoxicated state, while all gussied up in this makeup and lipstick and these clothes that promote promiscuity, and get on there and say, well, you got a haktua on that thing. And you've got to realize the rest of your life, you got to live with that. Now, if the effect of that and all the fame and your philanthropic endeavors from that point on prove you to the rest of the world to be a slut, and you never get to marry, and you never get to have a traditional life, and you have to live that world of being the scarlet letter you are, and then maybe you should think about really learning what you're saying before you put it out there. John, it says your device is not connected. It says your device is not connected. Greetings, El Bruno, and we got Dean Phillips here with us. Anybody else, feel free to say hello in the chat. And again, I remind you the panel link is there for anybody that wants to join. We're just going over some more of the insanity. I got a bunch of clips lined up. I'm going to go until 12 p.m. tonight. So we got 9 hours ahead of us. And before we get into it, I wanted to explain the way I do things in my life and my outlook in everything I do now and how it developed. So first I'll start out, and I've told many people that since the time I was 5, I've been going around, fuck you, you ain't my daddy. I'm not going to listen to you. That's been my purview ever since. And it remained that purview. And remains that purview today, because when I was put up in foster care at 5 years of age, I lost my daddy, what I thought to be my daddy. And then I spent the rest of my life, or the majority of it, looking to try to put that family back together. Found out I couldn't do it. I developed my own family. It got destroyed. The family that adopted me when I was younger turned around and disowned me. So in looking for my family and telling people all my life, fuck you, you ain't my daddy, I found out, of course, through the scriptures and everything that I'd been raised on, and then gave up the church because I saw their blasphemy and their hypocrisy and everything, only to have my parents look at me and say, Keith, the police are your authority. Letting me know that somewhere along the line, I wasn't seeing things right, because those are the parents that I thought I knew pretty well. The ones that brought me up in that church. So in the last 8 years, I've spent a lot of internal looking. My favorite thing is the man in the glass. Doesn't matter what anybody else has to say. It has to do with how I feel with myself at the end of the day with what I've done. And so this brings in the aspects of empathy, sympathy, and apathy. And I think this is the main problem, is that people are built up with so much empathy and sympathy and don't know the first thing about how to use those together with apathy. So the way I see it is, I'm an empathy type person. I hold empathy because I don't want to be in that same situation that I would see others in. That's empathy. You automatically, even without being in that situation or ever having been in a situation, you can see if a situation is detrimental to somebody else, and therefore you have empathy. When you have that firsthand experience, now you can place that point of sympathy. Now you've got the ability to actually be able to put yourself in that man's shoes from firsthand experience. Then when it comes to apathy, apathy is the ability to be able to place yourself outside of that despite any empathy or sympathy, and be able to use logic and reason without all the emotions so that you can overcome the situation and its detriment. This is why we have first responders that have to be calm, cool, and collective, and have to act in an apathetic type of manner. This is how I go about my life. I really do care about other people. I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. And that's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you disrespect me. I have the apathy to disconnect from that and know in my sympathy that you're probably going through the same things I have been through, many of the same things. And obviously, not all of us have the same experiences. So maybe you've gone through things that I haven't, and therefore I have to place empathy in there. And that's the priority, is to be able to empathize with others and know that they might have situations that you're not familiar with. So you have to place yourself in a place of sympathy. Put yourself in their shoes so you can look at it in the apathy and come up with a solution. This is it for your own good. I can't help you without helping myself, and I can only help myself by helping others. It's a conundrum, but that's the way I see it, and that's the way I work my life. So let's look at some of this insanity and remember that all these clips that we're looking at throughout the day, I have to put myself in an empathetic situation or empathetic place in viewing them, because many of these I'd have never done. But I have to have sympathy because in my own experiences, I've gone through childhood things and adult things acting like a child in the same type of manner in other venues. It says devices not connected yet, John. I don't know if you need to go to another room or what, but be glad to have you up. And again, remind everybody there's a link down there if anybody wants to join. And let's get started with it then. Now that you know my view in this, because if you look at these types of videos all day long, it can put you in a place and cause animosities and depression and things like that. And that's why I warn people about this metaverse. It's a fictional platform. And if you place an accountability in there to a reality that's not there, you could make it your reality. You can manifest shit through this. So be careful what you're doing. And that's why I say, again, 9 hours here looking through these videos. It might seem bad. It might put a perspective on me that this is the way I live my life, but these aren't the only kinds of videos I watch. I also watch, as some of you know, I'd rather be out there than doing this. So a lot of the videos I watch are things like planet type things with other animals and things like this, their care, their abandonment, their abuse as it relates to the empathy, sympathy, and apathy in human lives. See, when I say I love you, that you term means even that blade of grass out there, because the blade of grass out there has the same source of life as I do. And we work conjunctively together. That grass is putting off oxygen. I'm putting off carbon dioxide. We feed each other. That is the manna of life, in my opinion, my perception. So let's get into it. Our first one here is we're dealing with the bully cops again. And this goes to the concept that I really don't think we should have young men, let alone women of any age, on the police force. And you can call me a misogynist all you want again, but this goes to the aspect of men protecting women and children. There are certain places in the public that, yeah, women can be. Little family shops and stuff. You got a sewing center, and you're making wedding dresses for people. That's a woman's type business. Yes, she belongs there. She doesn't belong in politics. She doesn't belong as an executive of a major financial corporation and things like that. I don't believe that. So if you want to believe that I'm a misogynist, go ahead. That's fine. That's your opinion. I don't care. So let's get into it. Same thing with these young men. They don't have the experience to be able to make the discernments of empathy, sympathy, and apathy in these situations that they've never been in, and or have been in but don't use it.
Was exercising his First Amendment right to film in public places and was getting footage for a personal project. But then this,
and I'll point out here. You notice that one banner said we're hiring. This looks like to be it's a trade show, you know, for United States businesses, which means United States citizen.
This cop showed up and called for backup, and for no legal reason, they took the situation from 0 to 100 in a split second. Watch this.
Let me see you for a minute. What's going on?
I'm recording.
Recording what?
A story. Who are you?
I'm the sheriff.
Okay.
What story? We don't allow recording, okay?
You don't allow recording?
I just said that, okay?
This is public property.
This is the Newton County Sheriff's Office.
Right. Who owns the Newton County Sheriff's Office? It's public property, sir. There's no crime against recording in public. It's public property. I'm a member of the press. I'm working on the story.
Hey. I'm done. Deputy Smith.
Okay.
How can we help?
I don't need any help. I was actually out just working on content for a story, and I was stopped by the sheriff.
Let me see your ID.
I don't have any ID.
Okay. Get up.
I'll be damned if I didn't say that whole thing without audio. My apologies, folks. I was talking about the young man on the side of the road asking for ID and the fallacy of requesting the ID, because the guy responded perfectly. I don't have ID. I don't have and hold ID. See, the holder of the instrument is the one allowed to enforce it. And if he is asking for the ID, he is not holding it. And if he's asking me for ID and I'm not holding it, then what? So he's supposed to ask the one that's holding the ID for the ID. He can't request it of me if I'm not holding it. If I'm not holding it, if he requested of me and I tell him I don't have ID, I'm not holding ID, that should give him a clue. But it doesn't. So the one holding the ID is the individual's name and number identify the record. So the one holding the ID would be the one holding the record. If I'm not holding any part of the record as a participant, then you would have to go to the one that is participating by evidence of holding the record, and that is the Secretary of State under the governor, to the Bureau of Vital Statistics, who will issue a birth certificate. The name and number they're looking for is the name and date of birth. You'll have to contact the Secretary of State and ask them for a birth certificate. That's the individual you're looking for. That's the one you want the ID from, and that is the individual's name and number you asked for, which means the record. I'm not holding that record, and I'm not even holding part of the record. I'm not going to give you complacent consent or assent by offering up a part of a record that you can get certain information from, so you can embellish that record as if though you have authority over me. You don't. So let's get back to it. As soon as he says I don't have ID, he says get off.
Off the property. Listen, go ahead and put
Get
your
off the
camera.
property.
See, if you don't have ID, you don't belong on the property. That is not a stipulation of public accommodation, folks. See, public accommodation is for all members of the public. And this goes to that Trading with the Enemy Act and the program of economic sanctions domestically against the people themselves by demanding ID, which is a commercial instrument.
Put your camera down.
So,
Sheriff is
put
asking you to
your
leave the
camera
property.
down. Okay, well, why y'all?
Put your camera down. I asked you to put your camera.
This guy was exercising his First Amendment right to film in public places.
Filming in public places, First Amendment, long before any other amendment constituting any commercial concept. No commercial concepts were placated in the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, or Third Amendment. The Fourth Amendment is where those commercial concepts come in. The people shall have the right to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. Effects is the extension of one's right to observe and record for their own journaling purposes, so that the end effect might be that they would publish that journal. Freedom of the speech and freedom of the press shall not be infringed. I want to remind everybody, the link is down there, so anybody can join the panel. And yes, my apologies. I am not perfect. I will never be perfect. This is not the first time it's happened. It will not be the last. Newton County, Georgia, or near that, I remember, says El Bruno for this video here. And real quick here, remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe. There's a PayPal link. There's a PayPal link down there for anybody who wants to join the panel. And let's get into our next one. Oops, what happened here? Let's do a reset then.
You got in trouble for refusing to call trans men and women by their preferred personal pronouns. Why should your right to freedom of speech trump a trans person's right not to be offended?
Okay. Now, while I admit that the Ninth Amendment does express that there are certain rights that are not enumerated, and that you may very well think that you have a freedom of not being, or a right of not being offended. And while I may be your brother, and I stand up for my fellow brother's rights, at the same time that you feel offended, you turn around and in your supposed defense, you become the very offensive one in reality. When you take your feelers of feeling offended to a physical level, where you placate somebody else has to call you by what you wish they call you, you are saying the same thing as the slave driver that took Kunta Kinte and whooped his ass like a bitch-ass slave until he admitted he was Toby. How offensive is that? That is not a coherent right. So while you may feel offended and you believe you have the right not to be offended, the offense is only internal because of your own feelers and not because of some kind of any other sort of harm or anything. That is self-detrimental when a man bows down and cucks up and says that he's a woman. Vice versa, it is a lengthy goal for a woman to believe that she can be a man and enter into the men's arena and have any real defense, let alone offense. You are delusional, in my opinion. In order to purchase an automobile at the dealership, they told me I needed a driver's license until I expressed that it was a trust purchase. Then they provided me the cash purchase agreement. Understanding a purchase agreement is a purchase order, which is an offer to buy by the dealership. What is it they are buying? They are buying the information. So now that you've expressed a trust agreement, they are buying the information of the trust. That is the contract terms and conditions. It has nothing to do with the identification. It has everything to do with the routing of the identification. Absolutely. So let's continue on with Mr. Jordan Peterson here in his position on transgenders feeling offended and their right not to be offended.
Because in order to be able to think, you have to risk being offensive. I mean, look at the conversation we're having right now. You know, like you're certainly willing to risk offending me in the pursuit of truth. Why should you have the right to do that? It's been rather uncomfortable.
Well, I'm very glad I put you on the spot. I'm just trying to work that out. I mean,
yeah, I'm trying to work that out. See, reasonable people can't work that out. It's insane.
Ha, gotcha.
you have got me. You have got me. I'm trying to work that through in my head. You got in trouble.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anybody want to come up on panel and discuss this? Share this video, get it out there. I want some panel members so we can discuss this stuff. Like I said, you can call me a misogynist all you want. That's on you. Come up and discuss this stuff. See who's got the real objective of reality, or excuse me, subjective view of reality. See how many people in their subjective views of reality actually agree to that reality rather than believing some objective view that includes all this insanity? Do you believe in that reality? Because if you don't, then why would you let it play out in your life? That's why I say all these videos we're watching, I can't let it be my reality. I have to have the apathy to look at it and see my own sympathy and various empathies that I might have. But in that apathy, I have to be truthful and point out the insanity as well. So please, hit that like, share, and subscribe. Feel free to jump on panel. Links down there.
When this cop pulled up on this guy, he had no idea that he'd met the baddest, meanest civilian out there who shut him down and sent him packing in mere seconds.
Let's get him moving. You get him moving. I just got here.
And I love this guy. I can't remember his name, but he goes around and that's all he's got is a sign that's something about the vets.
Go back in your sweet ass.
In mere seconds.
Let's get him moving. You get him moving.
What is it? Can't remember what it says. Maybe we'll get it.
Here. Get back in your sweet ass cruiser and get out of here. How do you say your name? And why is that? Because
God bless the homeless vets. God bless the homeless vets. And that's part of the insanity, folks, with this immigration and everything. They're placating that all these people that are coming into the country need a place. Yet the vets that supposedly fought for that very freedom are the ones that are being put out on the street and have been so for decades. For decades, they refuse to accept the vets and honor the integrity that they had for standing for a false patronymical father that promised them. They promised them. So despite me not liking the concept of the military forum and our men going off and fighting in these wars, and women now, I object to it. But there's still that amount of honor and integrity for the men and women that do that. That's that going forth in that good faith under the full faith and credit of the United States. And there now look at how good does the full faith and credit of the United States look if we have homeless vets throughout this time. This goes to that strength of the nation, folks. Like I said, if you have an average reading comprehension of the 7th grade, how intelligent can that nation be? How strong can the nation be if it doesn't even support its military men on home turf? How honorable can it be?
Because you've made contact with him in law enforcement. Shouldn't you have introduced yourself when you first made contact with him instead of telling me to get out of here? So tell me why I gotta leave. Because you got no business here. Why don't I? You don't have any legitimate business here. Why don't I? Well, maybe you do. You can hang out with me if you want. I'm not going anywhere.
But hanging out with him wouldn't be business. See, that's it. It's business. On-state business. See, if this other gentleman holding the sign isn't conducting business affairs, then he's correct. You have no need to stay here. You are free to go. The longer you stay here and try to solicit business shows that you are not operating in good faith as a standing army. Again, my opinion based on the interpretation of my research.
You've already screwed up multiple times. You've already said I'm on private property. You've already said I can't be here, which I can. There's nothing you can do about it. So have a nice day. That's why I'm just saying. Hey, keep it up there. Keep it up there. Yeah, just get back in the cruise and have a nice day. Okay.
When this cop pulled up on this guy, he had no idea that he'd met the baddest, meanest civilian out there who shut him down and sent him packing in mere seconds.
Let's get him moving. You get him moving. I just got here. Get back in your sweet ass cruiser and get out of How do you say your name?
Why is that?
Because you've made contact with me and you're in law enforcement. Shouldn't you have introduced yourself when you first made contact with me instead of telling me to get out of here?
Tell me why I gotta leave.
Because you got no business here.
Why don't I?
You don't have any legitimate business here.
Why don't I?
Well, maybe you do. You can hang out with me if you want. I'm not going anywhere. You've already screwed up multiple times. You've already said I'm on private property. You've already said I can't be here, which I can. There's nothing you can do about it. So have a nice day. That's why I'm just saying.
Hey, just keep it up there. Keep it up there.
Yeah, just get back in cruise and have a nice day.
Okay. I would much rather see these kind of interactions than the one we saw previous where they get thrown to the ground. This would help me have more common decency and respect for the people in those positions. However, this is not common. I wish it would be more common. This was an excellent interaction on both halves. Now, the next one
These cops entered a
is another incident where the cops don't know what the fuck they're doing. Let me go grab my dog real quick. Be right back.
guy's house without a reason, which is a massive violation of the Fourth Amendment. Then they started searching the rooms for something to steal, but the guy demanded to see a warrant. And instead of providing one, this is what the cops did.
Didn't I ask y'all for a warrant, man? Did y'all ask y'all for a warrant? Come on out of my house, man. Come on out of my house, man. Y'all just came in anyway? Huh? Okay. You ain't giving no warrant. You got to put a warrant in my hand.
You got to put a warrant in the hand. You can't just go around walking into people's homes. You can't go around walking into people's homes just because you're wearing a badge and an outfit. Okay? You better start learning to understand the law before you get involved in it. This is why I say, and this is evidence of older men doing this. Let alone, again, my opposition to having these young men on the police force. They don't have the experience. They can't possibly have the experience of knowing how to uphold the law. They've only been trained in military-style tactics, such as what we see here.
Then y'all just looking for stuff. You on the camera, man.
I don't care about you.
Y'all gotta go, man. I asked y'all for a warrant. Where the paper at? That means you broke in my house, man. Period.
Show us your ID.
I ain't gotta show you my ID.
Get that out of my face.
I just can't.
Get it out of my face now.
Get it out of my face? You get the fuck out of my house. This wouldn't have happened in my house. They don't come walking in my house without a fight. This is my temple. How fucking dare you? See, this is the problem. You don't know how to treat things in a spiritual manner and get them to understand that. This is my motherfucking temple. And I mean it. I don't care whether you want to call it a house, a home, a residence, a tenant housing. I don't give a fucking rat's ass. I have the right to my privacy. In that privacy, I get to name that which is mine. This is my temple.
Damn, this camera.
Yeah, I know it's a camera.
Okay,
Get
then.
it out of my face. You want to go to jail? Get it down.
Give me that warrant.
This is like the one that gets aggressive and everything, gets involved in a fight, and says, hey, you can't punch me back. No, you don't come into my house and then tell me to get my camera out of your face. This is the insanity.
I asked you for a warrant.
Put the light down.
I ain't got to put my light down. I asked y'all for the paper before you even hit this door. You're supposed to put that in my hand. Period. I don't care, man. Hell out of my house.
Greetings, JG. How you doing today, brother?
Good, yeah. They're fucking toxic masculinity right there in your face.
Absolutely. That's why I say, you might want to call me a misogynist. I had many people say, Keith, you have this authority complex. Keith, you have this Napoleon complex. No, I don't. I'm a fucking full-grown man. I have what's called testosterone. No man has authority over me. How fucking dare you placate anything less in your own studious attempt to keep your own life in its semblance of your authority, saying that no man has authority over you, unless you honestly believe that Keith, the police, are your authority. You're one of those beta cucks? Tell me who your boss is, because that's who I want to talk to now. And, oh, yep, there's the supervisor, proving they're the beta cucks. Exactly, Laura. These people are fucking nuts. So let's take a look at the next one. This is a racial one from Jesse Peterson. I love Jesse Peterson. In the way he just destroys people with such simplicity.
You go to the bathroom to pee. Do you sit or stand? Do you just pee on the floor?
I'm not going to answer that.
Do you pee?
I do pee, yes.
And do you pee sitting or standing?
What do you do?
I stand. So do you stand or sit? I'm just trying to figure out what a non-binary do when does when they go to the bathroom, when he or she go to the bathroom.
That's none of your business. I don't see the need to answer that.
So do you dress in a dress or pants?
Whatever I feel like.
Do you feel embarrassed to be confused about who you are?
I'm not confused about who I am.
Yes,
you're confused.
No, believe me, you're confused.
Well, if this is confusion, then it feels right.
It feels right. Why do you sound like a girl?
If this is confusion, it feels right. You got to get out of your feelers. You have to understand how to see life in reality and not in your emotions. Everybody's turning their emotions into some kind of false reality, as if though that's what drives life. No, your emotions are a reaction to life. Your emotions don't manifest things in life. Your confused emotions and your inability to deal with them will drive your life insane.
Oh, if you're a boy.
Why do you sound like an idiot?
Because I'm black. So when you...
What do you think? I'm confused because I'm a transgender. Jesse Lee Peterson's an idiot because he's black. That was the perfect response. What do you think, JG?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
See, when people notice she came back with, well, what does it matter? What does it matter? Well, that's the foundation of the subject matter. If you're a boy or a girl, there are distinct differences in behavior. This behavior in certain situations, such as sports, is distinctly different in physical attributes that cannot be denied. And this is why he asked, do you pee standing up or sitting down? Because it goes to the physical attributes and not your goddamn confused emotions. So let's take a look at the next one.
Behavior's all reinforcement.
Yep. They're told to remember. See, nobody's taught to think for themselves. That's the whole problem. That's that diversity, equity, and inclusion by telling you to remember this, the bricks in the wall. Pink Floyd nailed it. Nailed it. So let's take a look at the next one. It says, I get you're asking, but no, top school owned and dismissed.
Public place for a documentary, which is a legally protected First Amendment right, then this...
Right, like I said earlier, I'm making a record of what I observed for my journal so I may publish it later. I'm doing a documentary.
cop showed up. But instead of enforcing the law, check out how he bullies the man and violates his rights. Unluckily for him, he messed with the wrong guy.
What's your name? What's up? What's your name?
And I'll remind you, you don't need a press pass first before you can then go out and make a documentary. You don't need a press pass at all. The press pass is to be invited into private meetings like the ones Kamala Harris has been having. And then you can write your own perspective internally to those private things. That's what press passes are for. They don't let the general public in to those meetings to ask the press secretary questions. It is only the press. So we are talking about different venues. One is private, press pass. Public, no press pass. And just because it's a private company, it's still presented in public, and it's part of public accommodation, and therefore their onus of probandi, of privacy, is on them.
Oh, I didn't get it. Like, I'm asking what is your name? Oh, okay. I know. I get you. I understand. You're asking my name. You're not going to provide it? No, sir. Okay. So let me explain to you. Okay. So what we can do is they're more than welcome to allow you to come back at 5 o'clock and you can continue to record. Let me finish explaining, okay? Okay. Until 5 o'clock, at the moment, they don't want you inside the building. Okay? I understand. Okay. Sir.
At the moment, they don't want you inside the building. I don't care what their wants are. Okay? I don't give a fuck what you want. I'm here to make a documentary in real time. And by you placating, you don't want me here now, disallows me and is an infringement of my right to record in real time to make a proper documentary so that others have the ability to know that real-time experience.
So come back at 5 o'clock. If you don't, we're all going to have to issue you a trespass. What's up, bro?
How you doing?
How you doing, man?
Sergeant Galley.
Galley 2402. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Not much. All right, so I looked over everything, spoke with our captain. We're going to explain everything to management, and you're not going to have to leave.
Absolutely. See, this is what we're talking about. And we see more and more instances like this coming up, and this is the tide turning. It's like, JG, I know there's particular activities that you partake in, and that tide is not going to change in that aspect. But one of these days, the tide may change for you, and you'll find a different method. And in the meantime, I love them train videos. I wish you would do more. No response?
I've done many.
I wish you would post more. Are you still posting?
I post all the time.
Well, drop your link for me so I can pass that on to everybody. Steve Harris says, if they are on the clock, aren't they working for the people? Yes. That's a United States business, an American interest. And why is it an American interest? The 10th Amendment and the 9th Amendment. The 10th Amendment talks about the powers enumerated in the Constitution and not prohibited in the Constitution of the United States, therefore delegated respectively to the states or the people, which relates to the 9th Amendment. The powers not enumerated in the Constitution are there. People have to admit that you are the oversight to the 10th Amendment. That's your extension of the 9th Amendment in a right that's not mentioned in the Constitution. The delegated powers to the constitutions came from the people. Therefore, those indentured trusts for public accommodations in public service, which is that public trust, is on the clock in contract terms. That's for the people. No one else. It's not It's not supposed to be done in the selfish manner that they do in the insider trading and all of that to make a profit off of the people. That's not what it was meant to. That's a despotic government. That's what we need to shut off. And we shouldn't be doing it by bearing arms in a militia that can't then turn around and replace that government or fill those offices appropriately to make such needed changes. So it takes both the knowledge of the people. And remember, folks, a republic is built on the fact that the people know the law. When the people lose sight of the law and have handed it over to the people they believe to know the law, that's why we end up in this position where we know something is wrong and we blame it on the police. It's not just the police. It's not just the people in the courts. It's all people have lost the true sense of law and are just doing their job as according to somebody else's opinions and interpretations, where they believe, Keith, the police are your authority. How did that Romans 13, where no authority is there's no authority but that which is ordained of God, how did that get misplaced to being the authority of the police? What about the president? What about the governor? What about all those other people? Wouldn't they have a greater authority? But yet somehow this insane woman thinks that the police are my authority. I don't see it. Let's take a look at the next one. And before we do, I want to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe. There's a PayPal link down there for anybody who wants to share some love. And we've got Jay Hopkinson. Go check him out. He's got a bunch of videos over here. We'll grab that link, drop it in chat for everybody else. And get some good scenery along the rail tracks and along a true sojourner's life, daily life. Appreciate it, JG.
Yeah, I mean, they got warrants, but it's not legal and lawful. And that cop comes up to him saying, hey, they want you gone, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, you can see the cop doesn't even realize, like,
yeah,
it's not legal and lawful. I shouldn't even be saying anything to him. I should just be telling these people, hey, man, it's not against the law. This guy's in the right here.
Yeah, you just have to give them fair warning that if you really do have something you want to remain private, keep it private. In other words, if you don't want to be on camera, stay behind a closed door where he doesn't have access. Otherwise, he's got access to everywhere else, and the onus probandi of providing your own privacy in public is on each individual. So that doesn't mean that now that you don't want them filming everybody in public, that you go around screaming fire in the theater, telling everybody, hey, you don't want to be on camera, then just tell them that you can't film you. No, you don't understand it. You don't get to provide some kind of insane onus probandi for everybody else. That's an individual thing. You have to provide your own onus probandi. So if you are working as an employee, that onus probandi for yourself and the company is on you. Anything outside of that, including anybody that's in that public forum that's not an employee, you have no communication with. Otherwise, you are propagandizing, and you are, again, in the same sense, destroying the real-time documentary. So let's take a look at the next one. So I was right last time. Another good one.
I don't think I'm going to give out any names, sir.
Okay, so what I'm hoping to get is just sort of like a good middle ground.
I just want to guarantee you that there was a lot of training that was done. A lot of training that was done, and people now know the rules a little bit more.
Yeah, so he had already been there once and tried to do a freedom of information request with a video going, and they caused him a lot of problems. And now he's going back after they've been trained and educated because of his actions. And now he's getting the treatment. Now they understand.
Okay, and they want to trespass. They are within their right to do that.
Okay, no, that's great.
And they're within their right to do that. No, you're not. You do not have the right, in your feeling offended, to violate the very public accommodation as a public service provider, to violate someone else's First Amendment and call it a trespass, which requires an element of crime. You cannot do that. They do it, and they're getting away with it, and this is what we're looking for as a result of these audits. We want education, not a fight, not an argument, not a battle. We want adult, responsive communication.
Can you share with me what the training was?
The training was all about public disclosure and about the First Amendment rights.
So she has decided not to move forward with a trespass. So she has decided not to move forward with a trespass.
Absolutely. She has decided not to move forward with the trespass because there is no foundation in the trespass now that she's been given supplemental knowledge. This is the process, folks.
Right. He didn't qualify to even be trespassed.
Correct. Administrative education. Yep. If you don't qualify to be trespassed, and this is, and I want to mention, JG's specific situation here as far as to stowaway. See, technically in the shipping industry, stowaways are perfectly legal so long as there is room. However, what they're placating here is community care and safety. Greetings, Russ. How you doing today, brother?
Good, good, good. How's everybody else doing? You all doing good?
Absolutely, absolutely. And yes, Steve, that's what we have to do. So we, the people, have to train the workers. You have a republic if you can keep it. And like I said earlier, the republic is based on the people knowing the law. The people gave up the responsibility of knowing the law to the government. They turned around and they kept giving up responsibility after responsibility after responsibility because it made it so much more comfortable and convenient.
You know, that's the thing, Keith, that really is hard to deal with when we call these guys and try to have some intellectual conversations with these people that are so-called representatives. It's I asked the clerk of court, the head clerk, the top clerk on the SS-16. I know you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
And had a I don't know, good 40-minute conversation with the woman. And I was explaining to her I had talked to the recorder, and I asked the recorder. I said, because I was asking them, who brought the document in there and registered it. So I said, does that mean that I can bring a document in here and register it that says that each and every one in this office, every week that I return, you have to give me $10 a piece? Does that mean when I come down next week, those people in that office have to give me that $10? You know what this woman said to me? This is the head clerk. I'm not sure about that. I'm not familiar with that. Folks, we're in trouble here. And that's why you don't see me much anymore, Keith. I'm just tired of all the aggravation out here, all the talking heads and getting nowhere. Yep. Everybody fighting and want to be out front, and ain't nobody sharp enough to hold up the rear.
Yep.
So
absolutely,
it's sad, man. It's sad. But I'll digress. I'll let you get back to your thing.
All right. Well, Maya Bia says, would the next step then be a quo warranto or writ of mandamus if they did issue a ticket? Absolutely, I believe a quo warranto would be, because again, like I said, that goes to the ID. They ask for an ID. I can't give them an ID. So when they ask for, well, what's your name and birth date? Well, I don't have a name either. Well, everybody's got a name. No, only persons have names. Real men have callings. Now, Mom and Dad have called me Keith all my life. They have also called me Keith Orland if they got mad at me. I hail from the family Little, and I hear I was born around August 20th, 1966. Now, though it might seem like I gave them a name and number of an individual, I did not. I did not give them the name. The name is a legal name in the structure of a first and last name. I did not give them any names. I told them I have callings, and I gave them the family of which I hail from, and I told them that I was born around August 20th, 1966 as hearsay. The name itself, folks, is hearsay. Okay? So I can't give them a name. So again, it goes to the individual's name and number identify the record. And when we talk about a quo warranto, that is questioning the record. So it's not a matter of questioning me as a defendant, which is a third person abstract noun and impossible. I cannot be a defendant. And therefore it goes to the record. You are looking for this record, and this record is being administered by the Social Security Administration under direction of Secretary of the State and Bureau of Vital Statistics upon enumeration at birth, which created the state's vital statistics jurisdiction, upon which then the Social Security Administration got all the information to enumerate said individual. It's all about questioning the record and not the man as the living soul. So let's take.
Couldn't you question the orchestration of the instructor directing the director to assign a creditor and a debtor?
Absolutely, that's one of the malpractices. The assignment of a creditor upon your signature is the removal of you as a creditor and signing somebody else's creditor. It's a swap, known as a credit default swap. This is what they're working on. Remember the mortgage swaps that they had that big scandal on in the 80s? They went from a mortgage swap to a credit default swap, known as insurance, 90-day insurances.
So wouldn't that application, in fact, shouldn't it have been reviewed by one of those public officials as per that SS-16 certificate of election of coverage?
It should have been known by the people. Again, the republic. You have a republic if you can keep it. If the people know this stuff, they don't sign that stuff.
Absolutely.
They let them know that they are the ones that are delegating them authority to do the paperwork with their name. With their name. See, the name is not them. It's their name. It's their person. And it will have a certain effect. That effect is not to be detrimental to the one that granted you the use of that name in this usufruct. Absolutely, Carol. Yes. That's the chattel. That's the paper. That's the birth certificates. That's all the applications, the registrations, the licenses. That's all for them.
Hate letters to me instead of love letters.
Pure says, how about the overturn of Chevron? Yes, Chevron doctrine was overturned by the Supreme Court about 3 weeks ago, wherein this is where the administrative courts believe that they have delegated powers of interpretation. No, they do not. They must follow the letter of the law. And that through that Chevron doctrine about 4 decades ago, it was determined that these administrators could determine the law themselves according to their own interpretation. So let's take a look at the next one.
Young black conservative absolutely demolishes a race activist.
White people are not being hunted after. Y'all can come here and live a great.
So right away, on her very first statement, She makes it sound like black men are being hunted. Now, granted, I do recognize a level of racism in these societies, and I'm not just going to say here on American soil. We have to look at North and South Africa as too. You know, we've got racism going on there against white people. So don't tell me only white people can be racist. I'm done with that argument. Okay? That's idiocy. It happens across the board. The problem is, you're the one placating to that idiocy and racism, and then you want to project these profound statements. Profound statements.
Young black conservative absolutely demolishes a race activist.
White people are not being hunted at.
Profound statement is what she chooses to start with. How are you going to keep my attention or anybody else that wants to have a serious conversation with you if you start your conversation out like that? Not a very good look on a young black woman that people placate can't be racist. Well, she's not racist. She certainly is an extremist.
After y'all can come here and live a great freaking life.
So CJ, you're a black.
No video.
You know, I don't feel hunted.
My apologies.
This university, but I guess the difference between me and some people here is that I don't choose to be a victim, Charlie, which I think is the biggest.
And that's why she had that extremist point of view and made it look like black people were victims of being hunted. It makes it seem so much more atrocious. And granted, it is atrocious. Racism, I believe, is atrocious. It has atrocious effects. It has all different levels. But to placate that, the foundation that we see here is that young black men are being hunted is not the case. That would be an extreme view. And yes, I can see one or two young black men, maybe a few more, might have been hunted in recent times by certain individuals, but it certainly wasn't a class of people as a whole. And it certainly isn't happening to the class of people as a whole, young black men being hunted down regularly. It's not happening. That's an extremist view in victimhood.
This problem we have here today are people who wake up every single day looking for a reason to be oppressed, looking for a reason to cry and make an excuse about why they're not in a position to go win. I don't see the color of my skin as a disability. I see it as simply an accessory that I couldn't control. I've been black all my life. I've been black today. I'm thriving here. That's a roll tide right there, right?
And so CJ, CRT, racist?
It's not just racist. It's the exact iteration of white supremacy, just in reverse. I think it's important that we start teaching young people not to hate other people because of the color of their skin. We can teach black people to be proud of who they are without telling white people they should be ashamed of who they are.
Link to the full video is.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep.
Why do you need to placate that you have a superiority because of somebody else's downfall? That's not the way it should work. You should be able to point out in a positive criticism somebody else's downfall and work together to fix that and be analytical to their return criticisms of opposing opinions. Go ahead, JG.
Nah, I just said, yep. He's not being over dramatic. He's just speaking knowledge.
Yeah, and I think he's spot on when it comes to the aspect of that victimhood. People wake up and they want to be a victim, so they look for their next victimized situation. That's what they're manifesting in their life, and that's what they look for. Those with eyes to see will see, and those with ears to hear will hear. But those that don't want to hear and don't want to see it, they will see their own victimhood, and they will shout their own victimhood. So the next one is a Dalton super mayor. Dalton
is more than $3.5 million in the hole. Mayor Tiffany Henyard is accused of misusing money, and today she's nowhere to be found.
Remember, I told you. They know what it is. I'm sure it is. Yeah, keep it going. Because at the end of the day, y'all looking for me? Y'all looking for me. I told y'all I'm outside. Oh, I stay outside. Y'all talk all that mess.
Tiffany Hinyard response.
Y'all are talking that mess, and she's out celebrating. That's what her platform is. It's identity politics and a popularity contest where everybody gets to have their hedonistic fun. And so while they're placating that she's in hiding, she's out in public purview. The news is not doing it because that's her platform. Popularity. So rather than the news play that she is in the spotlight, they're playing that she's not. And she's boldly and blatantly denying whatever's going on and just carrying on in her own insanity still, hoping to draw more people in through that popularity. And guess who she's placating to? The little ones, and the single mamas, and the torn up families. Playgrounds and circuses. Watch. You guys got anything on it before we get started? Any opinions on Dalton?
I was just going to add to the sickness there of placating to the children and everything, because that's exactly what they've been doing for a very, very long damn time.
Well, yeah, if they can get the family torn apart and get the children to cry to mama, and then mama report to the fake daddy what the children need, that's why we end up with children telling parents what to do and telling, yeah, I do want a sex change. Yeah, I do feel like a girl. Or, yeah, I do feel like a boy, even though I'm obviously a girl, but I want to be a boy. The wants and desires of children have grown up to run this country. We now have transgender people in these offices. Is that really what you want? That's what you're getting. I've never voted, folks. I've never registered. That's on you. I never partook of that part of the bitch-ass slave system. Excuse my language. So anyway, let's get back to it.
On to the Lightful Report. Let's watch it.
And yeah, real quick here, a shout out to Nate the Lawyer. Go over and subscribe to him. Check him out. Oops. Somehow I don't have my subscribe on here to Nate. Nate the Lawyer does excellent work on some breakdowns of some important topics as well. I like the guy, so go check him out. Subscribe if you want. And a reminder real quick, while you're watching us here on El Perro, go ahead and hit that like, share, and subscribe. We're also streaming on Keith Little and at Paul Jr. for the Insanity Clips. 3 of my main channels. I also have 2 others. You can check them out. Heckle-Bus and Wyrd Wyzard. In the meantime, let's get back to Nate the Lawyer and Dalton Trustee and her carnival.
All right, people. So when they said Tiffany Hinyard went into hiding, I was like, really? I don't think Tiffany Hinyard is the type of person that goes into hiding. She's delusional with it. And just like I predicted, she's not in hiding. Matter of fact, she's on Facebook.
Absolutely. Narcissistic to the max. She is definitely not in hiding. And that's one of those things when you learn how to read people and you find out they're narcissistic and then the news media comes and says that they're hiding, it doesn't happen. It does not happen. Narcissistic people will not hide.
Facebook Live showing people that she's still good and she's got no issues. So I'm going to show you Tiffany Hinyard's response to all of this madness in a second. Now, finding Tiffany Hinyard wasn't hard at all. Just go to her, here's her Instagram, where she's telling people, hey, on Saturday, I'm going to be at this event. Now, what Tiffany's trying to do is obviously buy votes. So she holds events, spends a whole bunch of money, and says, hey, look what I'm doing for the community. So this is her back to school fest where she gives out free back to school supplies, again, to try to bribe the residents to continue to support her. So,
right, the lower income families that aren't able to buy them, things like that. And so she's going to use some of the city's money to go ahead and do that at this event, even though there are already programs that provide all that stuff. Okay, understand how she's trying to draw that to herself. The city is your cities are already funded through the public education funds to provide all of that. It's known as a credit system, and that is what the Social Security card is for. Credit card means any card plate, coupon book, or other credit device used to obtain money, property, which would be the school supplies, labor or services, which would be the public education teaching programs, and their supplies on credit. There's a credit system to do this. All you have to do is learn how to apply it. This is the republic. The people need to learn the law. That's how you maintain a republic. You have a republic if you can keep it. Once you lose it, you have to regain the knowledge of what it is to bring it back in play.
It was here on her Instagram, and it's actually here on Facebook. So it wasn't hard to find. And then, to make it even easier to find her, she did a live stream on it. So we'll look at that live stream. Okay, so here's a quick recap on what happened. Lori Lightfoot was hired by the village trustees to do a report about what the hell's going on with the finances. She came out with her preliminary findings, which were damaging, like them spending $40,000 on the village credit card in one day on Amazon, and the police chief getting overtime when he's not supposed to be getting overtime, and police officers getting more in overtime than their regular salary. Matter of fact, they get paid more than the governor of the state of Illinois. So it was insane. And obviously, something that we already knew was that the village's finances are in a mess. Matter of fact, Trustee Belcher, she sums it up like this.
As we've been saying, and I'm going to refer back to Trustee Norwood, anybody that has watched the meetings, I said the checks that's sitting on the desk, that ain't been cash. Nobody has to come to a board meeting and tell a lie about anything. It's common sense. It's simple multiplication. When you have people emailing you every day about their invoices and payments. This goes as far back as June 9, 2022. That $6.8 million didn't never come. And it was spent before deposited. It's simple math. $6 million, $6.1 million in checks sitting somewhere. $40,000 at Amazon. What a slap in the face to everybody that was.
So $40,000 at Amazon, you suppose that was all the, suppose that's all the carnival stuff that she's using to promote this Back to School Fest? Suppose she spent $40,000 on Amazon to do that? That's what I would think. You know, I don't know the outcome of that, whether they've gotten into the details of all of what was purchased, but that's, you know, just putting two and two together.
You ever heard of a gentleman called Sir William Gage?
Sounds familiar.
G-A-G-E. Yeah, he's the first one that started selling paper.
Oh yeah, gauge.
Yeah,
Gauge.
gauge. Yeah,
Okay,
G-A-G-E.
so you have a gauge of paper, the thickness of a paper. This is called all paper is bonded. All paper is commercial paper because you can write your negotiations on it, which is the very definition of money or even cash, because you can cash it in if you find someone willing to make the right exchange. That's called cash.
Reside in 60419 zip code. Mayor Lightfoot, I'm so grateful for this information that you provided, because it takes somebody else to come in to show that we've been trying to stop this and we've been doing minimal damage. So could you have imagined if we just sat up there and approved everything that was going on? Because she's gonna ride off in her BMW and we'll still be here stuck. We have been financially raped. And when people rape people, they get anything they deserve.
At U.S. Bank, when we say we're in it with you, we mean it. Not just for the good stuff.
Now, before we get into the super mayor's first outing.
Financially raped. And when people rape people, they get anything they deserve.
Now, before we get into the super mayor's first outing after this bombshell report, I do want to mention.
Say what? She made a good point there. You know, when you go around.
It's funny.
As you go around committing these atrocities, what do you expect people to treat you like in return? And that's the problem with this police society. If you think that one of the most well-armed people in the world, the very American people that you serve, if you think that you're going to get away with keep doing this as a police force, you forget the animosity of people as a whole will come back to bite you in the ass for their own sake. They will save their own ass despite any posed authority as a whole. And this has happened umpteen times in history where the people have revolted and held a knife to the king's throat.
A lot of them are the Cowardly Lion.
Yep.
The Wizard of Oz.
Yep.
Mention a couple of things that have been bothering me for the past couple of days.
Go ahead.
Well, the police know now's the time to really step up, right? Because now they're on camera. Now they're being surveillance, and they're seeing all these cops on YouTube get destroyed, and all these cops are like, shit, I got to really step up here.
Yep. And this is that keeping an eye on Big Brother better than he's keeping an eye on you. See, Big Brother come out and started keeping an eye on everybody, and we had Watergate and this and that and all these wiretapping scandals, and now we've got the internet, and we've got all kinds of shit going on in the internet. And I'm telling you, these devices are the best thing for you if you learn how to use them in their appropriate manner of that First Amendment of documenting your life. They can't destroy that, and you can't let them destroy that. That's the only way they get away with destroying it, is by you letting them. So back when I was younger, we had neighborhood watch programs, and we had neighborhood block parties where we had blocks just cut off, and everybody in our neighborhood got together in one central area and had a big get together and had fireworks and everything. It was people coming together in the community. We don't have that kind of stuff anymore. And that's why I say, these police better learn to understand we are much more heavily armed than they actually might think. If they think they can keep getting away with this, you better grow up, young men. You don't belong in that position. There are many people that believe the same way I do, that a 23-year-old ain't no way in hell he's got authority over me. I don't give a fuck about that gun. I'll have to get my own.
That's the damn thing I got a major problem with. Somebody, young whippersnapper, want to come out here and try to tell me about life.
Yeah, well, and not even want to tell me about life, but sit there and try to discord my life,
yeah,
as though I don't know what I'm talking about, and that ain't the way it's going to go, sir. The fuck it ain't. You go ahead and pose your authority, and I'll tell you what the truth is, because by the time it's all said and done, you will know the truth. And I don't care whether you want to deny it or not, you will still know it in your heart. Let that be your caveat.
I had an incident a little while back, Keith, with one of my youngest son, where one of the cops up there had got a little lippy with him or something. So he thought anyway. So I called him out on it. I called up there, and then the gentleman, he was a pretty nice cop. He's real big into the Constitution and everything. He's not a ticket writer or nothing, but who knows? So anyway, he said, I don't know, Russ. He says, I'm going to retire next year. So he says, I just don't try not to worry about it too much. And I said, well, you should. Because the feds have conjured up with the state, and the state have conjured up with all their corporate policy holders in all of these states, and you work for every one of them. You might not get to enjoy that retirement next year. Because the children are the garden of tomorrow, and what did you teach while you were here?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Not a damn thing.
So what do they get to feed on? This is what I was talking about on an earlier platform. If we don't pass on the education through the sympathy, empathy, and apathy of how to deal with those situations ourselves, so we can come out on top, then we end up in the empathetical situation where we always seem to empathize with people and wake up in the morning feeling like a victim. And we've got to get out of that circle. We've got to get out of that loop.
That's the learned helplessness.
Yeah, that's the destruction of the family, and single women raising their children up as if though they're helpless because mom's helpless and now is dependent upon that false patriot. So the children grow up having to be dependent or feeling like they have to be dependent upon a false patriot. Why? Because the true patriots, in this earthly sense, the true men, aren't standing up and doing so. It's the fall of man, not the fall of woman. The fall of woman only succeeds or only only follows that of the fall of the man. You can't blame the fall of the man on a woman. This is the story of Adam and Eve. Adam should have been contemplating the possibilities and using logic and reason instead of the emotion of his wife saying, "Oh, wouldn't this be so delicious?" Yes, it would, but where did it come from?
See, I learned two major things that I think are key factors in the way we think, and that is ego and forgiveness. And without those two things, I don't think anybody can righteously, with any integrity, move forward.
Yeah, and that's why I say we've got so many people acting in indoctrination and going on things that aren't really founded in truth, that they believe that a 7 or 8 year old child or even younger can tell them that they want to be a woman when in fact they're a boy, and they say, okay, huh? Excuse me? You don't see something wrong with that? That instead of helping the young man understand his place and his role in setting that house in order, that no one steps up telling me that your house wasn't in order itself. Right. And now you're going to tell this child that he can go ahead and set his house up as a woman, even though he was born a man. That's a false foundation of a house.
Those responses to what's going on adult. So the first thing I want to talk about is the DEI angle in this story, because it's undeniable. This is a DEI problem. Now, there are different forms of DEI. There's
Absolutely.
DEI based on race, then there's DEI based on gender and other particular issues, ethnicity, for instance. But this story is not a DEI race issue because the town is like 91% black. This is a DEI gender issue because the people who put Hinyard in place, the voters, and even the people in Thornton Township who nominated her, explicitly said they nominated her, they put her up in this position because she was a woman and she was young. Here is
a young, single woman, and what she's playing to are the young, single women who are raising children on their own, as well as the poor, younger families with young children. That's why she does all the carnival type thing.
Matter of fact, here's the person who nominated her for the.
So it's where you were talking about the credit system in the schools with the paper. We look at everything, identity, and I was watching some of that shit up in Congress, and I believe it was one of the heads of the judiciary said that identity is the lens that filters everything and everyone we encounter. Very true statement.
Yep. And Tyler Tomlinson, did you ever get your window fixed? I don't know what window. I don't know what you're talking to, or don't even know if you're talking to me, actually. I don't see anybody else that would be respond to, but please expand if you need to. And then Maya B says, right on, 15 U.S.C. 4722, or excuse me, 24E1, United States business means United States citizen.
Supervisor of Thornton Township saying exactly what I'm saying. He nominated her because of what she is, not really who she is.
Put us in Chris Gonzalez's mind, 12 minutes before midnight. What was your thinking in nominating her after this long process?
I mean, just as a whole, I just felt that I was hoping
Just as a whole, I just felt that. See, this is the problem, folks. You got to quit going on your feelers and have a knowing. Well, first thing, I know she's done this. She's done this, this, and this. She's got experience here. She's got experience here. And therefore, I believe that it would be a good choice to help imbue characteristics throughout the community. Something like that would be much more comprehensible. But when you start out, I just felt, that's limiting any power in your statement.
we could get somebody that was a little bit younger for the role.
To get somebody a little bit younger for the role. So now this is the diversity, equity, inclusion is somebody younger as opposed to somebody that's actually qualified.
What they meant to say was someone weaker.
Well, and that's where they're avoiding the qualifications. See, they don't want somebody that's actually qualified. They want somebody that they can put in there to appease the public's opinion as to including women as to their success in the feminist rights movement, as including gays in their success as to gay movement, as including the transgender as to the success of their transgender movement. See, it placates some kind of success when in fact all it's doing is embedding the insanity that you believe because of your emotions.
I felt it was time to, maybe possibly, and I mean, I wasn't like honed in on that, but that, a woman, I just thought that would be somebody, that was a little bit younger, a woman. So that's kind of where I was. I'd be honest, I really didn't know at that time.
So he felt, and to be honest, he really didn't know at the time. This is why I say you got to know, folks. Quit putting these people in position without knowing, based on your beliefs and feelers and emotions of thinking, well, gosh, she's a woman, she's young, we need somebody like that. No, you need qualified people.
A whole lot of the, that there was already some controversy and things like that, a little bit that was going on in Dalton, say. So I didn't really know about that. And that was also something that, I mean, obviously there, just on the surface, there was a little bit of experience there. She'd been a trustee, just became mayor, kind of a town that you might have had as a base as far as just like, once again, coming from that there might be some experience and things like that there. Yeah. She went straight to Frank's office and, sat in the chair and she just kept basically yelling, what are they going to think now? What are they going to say now? Speaking of the Dalton trustees, because I guess, like I said, there was already a rift and I didn't know that. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, oh my God, what did I do? And then so I went to Keith on the side and I said, what is she talking about? I said, is the board against her in Dalton? And he said, yeah. And I said, who? He's like, everybody. And he was like,
see how dense he is? He went on feelers and honed in on it, as he said. And his perspective was nothing other than that. So he had no peripheral views, no peripheral views outside of what he honed in on, a young woman. How devastating has it become?
Proud of it. And at that time, I mean, I already was like, what did I do?
You know what he did? He put somebody who was absolutely unqualified into a position who he knew nothing about. As he says, he knew nothing about. I thought I might have known some stuff. And the thing that drove him, the two things he knew was that she was a woman and she was young, and maybe that might work. Well, obviously, that was a disaster, and he knows that was a disaster. But this is what I'm talking about. So the people at Thornton Township were horribly fooled, and the people at Dalton were fooled. But this brings me to the second piece, is that people saying, well, these townspeople didn't do anything until now, they deserve it. No. The trustees and the people of Dalton have been fighting this woman ever since she's been elected. They tried to recall her, and they did. They voted to recall Hinyard.
Now to campaign 2022. In a recall fight in Chicago's south suburbs, people in the village of Dalton voted to kick the mayor out of office. But as CBS 2's Dermot Terry reports, the mayor is not going anywhere for now.
Now, because of a technicality, a judge let Hinyard finish out her term. So these people have been fighting ever since she was elected. They tried to get, that was literally like a couple of months.
And so I want to ask you guys, what does it sound like if you got somebody who takes an office and then refuses to leave based upon the opinion of the people that want her out now? Does that sound like communism?
So maybe a
Sounds
year after
like
she
they
left the mayor,
conquered
they're
that
trying to get her out.
territory.
Yeah. I mean, she's even saying that she's ousting Lori Lightfoot, the one trying to go forth with the indictment. And she's denying all charges, saying that she doesn't even have any authority. Laura said squatter. Yep. Adverse possession.
All of this time. They hired Lightfoot. They've been suing her. They've been fighting tooth and nail. And the thing that's been keeping Hinyard in place is the Illinois government. It's the judges that are keeping her in place and all these other things that have kept her in place. So the only way to get her out is to vote her out. That's why I've been asking people to donate to the village trustees campaign so they can get her out. Because again, we are a nation of laws and this is the way they have to do it. So don't get me wrong. Voting her in was a mistake, but they've been trying to rectify that mistake time and time again. And I don't think these people deserve this. They don't deserve that. What they're getting now, they don't deserve that. It's just
they do. That's my point, folks. If you're going to be a bitch-ass slave and consistently put the worst people into office that you can, then you deserve what you get. If you repeatedly keep doing the same thing over and over again and not get the same results, that's insanity. If you continuously do the same thing and get the same results, thinking that you want change, and yet continue to do those same things, that's insanity. And remember, I speak about the legislation in California where they legislated out the use of plastic straws and paper wraps, and now they're using paper straws and plastic wraps. That was done under Kamala.
Like it's funny because no matter who wins the presidential election, the other side is going to be upset. But do they deserve, like the people who hate Trump, do they deserve what Trump gives them? Or the people who hate Harris, do they deserve what Harris gives them? No, of course not, right? It's politics as it is. But unfortunately, these people have been suffering, and now they're trying to make a change. So my plea to you is there's a GiveSend-Go in the description. Click on that link, give to their campaign, and help them get this woman out of office, because this is what it's about. It doesn't have to be Republican. It's not about Republican and Democrat. It's about what's right. And if you guys watch my videos, you see I have crazy Republicans. Matter of fact, I have an elected judge who was involved in 2 drive-by shootings who's looking at a life sentence in prison, an active judge who has active cases, who's a Republican. So this is not about Democrats and Republicans. Both sides have crazy lunatics in office. My channel just happens to expose a lot of it. So with that being said, let's now get to the whole Hinyard response.
All right, come on in, residents, come on in.
Okay, all right, come on in, come on in, residents, come on in. Okay, residents. And then we see all the balloon stuff for a little go-kart bumper cart track here. And this is what I'm talking about with Amazon. Did she spend that $40,000 on this stuff to provide this little carnival as a promotion get up to keep her in office somehow by helping to promote herself in this upcoming election to the younger generation, younger woman that the young gentleman just placated, he honed in on? Is this what she's honing in on?
It's like a Dave Chappelle skit.
You know the thing too, though, and JG, these people don't realize, and I honestly, I don't think a lot of people realize that all of our consequences has actions. And, you know, with these people trying to get rid of all of the good people and put all of these, I don't know what you want to call them, but whatever, in place. Well, when all of this falls, because it's only, you know, the alchemists are only going to alchemize so long, and then what is there going to be to feed on?
Well, again, that comes down to that thing about the militia, that when it gets down that far and they have nothing to feed on, they're going to rise up to create change, no matter what it is, and they will do so drastically. This is why we have things like civil wars.
Yeah. Well, that was a pretty drastic move in 2020 by shutting down the bottom class of people there, so-called middle class, saying that they were non-essential for 9 months and they wasn't allowed to provide for their families. Their families didn't matter no more. Their children didn't matter no more. Their lives didn't matter no more. But corporate America, state and federal, all their lives matter. But they're the ones to keep feeding the welfare recipients that are taking the handouts. They're all going to fall because the real alchemists are going to quit alchemizing.
Well, and that's why I say, you know, you have a republic if you can keep it, and that republic means the people have to know the law. The people that don't know the law are the ones that are falling victim to it.
Hey y'all, it's your Tiffany A. Henyard, the People's Mayor and the People's Supervisor. Today is our back to school event here in the village of Dalton for Thornton Township. So Thornton Township residents, if you're watching this, pull up. Everything's free. We got a whole festivities, things for your kids to do.
Now, Tiffany Henyard thinks the people of Dalton and Thornton Township are dummies. She just gives stuff away for free, and they'll forget that the town is like in $9 million in debt and all this other craziness, right? That she spent $40,000 in Amazon in one day. We're supposed to forget all that because she's giving out free book bags and backpacks. That's what she's hoping for. She's hoping that the residents are so dumb that they forget everything else. Don't believe your.
Well, and remember too that the position we're looking at here is that she's going for the younger ladies with children and younger families with children that don't have money. So all of this promotion and everything that's being provided by money, they have faith that she's going to do what she says that she's going to do and bring them out of poverty, because she's able to spend all the city's money on this big gathering, and the money's obviously there then. So by her actions, she's saying there's plenty of money, while people are screaming that she's abusing the budget, and yet it's not affecting the budget of those that are already in poverty that she's trying to draw in to vote for her. So those that are in poverty don't really care she's abusing the budget, as long as when in that abusing the budget, she's giving it to them. That allows them to stay in their victimhood and say, hey, I'm still a bottom part of the class. It's ironic.
Vicious cycle, insane cycle.
Very much, very much. This is why the false patriarch is structured to destroy the family. That enumeration at birth, playing that you're a nationalist the day you're born without any choice, without consent. Live without consent, bitch ass slaves.
Guarantee you she's an alcoholic.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. She's got a criminal history too. Not such a pretty one.
And in front of the go-kart riding right now, as you can see.
Yet they still voted her in because they didn't look at her record. They believed her on what she said, on how she felt. It's all about feelers, just like that man that put her in position in Thornton Township. He felt that the Thornton Township needed a younger woman. Didn't matter if she was qualified. He felt that they needed a younger woman. Had he done his research and known, he could have followed along with a younger woman, so long as she was qualified. But what he did instead of expanding in a peripheral view and doing the research so he would know, he stuck with his honed-in view and just chose a woman that was younger, despite any qualifications.
And he probably had sex with her.
It could have been. And that's the insanity, is that people that are adult and believe that we need good people that are quality people don't give a fuck about the quality. They want equality. And equality is not what you think it is, folks.
Right here in Dalton, we right here at the old Melly Fitness / the new Dalton Police Station. Bouncy houses, let me go. I'm gonna show y'all everything that your kid can do. This is going on today. I gotta get it out because everybody keep running up to me. So I gotta try to get it all out to y'all. So they can come.
Shit.
Again, this is here in the village of Dalton. Hey, got all the bouncy houses for the babies. Remember, I told you, they know this.
That's another thing, the expansion of the police department and private security. Now they've got a new police department. She put it all on her own security. That's communistic. Again, folks, she's of a communist mindset. I don't care what anybody else thinks about my opinion. It is what it is.
I'm sure it is. Yeah, keep it going. Because at the end of the day, y'all looking for me? Y'all looking for me? I told y'all I'm outside. I stay outside. Y'all talk all that mess. Buddy, I'm always outside. And I'm going to be with food at because I told you everything free. When you come to any of Tiffany Henry's productions, it's free. You don't need anything.
The concept of the woman that thinks, or anybody that thinks, well, I can't be broke. I can't have no money in the bank account because I've still got checks.
Hi guys, we out here again. Village of Dalton, 14900 Greenwood, Dalton. This is what we do. And they get their blue bags over here and turn it around. That's where we at. Because I always want our kids to always remember, never, never, ever give up. You're going to always have people that's against you. You're going to always have people hating on you. You're going to always have people that got something to say, but ain't willing to stand in the fire. So all I can tell
And I'll say she's got a good message there. But the thing is that if you're not doing things right with the right intent, then maybe that criticism should be taken heed of. See, and that's what she's missing here, is if you've got so much criticism showing that you have ill intent, and you're trying to throw it off as if there's no ill intent. You're obviously delusional when you think as a leader you don't have to put forth to the public, which has already been standardized, that if the public has oversight of you, then you have to give them records. If you refuse to give them records, then you are again in that communistic mode saying, no, you don't have that right. I get to spend what I want based on what I think you want, and as residents, you owe me. And these are the concepts that she's put forth in that venue, and people just are not clicking. That's communist.
Well, I mean,
hey,
go ahead, Keith. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, I just don't really get how. I mean, I guess my focus right now, when I hear this stuff, and I mean, I hear it so clear. I hear it just about probably as clear as you do in what these people are saying and the twisted bullshit. But It seems to me, as a God-fearing man, right, to put all of my faith in God, that the act of the individual decides whether it's a liability or an asset, my friend. I don't understand how people are not able to identify and pick up on this. I have a hard time trying to figure that part of this whole journey out. How does people not see this in the simplistic ways?
Well, that's why I say people have to unlearn what they've learned and go back and relearn language and communication and such, so that we can get back to the foundation of that very communication in its simplistic terms. People today in this modern system, I'll call it, and damn it, I lost my video, I'll have to refresh. But in this modern system that we communicate with the public education system, the political body, the tax zones, all these different things that we now have as advancements in modernity, whether it be technology, physical forms, or technology, official ways in documentation and structure of government, political bodies and stuff, it's all placating that there's some kind of progression. But the true progression is supposed to be spiritual, so that if we play with those polities and stuff, we understand their foundation so we can improve them and not degrade as a society and fall down through the hedonism that I was talking about. We keep that republic form of government, which is where the people know the law and therefore they can enforce it themselves and keep that structured government going for eternity. This is the problem. Each society throughout history has fallen through their governmental standards because at a certain point they thought it was so perfect that they no longer had responsibilities and obligations and turned hedonistic. And that's the very downfall. So let me refresh and I'll be right back, guys. Okay, let me find my links here again.
Stand 10 toes down, stay boots to the ground, because this too shall pass. At the end of the day, God got me on assignment. I'm going to complete that assignment. And right now, I got to fight. I'm in a fight. So anybody want to come and help me fight these demons and these evil spirits, please inbox me, because that's what it is right now. And you will see me smell like roses on the other side.
And you'll see me smell like roses on the other side. These demons that are demanding that you do your job and pull these records out for the people that you are denying in your communistic views. See, she's projecting that these people are demons when they're merely making proper requests so that they can move forward in good faith, honor, and integrity. And this is what she's denying. She's turning around and pointing the finger at everybody else and saying they're the ones that are not being upholding their integrity. They're the ones that aren't following the process. It's pathetic.
Side of it all. So at the end of the day, I love you. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
It's the devil that's after her, and she's going to survive. This woman is just delusional, people. She's delusional.
Absolutely.
Okay, guys. I know that was long.
This is her victimhood still maintaining itself. Even in public office, she is a victim. These people will never come out of their victimhood, no matter what position in life they play. Even when she's got the power to do what is right and then refuses to, she's the victim.
Stay tuned. Come out. We here from 3 until 7 p.m. today. Like, in a way, and as y'all can see, I am so family oriented. I care about the youth. This is what they don't tell you, or what they don't show you. The youth is everything, and y'all have to pass the baton. I don't care about all the hate that they spelling, because at the end of the day, you have to lead with love. When you lead with love, you will always go further in life. Because at the end of the day, that's what we need in this world, love. It's so much hate that it don't make no sense. But I want the kids to see their super mayor still standing throughout all the controversy.
And this is one of the problems, ladies. When you placate the carnival life to these young children is love. Without the objective views that they have yet to experience in the realities of life, they grow up believing that the only thing in life that means anything is to be happy, and that when something happens that they're not happy, and it destroys that hedonistic view that you've instilled in them, you have failed the spirituality of the breath that you take. You have failed to give them caveat and fair warning so that when they do run into the lions, they know how to take care of them. So instead, we have these people growing up running into lions, becoming victims because they don't know how to fend off that lion with simplicity, logic, reason, truth, reality. They remain in their fictional world of feelers and transgender and transhumanistic stuff because the political body has been destroyed at the family level. Set thine house in order. And if you don't set thine house in order and you let some child place his house in order at the age of 6 or 7 years old, where he's a male, and you convince him that he can go ahead and be the woman that he wants to be at 6 years old, he has to face the consequences at 60 years of age if he's still living his life as a woman because somebody convinced him to take inhibitors and stuff that changed the perspective of his life that couldn't be reversed. There's a period in life, just like the spiritual existence and the spiritual growth of each of us. There's a physical period in life where certain hormonal balances and other chemical responses in a body have to take place in order to live the proper spiritual existence. That's what's being destroyed.
Super mayor that's touchable, reachable, and you can talk to me when you see me. So that's what I try to show them. And the kids ain't did nothing but just love back on me like I love on them. So I appreciate you all for coming out. All these events that I host, you can bring your kid. You don't need no babysitter. You gotta drop them off. I'll make sure it's possible that you can actually let them go run around and let themselves out. And then when they get home, they just drop. You know, parents too, so I know what that feels like. So bring them out, have a good time, come and learn something, and come always make sure you got facts versus fiction. Because at the end of the day, my work speaks for itself. And I've been showing y'all.
Let the kids have fun to learn something, but yet she hasn't spoken a thing about what she's going to educate anybody on. And this is the problem. See, this is the message that I put through is the education. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So I'm not going to placate some kind of carnival life in my name. And that it's hedonistic and you can have all the fun you want. In reality, it is what it is. And when you come across things that you must be able to make it through, if you don't have the knowledge, you are then dependent upon somebody else's support and help. That means that you are in a lack of something, and the lack is the education. It's not the lack of enjoyment. It's not the lack of love. It's not the lack of anything but education, knowledge, experience, firsthand experience to go through something and know that you will come out the other side. Whether you smell like roses or a pile of shit is yet to be determined. So when you do come out smelling like a pile of shit, at least you still came out and you can try again, and next time maybe come out smelling like the rose. It's a set of experiences on an independent basis. And when you keep putting people in these positions, like I said earlier in the stream, empathy, sympathy, and apathy, and they go in and they placate that they have all of those, but they have none. They're in their own self-centered, hedonistic selfishness. And they don't care about you. They don't care about your children. They don't care about what you qualify in position of an office or a job or anything else. Everything is about them. They're narcissistic. And in this case, we have a communist. Again, in my opinion.
At the end of the day, you gotta want to see what it is that I truly do. It's just love on the community. And remember this, because you know that's your time coming up. Remember this. You ain't never seen none of these elected officials in your life, or people that want to be these posers. I can't stand a fake politician. They only come up and show up, but it's kind of run. They ain't done nothing for 4 years. 4 years went by, y'all. 4 years. And they ain't done nothing but keep up chaos, keep up division, keep up controversy. Pay attention to that. Focus on those that's doing the work.
Keep up the controversy, right? So when the people have the right to know that public record and you refuse to give it, you're the one that is keeping up the controversy, because that's what they're pointing out. There's something wrong in the record. There's something controverting the record. We need its exposure, and you refuse to expose it because then it implicates you. And that's why we see her playing the victim game. She's saying that she's a victim. No, you're not the victim. The people are the victim. You're the one creating the controversy, and now refuting to say that it's controversial, except for the perspective that others are pointing the finger at you. That's what's controversial. You don't like the finger being pointed at you. It's making you a victim of your own doing. You're not a victim of the people. You're not a victim of the board of trustees. You're a victim of your own delusion, woman, Tiffany.
For you. That's it. All right, see y'all in a minute. I love y'all. Woo! Superman. Remember they said that I'm hiding. I'm outside. I'm always outside. I'm always reachable. Love you. Share the video. Let people know to come out. Everything's free. Going on from 3 to 7 p.m. here in the village of Dalton. Let me end this video. All right, y'all. Love y'all. Always stay woke. Stay woke. Pay attention.
I think that was a perfect ending to the video. Always stay woke. So that's Tiffany Henyard's response to the madness that we saw on Thursday with Lori Lightfoot. The police corruption, the millions and millions of dollars in debt, the town essentially being bankrupt, the $40,000 in Amazon. They're like, all of that, that's her response. That's what she believes is enough to say, vote for me again. And I'm doing the right thing. And all these other people, the Jason House and all the work, this woman obviously has to go. Obviously, people have been trying to get her out for 3 years. Please go to the description, give whatever you can to the Jason House Clean House 2025 campaign. We can actually do something. So this is something to do. And these people, they don't deserve this. They voted in someone who they believe, she was a trustee for a whole bunch of years. They believe that she understood what was going on. And right from the get-go, they said, no, this woman is crazy, and tried to do everything legal to get her out. But it was the judges and politicians that did not let them do it. And now it's on them, and they're trying to do everything, and they need our help. So if you can, please don't forget to.
Absolutely right. They need our help. We the people, we are the ones that are supposed to be delegating the authority. And when we stop delegating that authority, it's because we stop knowing we are the authority. We stop knowing the law. You are the law. You can only carry that law in its truth, though. That's why we have the society we have today. Nobody knows the law. That means nobody knows the truth. How can they live in its truth if they don't know the law? You guys got anything on that?
No, I'm good. I mean, it seems the same regurgitation all the time. I mean, you know what I'm saying out here. Everybody, they're just looking to be popular, and most people don't give two shits about what's going on out here. It's obvious. They're all in their own heads and their own delusion of wanting to be out front in some sort of leadership in a popularity club, and they ain't fit to follow up the back. It's mind blowing.
Yep, absolutely. And real quick here, go ahead.
One more thing before you get off of here. At some point, if you got the time, I've done a lot of deep research in my lineage and everything, and I'd like to have somewhat of a spiritual back and forth on some of these things that we were all talking about out here.
Yeah, feel free anytime. I'm going to be on till midnight tonight, brother. This is my birthday marathon. My birthday's coming up tomorrow, so I want to get all this insanity out so I can enjoy my day tomorrow. And so, yeah, anytime you want to bring it up, feel free. And in the meantime, I'm going to go take a potty break, but we're going to switch over to my brother, Based Oracle. So let's go check him out real quick. Thirsty Male Syndrome. He is live streaming now. So let's go ahead and pull him up.
Fucking conversation. This whole thirst fest is real or not, 30 years ago or not. It's very strange. Why pull this up? The reason why is Schwarzenegger, right, spotting him, crossing paths with Michael Jackson. And he was referred to as Rambo. That's just a fact,
90 or 89, Rambo 3 came out on video, and they were looking for somebody to tour the UK as Rambo, and all these posters went up in all the gyms around England, and I won out of everybody.
Oh my God. Harvey won. He became Rambo. This guy can't fucking stop. He just can't stop. It's amazing. What gap? What gap, G.S. Holden? What do you mean? What do you mean, what gap? You mean like Bussy gap? What do you mean? Yeah, they want to brag, right? Thinking it's the way to women's heart is bragging, right? It's not. It never will be. And if it is, right? If bragging about you is the way to her heart, then her heart is fucked up. She fucked up. Right? Think about it. Anyone that would deal with Harvey, get married to Harvey, I mean, you got to be fucked up. One of GS detractors goes by the name Spartan. Oh, School of Sparta, something like that. Spartan School. 300 YouTubers should put on his sock and say hi in GS's chat. Yeah, I get it. You know, he wants an army, but he wants an army to back him up, him and his fucking cope. Right? He wants a cope army. I need 300 to back up anything that I say. Right? And you owe me because I helped your channel. How the fuck did you help my channel, GS?
I busted my ass. I've accentuated your channels. I've promoted your channels. I'm tiny. I'm just some little dude. But I'm willing to bend over backwards and stand in the gap for you, with you, by you.
You know, on a side note here, I almost hopped on Richard Demolished Doctrine live right before I did this. And GS was up there. And I figured it'd probably bring a little bit of chaos, which is why I didn't go up in part. But with that said, shout out to Richard.
That's the stream I was talking about. I was on earlier. Demolished Doctrine, Richard Madsen. We were up there discussing the spirituality aspect of the scriptures and Torah and Quran and all that.
Richard, I have no issue with Richard. He is I think he's a man of the Bible. I have no issue with that. I'm not quite sure why he's tolerating GS, but then again, I did. So, you know. And yes, Harvey is Rambo. It has been established. Poster in his gym. Who fucking knows? And what up, Dwight? What is going on? We just doing some new Harvey review, right? Harvey's making new rounds of cope. New rounds of embarrassing himself in front of women, and he has no idea. He's just oblivious, apparently.
So I toured the UK's Rambo. Have you ever seen that photograph of me? Sponsored by the News of the World as well.
So Harvey.
Based Oracle. Link is in the chat.
That other guy he was talking about was generally specific or something like that.
Yeah, generally specific. GS is who he's talking about. You can go look him up too. Of course, obviously.
We do need a loc. And here's, I don't try to just.
Oh, you got somebody coming up on panel.
And it wouldn't be fair unless I also dropped the StreamYard, so I dropped it. But yeah, we might work on a locale tier list as well. That's a good suggestion, right? Just to
yeah, like I said, a lot of things have levels to them. So when we talk about the feminist movement, you have people that are in the feminist movement, but they're at different levels. Some are extreme feminists. Some are just, certain things, they really no care about it. So we have to think about the different levels of the things that we get involved in.
Which is funny because I've been told this many times that I'm rough around the edges. I mean, I guess it's true. I don't know. I don't care. If that's how I come off, that's cool. But then, and I know GS was probably steaming because he always is. Right, you probably just triggered by my name, as if I'm cutting out clips of UGS. You know I didn't fucking do that.
You know, the whole based Oracle, he's got people pointing guns at him from all directions.
Based, you fucking wish you were me, dude.
According to your own fucking iconography.
You wish you were me. I don't want to be that guy. Guess what I am? You know why I am? Because I speak the fucking truth. That's why I am. And I accept that.
See, and everybody thinks they speak the truth. Everybody really thinks they speak the truth, including Tiffany Henyard. This is the problem. So let's get back to our clips, because our next one is another officer that doesn't know the law. And I just wanted to bring up Based Oracle because he happened to be streaming. I go over and I've been going over to his panel here lately and having some time up there. But getting back to the shorts, we're getting back to officers not knowing the law and various other insanities. Like I said, if you take an oath to the Constitution, you should know that oath and the Constitution and be able to uphold it. Yet that's the last thing they know. So let's take a look at it and get back to that. But go check out Based Oracle. I think he's got a well put together platform and demeanor as well as outlook on life.
What are you up to?
Video and photographing?
Okay. For what purpose?
Just my own.
Your own personal purpose?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything I can help you with?
No. Just checking it out.
And see, he's recording at a fire department. You see the red badge on his outfit. So he's not an officer of the law, but he is a public servant. Whether he be in a voluntary or paid position doesn't matter. So let's take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Got some calls about you walking around. So we're wondering what you up to today. Nothing. Okay. I seen you looking in the windows, taking photos inside offices. Is there a reason for that, or?
Now this is where he's going to start indicating something that he evidently doesn't know the law on. So let's pay attention to what he placates here.
You work for the city, or you
just out taking pictures of video?
And I guess it's not placate, but intimate.
Okay. Well, yeah, video outside's cool, but when you're looking at people's private spaces, taking photos in there, that's not okay.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Unless you're talking like some,
Well,
like
just
we
literally
disagree on morals or something thing, then maybe your morals.
Yeah, it's called voyeurism.
It's called voyeurism. No, voyeurism is has a sexual connotation to it. So we go back to the onus probandi of providing privacy while in public. So it's a public place in public. And if you want privacy, you can't call it voyeurism when somebody outside uses video recording what's inside, because you have the onus probandi of privacy to just shut the windows, shut the shades. But to convince the police that you are peeking inside the windows as if there was some kind of voyeurism would be a misinterpretation of the legislated word of the law.
You look into any place that's not it's open to the public, okay?
This is absolutely open
No,
to the public.
dude, not an office, not like that. If you want to go inside the building and talk to a firefighter, you're more than welcome to do that.
This is a public building. I can take pictures from public.
So you can go inside the building, but you can't do it from outside the building? Excuse me? Again, that's the onus probandi of providing privacy.
What spaces?
What are you up to?
Now, the next one, and before I go on, I want to remind everybody, please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. We're having a wonderful birthday marathon here, getting the insanity out of my system so I can enjoy my birthday tomorrow. There's a PayPal link down there for anybody who wants to hit the share some love there. Always appreciated. And, of course, the StreamYard link is there for anybody who wants to join the panel. Please help out with the panel commentary. You got anything on that, Russ, before we go on to the next one?
No, I'm good, buddy.
All right, let's get on to Elon Musk, blast lying reporter who forgot to do his homework.
What hate speech are you talking about? I mean, you use Twitter.
Right.
Do you see a rise in hate speech?
I mean,
But just a personal anecdote. Like, what do you? I don't.
Personally, my For You, I would see I get more of that kind of content. Yeah, personally.
Content you don't like or hateful? What do you mean to describe a hateful thing? Can you name one example?
I honestly don't use. Honestly, I
You
don't.
can't name a single example.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't actually use that For You feed anymore because I just don't particularly like it.
But you
and
said
actually, a lot of people are quite similar. I only
Well,
look at
hang on
my
a second. You
following.
said you've seen more hateful content, but you can't name a single example, not even one.
I've been using Twitter since you've taken it over for the last 6 months.
Okay, so then you must have at some point seen the For You hateful content. I'm asking for one example.
Right.
And you can't give a single one.
And I'm saying
then I say, sir, that you don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yes, because you can't give me a single example, not even one tweet, and yet you claimed that the hateful content was high. That's false.
No, what I
You
claimed,
just lied.
What? No.
No. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You're claiming there's hateful content, numerous hateful content, and can't point one out yourself. Then where do you get the information? Pathetic. Making accusations with no foundation and then trying to justify it. No, with nothing else on the other side. So let's look at Jesse Lee Peterson again, making somebody angry. And this again goes to the insanity of your feelers.
No, a drag queen is like an adult entertainer, Jesse.
And this is funny. This is funny because we've done a review on this guy before. We've had this guy in Insanity Shorts clips before. And again, it was with Jesse. But you'll notice there's a difference.
I'm not an adult entertainer. I'm a proper lady. I'm just an average.
I'm a proper lady. I'm just an average woman. Now, this is a man that was on the show before. And he has a problem with men. And his problem with men is because he was raised with his mama. And being raised by his mama told him all kinds of things about his daddy, hateful things about his daddy. And so the guy grew up never knowing his daddy except what his mother told him about his daddy, and has no real foundation about what his daddy is, and hates his daddy and men so much that now he's a woman.
Average woman.
Insane.
See what, Russ?
Yeah, I was just, it's insane. It's insane.
Yeah. The link for my PayPal is in the details section. If you just go right below this video that you're watching, there's a bunch of links down there, and there's one, I believe it's the first link, is the PayPal link. Appreciate it, brother, sister. So yeah, this guy here is a male, has posed himself as a male previously, and now he says he is a woman. He is a lady. Let's listen this out. Let's hear him out.
What is funny?
Oh God.
What are you laughing at, Jesse?
I'm laughing at you. The last time you were here, you came in as a man, a male, but you were homosexual or something, right?
No, I was not homosexual. I was straight at the time. You said I seemed feminine. That's what we had the argument.
Oh yeah, right. She's turned you into a woman.
This guy right here. This is the same guy. And he was talking to Jesse about his mom and how he grew up with his mom and hates his dad because of what his mom said, and has no experience whatsoever with his dad. So he takes everything that his mom says true to heart, so true to heart that he hates all men, and has now determined himself to be a woman.
I am not a woman, Jesse.
I am not a woman, Jesse. Said he sounded feminine. Jesse told me he seemed feminine. And he right away, yeah, I'm not a woman. Now, months later, just months later, he's professing to be a woman. Who is confused, folks?
Beta, Michael.
No,
Beta.
you are a beta.
Beta.
I am a normal man. You're a beta man.
No.
I am a normal man. You're a beta man. A normal man does not all of a sudden decide he's not a man. He sticks with the normal man, and he maintains his testosterone.
Oh, you're not normal. I could think of many words to call you. Normal is not one.
No, a drag queen is like an adult entertainer, Jesse. I'm not an adult entertainer. I'm a proper lady. I'm just an average woman.
A normal man or an average woman. Ladies, do you feel this is an average woman? Ladies and gentlemen, do you feel this is an average woman? Is this average woman going to one day be a normal woman? As she has professed, he is a normal man. You see the insanity? This is just ridiculous. We have to stop putting up with this. And I don't care if you feel offended, woman. So let's look at a feminist panel that's left speechless. In all of my misogyny,
you need to watch how this man destroys these feminists with one single question.
Now, if they make it to the final, the girls will get $5,500 each. The blokes will get $69,000 each. Each! Oh! How can anyone justify this item?
How can anyone justify this? How can anyone justify this?
They can't.
No.
They can't. Really?
The gender, I beg your pardon?
I can justify this.
Why?
Well, I tell you what, stars don't get paid more money because, sport doesn't become interesting because the stars are paid more money. Stars get paid more money because the sport is interesting. Let me ask you this. How many of you guys on the panel know who our Australian Matildas are playing in the quarterfinals?
Don't.
No, because you don't care about it.
The Australian women's football team is one of the best in the world, but they lost 7-0 in an exhibition match to a bunch of 15-year-old boys.
What the hell is even that?
15-year-old boys. And so when they're talking about the salary disparagement, it's not because they're women. Because if there was a salary disparagement, it would be because of both talent, or more precisely, it would cover reasons of talent, marketing, and interest, as he mentioned there. How many of them know who the Australian Matildas are? None of them. They don't have any interest. Therefore, no matter how much advertising and marketing you put into it, you're going to have a smaller crowd. Therefore, the income that comes into that arena, that venue, is going to be much less. So while you're placating that the man gets paid $69,000 for this event, that pulls in innumerous amounts more than what the woman's same venue does. How can you then say that the woman deserves to be paid that same $69,000? It doesn't go by an amount, it goes by a percentage of what the market says the value is. So if you got an arena that is capable of holding 70,000 people and you have a man's sport and it's packed full, the people are going to be satisfied. They show a greater interest. The marketing shows that it's more valuable and drew in a larger crowd, so therefore it's going to bring in greater amounts and there's going to be greater profit. Whereas if you in that same arena hold a women's event of the same type and it only puts 10,000 people in those seats, you don't make near as much. There is no disparity. You get paid what's brought in, not by your talent. If you want to get paid by your talent, You do it individually, not as a team sport that's based on marketing as a competition, as a team. You want to talk about the same salary rates, we go to talking about qualifications then. Like your white collar offices. This is where most women take their job and employments in the public market, and where they cry for equality is in the cush jobs where they can sit down and do paperwork. They're not out there on the oil rigs being roughnecks. They're not down there in the mines. They're not down there in the submarines. They're not up there in the space capsules. Not in the preponderance position that men are, because they don't want those jobs. They want equality their way, and that's not equality. You want equality? Get your ass out there and do the same jobs. But that's the problem. You can't. Again, in the same sports arenas, go try to put a women's league on that same platform as a men's league in that same arena. See how much it draws. A women's league playing against a men's league. It's not going to draw as much because they know it's going to be an overpouring of physical attributes over the women, that there is no competition. And therefore, the only reason they would really go to such a sporting event would be for the comedic venue. Go ahead.
Nah, I'm good. I think I'll just let it go.
No, go ahead. Say what's on your mind, brother.
I just feel, going back to that spiritual side now, that I think that we've kind of got off and got, instead of, the business dealings being of that image and likeness, to being some sort of popularity and some false prophecy. I mean, well, you know what? Maybe I will go ahead and say it. I was going to do it. I wanted to do it privately, but it don't matter. I've been digging into some research in my family lineage and everything, and kind of goes back to a lot of things that I think we've all obviously been lied to, and I think a lot of people are onto it. I don't believe any of this started in the Middle East. I believe it all started right here in our home soil, and it's just my belief right now. And a lot of things are leading me to that, and this Combs genealogy that I was actually looking at is pretty depth, and a lot of things in our history in the War of 1812 and George Washington and Brown and Napoleon and all of these names that we've heard all of our lives. But if it all did really start in the beginning of those 13 tribes, that would mean there's 13 families running this shit show. Who's the head of these 13 families? That's my question where I'm at right now. So, I mean, I see things from a different standpoint. I don't worry about what everybody else is doing. I try to figure out how I can be better tomorrow than I am today. Get me closer to that divine connection that a lot of people talk about, that they have this Christ-like presence to them, and I don't see it. I'm sorry, I just don't see it in all these talking heads out here. You can't even have a conversation. They say where God is, there's an abundance. Where's the abundance of conversation? Real conversation. Where is that abundance out here? Everybody wanting to lead.
And that's why I say we have to get back to understanding ourselves. And that means shedding off what we've been educated in and relearning. And that allows us to put forth our own interpretations. And I think most people have a good heart, so their interpretations will show positive and negative aspects. They will see the conflicts, the controversies, things that contradict each other, and use their own discernment to determine what it means in their life so they can use it for good. And that's, again, that knowledge is the benefit.
There's a lot of people out here, just as you say, Keith, and I recognize these things. People have good hearts, but people is going to have to realize at some point when they become settled in themselves, right? Then the ego no longer controls you. You're thinking reason and logic. You're trying to be the best version that you can be. That you know, there's folks out here, we get it. There's people that don't know the difference between a flathead and a fill-up. We need each other. And there's that are out there that, you know, that can alchemize just about anything as long as there's those resources. Who's dividing the resources through the creditor and the debtors?
Right,
It's real simple.
Lawyers are,
and that's real quick here, and that's where when we go back to the 12 tribes and everything, who's to discern that? And that's why I say you have to really do your research and look at the histories and the scripture and everything and make your own discernment. Because without those 12 tribes, your discernment still goes to God. Without Jesus, your discernment still goes to God. Everything still goes to that supposed source. Because if you're missing a link, there's still something in there that leads you to something else prior. So
it's the spirit
this goes to the
you.
Right, and this goes to the concept that I tell people about all the time. Moses brought the law, Jesus taught the law, and now we're supposed to embed the law independently each, as if though we were gods, as if though we did come from the 12 tribes, as if though we are walking the way, the light, and the life of Jesus, even though we may not be that exact thing. And greetings, McNemesis. Welcome, brother, McNemesis.
sorry about that. My wife walked in and so how are you guys doing? Like for real?
We are well. We are well. Like I said, I'm doing a birthday marathon, getting all this insanity out of my system so I can relax and enjoy the day better tomorrow, which is the quote birthday. So going through this stuff here with the apathy that I have to, so I don't let it internalize in myself and become the insane people that we're looking at.
You think that's so? You want to use social media as like a therapy tool?
Well, it can be, and that's why I'm telling you that when I look at these videos and stuff, and I do these reviews, these aren't the only videos I look
All right,
at.
I'll be your therapist. I'll help you out. Let's psychoanalyze you.
I think it should be
Feel
more
free.
deeds and less words.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
feel free, but remember when you're psychoanalyzing. But when you're psychoanalyzing, remember who is the first to cast a stone, and proper rebuttal to those
it's nothing bad. It's not what you
psychoanalysts.
think. It's just a simple question. Do you believe in the legitimacy of government?
Absolutely.
So you believe in the Romans 13. So
Romans
you believe
13:1,
that
there is no power.
Well, so you believe that God gives power to the police?
No, I don't.
Absolutely.
I don't.
Absolutely.
And I'll tell you why I don't.
Well, wait.
God gives power to the police. God gives
Yes.
power to the police to the people that don't believe they have the power themselves. So they have to have somebody physically. This is where people beg for kings. Today, people believe the police are part of the king. This is why my mother told me, keep
Hold
the
on,
police to
second
your
part of the
authority.
question. So if you believe that God appoints men to have power over other men, so that means he created the Nazis. Your God raised the Nazis up into power because they were cops of their country. He won the election and the Nazis were his party, Nazi party. Just like the
Absolutely.
MAGA party you see here.
Absolutely, through the belief of the people. He was able to convince the people, which is the deception. And God gives power to God. Hold on. If you don't let me finish, I'm going to kick you off. You understand me? So this goes to the
you
power
just
of
advocated
deception.
for Nazism.
So this goes to the power of deception. And he gave that power of deception to Satan. And Satan rules this world. And he tells us that we are born into sin. We are not born sinners. Nowhere does it say we are born sinners. It says we are born into sin. This is the world where you are tested. Satan is the test, not God. God is who you go to in counsel to complete that test successfully. That's called faith.
And if I can, I'll explain why I said no. Why I chose no. I chose no because I believe God didn't give them that power. He gives them that option to have that power when he calls upon God, when they call upon God as they take that oath. But if they use that in vain, he didn't give no power. They called upon power in his name, and it was in vain. That's just my take.
Correct.
I don't know if I'm anywhere.
Correct. And the
So
same
we
way
said
goes
two
for this.
separate things, but mean the same damn thing, basically.
Yes, and so when it comes to this comment, advocate Nazi advocates. No, I am not advocating Nazi. I am admitting that it existed and that it still may exist. That's it. That's all I'm advocating. And that is because the people believed in it. Again, the true benefit is not belief, it is knowledge. You just advocated for fascism. No, I did not. That is your opinion. How do you feel being a Nazi? That is your feeling, not mine. Again, great projection. And again, the great competence of a man that knows how to project his own fears as if though they belong to me. You're an idiot, Nick Nemesis. Do not come back.
So, Keith, why is it, man, that you think that just take this little incident right here? Why is it that you think these guys are paid actors or what? I mean, how can
No, I think they're
nobody in the
confused. I
shape
think they're confused. That's it. They're confused.
In the shape of the world, though, to continue to disconnect instead of connecting makes no damn sense to me. You know what I'm saying? and all of these people, it's the same shit.
Yep. Keep trying, McNemesis. You're not going to come up here and placate your fears of racism and this and that, and then start trying to get my channel stricken because of your insanity. This is why I recognize the insanity for what it is. I gave you the opportunity after taking you off of my panel previously. You failed that qualification to be a man. So let's get back into it. And again, please hit the like and join the panel, or hit the link and join the panel if you want to come up and discuss this stuff openly. But again, make sure that you're not projecting and becoming an idiot or espousing idiocy on the platform. I admit it will happen, and that's fine. I can work with that. But make sure that you're not being in your feelers and trying to project that I am something you fear. That doesn't play well. So let's look at the next one. Another insane reaction, escalation by the police. And again, I'm not saying the people are perfect, but the problem is the police are supposed to be knowing the law. And when the people know that there's something wrong and they get escalated by that illicit act, it is up again to that public servant who is a public trustee to stand up to their studious supposed integrity and honor to do what is right and not just what they feel.
Stop you just because they don't like what you say? This cop got his feelings hurt by a driver's yelling and tried to make it unlawful. But when the driver stood up for himself, the cop quickly asked him a question we all know about.
Howdy. Hi. I couldn't help but notice that you were yelling as you were passing by. Did you need assistance?
No, sir.
What did you have to say?
That I didn't need help from her.
Okay, let me see your license and your insurance, please.
What's the reason for the stop?
Because you were yelling at us, so we needed to make sure that you were okay.
That
Feelers. Feelings. Come on, guys. First of all, you already know they have a problem. And this is a lot like poking the bear. Okay? And give them the opportunity to start laying their own rope. I do not ever advocate going out saying things or fingering them just because. If you've got personal interactions that have already happened, maybe that might be a set tune that you might use in interactions with certain ones, but not everyone. This is the placation that not all cops are dirty. They're not. But when they refuse to stand up for what is right, that makes a dirty mark on them. Therefore, they may play clean, but they're not. But just because you know that doesn't mean you go calling them all out. That's asking for something you really don't want. Now, if the interaction already starts by their solicitation, fine. But don't go out soliciting by hollering shit out your window. I've told people before, traveling a lot down the road in my car while I'm the one operating at the wheel, and they want to start hollering stuff out the window. Don't do that in my car. I will dump you off right in the middle of the ones you're arguing with that you're hollering out. I will let you deal with your own consequences. If you want to be in my car while I'm driving down the street, you want to call out racial names or slurs or anything, I will stop and you will get the fuck out. I will let them drag you out.
That's not a reason I
Actually, little buddy.
Lawyer.
No, sir.
Okay, then don't tell me my job then.
It's an unlawful stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Good.
Freedom of speech is protected by the First Amendment.
Oh, is there?
Yes, sir.
When
it
you're
is.
yelling at the police?
Yes, sir, it is.
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. Yes, it is, sir. And see, you and your hurt feelers, stopping to ID them with no crime and no traffic infraction is most certainly going to show it. If it was me, that's for damn sure. I don't know how these people are going to handle it. But he had much better things to do than to get in his feelers and maybe avoid an emergency call because he was already on a call that he never got a call for. It never came through dispatch. So it was based on his own discernment. And in that discernment, there was no crime and no traffic infraction. Oops. Shows that his discernment was in his feministic feelers because he was butthurt and couldn't act like a man.
I'm here checking your welfare. Outstanding. Here's your license back, sir. If y'all ever need anything, just holler, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Unless you want to get stopped in the middle of the night, I wouldn't advise hollering at the police as you're passing by.
I don't give a shit.
I know.
So you just stopped him, gave him no citation, and used time on the clock to do so just because you were in your personal feelers. And now you've done wasted clock time and issued no ticket that would show that clock time in your hurt feelers. You fucking coward. Write me the motherfucking ticket, bitch. Because if you don't, I will.
No, you don't. You have a wonderful night. And you too.
You're spitting all over me, by the way. Oh, you.
Hey, anytime you feel happy.
Can the police?
Hey, now he wants to escalate. Anytime you want to feel happy. Hey, I felt happy right when you pulled me over, bitch. Now you're backing off. I felt happy when you pulled me over. This is insanity, folks. What we got there? Who are you injecting? Oh, you got a baby squirrel.
Yeah, she opened her eyes about 4 days ago.
Awesome shit. Was that from urban renewal cutting down a tree somewhere close by or what?
Yeah, so tree trimmer. They took a tree down and.
See, I'm familiar. I've been a rescuer all my life, and that's the most common source of baby squirrels and birds is urban development, cutting down of trees.
Yep. I've had a couple of these. I've had a couple of raccoons. Raccoons are mean, though.
Got a name for him?
Bodie.
Bodie. Hi, Bodie. How you doing, Bodie?
I'll tell you,
Bodie.
nature's a beautiful thing.
It is. It is. It is. Absolutely. So, real quick reminder: hit the like, share, and subscribe, folks. There's a link to join the panel, and of course, it's a birthday marathon. I got a birthday coming up tomorrow, so we're getting the insanity out of me today, so I can enjoy it in comfort and relaxation. And in the meantime, there's a PayPal link in the details section if anybody wants to share some love. Always appreciated. And we're going to get back into it with the next one. And the DEI activist goes quiet as Dr. Phil debunks her with simple logic. And this is the problem. Like I've mentioned several times now, diversity, equity, inclusion is not what you think, despite the fact that they use the term equity. That is not equity, period. It's delusion.
To the table and have to overcome racism, unconscious bias, misogyny. And so how do we help level the playing field for everyone?
That means you're trying to create.
So level the playing field for everybody, as if though everybody's in the same game. No, that's not the way it works. You're in the same game. It's called life. And each one has a role for the different levels of the playing field. Everybody thinks there's a level playing. No, there are different levels to the game. Your level as a woman has a certain role to take care of education and care. The man's role is protection and investment. Both of them take a knowledge.
Equality of outcome. That's what I hear you saying about playing God.
Yeah.
How do you create equality of outcome when people aren't the same? You're right. Some people are shorter, some people are taller looking over that fence. They can't both play in the NBA.
Right.
You can't create equality of outcome. What gives a DEI program the right to come in and try and alter the nature of things to create equality of outcome? That's been tried. That didn't work. That was called Marxism.
Yeah, that was called Marxism. You can call it communism. You can call it socialism, whatever you want to call it. You guys get it. So they want to artificially create an outcome on the other side based on the least important things about all of us, our skin color and our gender and everything else.
Some demographics come to the table and have to overcome racism, unconscious bias, misogyny. And so how do we help level the playing field for everyone?
That means you're trying to create equality of outcome. That's what I hear you saying about playing God.
Yeah.
How do you create equality of outcome when people aren't the same? You're right. Some people are shorter, some people are taller looking over that fence. They can't both play in the NBA.
Right.
You can't create equality of outcome. What gives a DEI program the right to come in and try and alter the nature of things to create equality of outcome? That's been tried. That didn't work. That was called Marxism.
Yeah, that was called Marxism. You can
Absolutely. So I'll tell you the story about when I was a kid. There was a football stadium down the street for the local high school. And it had a big fence around it. And they had these steel plates in the fence, and they had these trees all around. So you couldn't actually see from outside. With the exception for the people on the other side of the street at the one end of the football field, whose houses were raised on a hill. So the people on that side of the street, right at the end of the end field, the field goal area, would just sit out on their porch and watch the game for free. Well, I wanted to make an opportunity to do the same thing, but I was a kid, so I couldn't buy one of those houses and sit on that porch. I could have been kind enough and introduced myself so I could go up and sit on that porch with them, but being a kid and not comfortable hanging out with adults, rather hanging out with kids my own age. No kids in those three houses along that street there. So it afforded me the opportunity of the diversity that I could bring to a solution for my own inclusion by using an equitable remedy of my own creation. So what I did was I built me a pair of stilts, and I simply walked the 3 blocks from home down to the stadium and watched the game on stilts by being able to go above the fence as we see here. That's equity. That's knowing that you can come with a diverse solution so that then you can include yourself. This is the true form of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this is why I say you can't have somebody else bring remedy for you. It's based on their perception of equality and not your perception of what is actually needed to include you in that. As again, we see, providing everybody with a box is not equity. It is only equality, because you give them all the equal solution. But the effect is not there. That is equity. Equity is having an effect so that you can be fairly included. And that is the equal consideration, equal benefit without the detriment. See, if you have a government that provides you with equality, but some of that which is they posed as equality is not effective for remedy of fairness to include everybody, then that government doesn't work for everybody. So let's get back to it. And the next one, you got anything on that, Russ?
No, sorry, I was sitting here messing with a squirrel.
Yep, that's fine. That's fine. So let's get on to the next one then. The insanity of what they try to pose as violation of the law is getting discriminately larger and larger as we progress more and more in modern times with technology. Everything new that comes out, they try to place something that would be violative on the record as it relates to that technology. That's their purpose, is to find violations. In doing so, they find the violations that the people are willing to put up with. People are willing to put up with traffic violations because they believe they are subject to the traffic code. Therefore, they apply for the driver's license and make themselves subject to that code. Become part of the statistics of that code. You are doing it yourself. So let's take a look at this one.
In town when these cops pulled him over. Then the unlawful orders began, and in a typical display of unreasonable use of force, the cops derailed the whole situation.
And you got guns all over you. This is America, bro. Second Amendment. Sit down. No, this is a scooter, bro. A scooter. I'm not sitting down. Sit down. No, I haven't done nothing wrong. You don't just have automatic authority over me. Sit down. This is America. Sit down. You tase me, I'm gonna sue the shit out of you.
And he's making a very good point here. See, again, they're assuming they automatically have authority to stop you and try to have some kind of communication with you to outline a violation. That's their intent in every situation, is to outline a violation. And so long as you are willing to put up with them posing that automatic authority first and then have that conversation with them, you've already granted them authority. quit having these insane conversations. Go ahead, brother.
I've met that guy. He's a pretty decent cat too. That day I did that video when all them cops down there in Covington. You see the cruiser back there. That one night I did a video down there and asked them if they were doing God's work. That's where I'd come from. I'd down there meeting him.
This officer here?
No, that gentleman shooting this video.
Guy on the scooter? Okay.
Yeah, his name's Scott.
Ah, got it. Yeah, it's a goddamn scooter.
You're gonna be under arrest. For what? For not listening to me. I haven't done nothing wrong. Please tell this guy. Sit down. Look at him. Look at him. Hold on. Hands on top of your head. Look at him, bro. Hands on top of your head. He's gonna lose his immunity, bro. Settle on top of your head.
No, he's not going to lose his immunity. He already has. He's already violated his authority by assuming he automatically has authority over anybody he looks at. And then demands documentation to prove it. You're an idiot. You lose immunity as soon as you communicate with me, assuming that I am a documented person. I hold no identification. Ask me again.
This guy too, Keith, for the last 3 years, I believe it is, he's been sleeping down on the riverbank in tents and shit. He said F the system 3 years ago and been, you see what he's doing.
Absolutely, and it can be done.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
De-escalate. Listen, he doesn't just have authority over me. I haven't done nothing wrong. I'm riding a scooter, bro. You don't have authority unless I break a law. What law have I broke?
You're failing to follow civil instructions. You're trying to talk.
You don't just have authority over me. I have to break a law, commit a crime. I'm riding an electric scooter.
We're gonna put you in cuffs.
Why?
The way you're acting, dude.
He wants me to sit down, bro. Look, quick.
This guy.
Yep. Yeah, you're not going to lose immunity. You already lost it. Your intent says you lost it. See, if you don't have actual judicial, legislated, administrative intent by statute, you cannot just go around creating it. So here we go again with this First Amendment retaliation. When people go out there doing these videos and audits, again, we have to maintain our responsibility of oversight according to the 9th and 10th Amendments of the state and federal government. This is our responsibility to keep an eye on Big Brother that is keeping an eye on us and placating that we can't use that very technology to keep an eye on them. That's bullshit. And so when they get butthurt and they come back at us and try to use these administrative legislative statutes against us, again, we gave up that republic. Understand they don't have any real authority. If you know the law, you have the authority. That's where the authority comes from. Romans 13, there is no authority that which is not ordained by God. Bring God.
Cops, you dumbass.
No, excuse me. Call him a dumbass again and you can go to jail for public disorderly conduct, okay?
Okay, we're done with calling him a dumbass, you stupid fucking cunt.
All right, you're dumbass too.
Exactly. Don't tell me that you're going to violate my freedom of expression, my freedom of speech, because I called him a dumbass. Because I'm going to turn right on you and call you the stupid fucking cunt. Now arrest me, because you already lost your immunity again. Intended infliction of violation against my First Amendment freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Fuck you, cunt. That's my response. You want to learn how to escalate things? I'm going to show you how to escalate your idiocy. Don't play your silly games with me, people.
Okay. Understand?
Let your YouTube channel know all that.
And
I will let my YouTube channel know all that. And as you can already assume, through my own experience in telling you, I've been in that court, and I cussed them all out, fingered them all, called them all communist bastards. Don't sit there and play games with me. You want to play your words? We're going to play your words against you. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, not these administrative courts not of record. So say it again, bitch. Tell me how you have the intent to violate my First Amendment right, and then testify with your balls on that stand that you have the right to do so.
Just so you know.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Trust me. That's good. Good. It's good.
These two are recording too. Okay?
That's really good because when I FOIA requested, it's gonna look really good on. I'll give you my first name. It's Good Citizen.
Negative, sir. You will stay detained until you identify yourself.
Until you identify yourself. I am a child of God. That is how I choose to identify, first and foremost. And as a child of God, when he breathed the breath of life into my nostrils, that man became a living soul. So you identify me in the proper sense as the adjective. And if you want an identification of an individual whose name and number identify the record, again, you will have to go to the state Secretary of State and get that record from them through the Social Security Administration enumeration at birth, and find out if I am qualified to place a public liability on the record in this instant, because you will find out I don't have an oath of office to perform the functions of public office and place such public liability on the record. Play your word games with me, you stupid cunt. I'll call you a stupid cunt the rest of my goddamn life.
For what crime have you suspected me of committing?
You will remain.
You? Who is you? Who is you, you babbling bitch?
Someone identified that owes a debt to the United States.
Yeah. So are you trying to run a business here, bitch? You gonna give me a commercial site? Oops.
Let me see.
You gonna give me one of them their state commercial citations under the UCC, and then tell me I can't restrict my endorsement, that I can't sign it the way that I am required to sign it in order to pay the debt appropriately? You're going to tell me I can't sign it the right way? I think you are the one that doesn't know the law. Go ahead, brother.
I mean, it's just insane, these people and their egos. I mean, just look at the whole stature of that woman.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's another thing I'm talking about. You know, these women don't belong in this service to begin with. Let alone, let's take a look at this. And I want to ask you folks: do you think she would pass a physical test?
To watch cops, you dumbass.
No, excuse me. Call him a dumbass again, and you can go to jail for public disorderly conduct.
Look at the fatness in her cheeks. This woman can't outrun most 60-year-old men with emphysema, COPD, and lung cancer. She doesn't belong in a position posing some kind of superior authority over another man, let alone in all this armor and everything, being out of health, out of shape the way she is.
I think we can look at all these positions out here as leadership roles, and she certainly has no place in leadership. Leadership is taught. It's not forced.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And when we use this diversity, equity, and inclusion to include insane, obese women that used to be men as the Secretary of Treasury, we have fallen. This nation isn't waiting to fall. It already fell, folks. It's just waiting for the vultures.
And you got all the talking heads wanting to just get their bag and go to the woods. Motherfucker, the woods is where everybody's coming from.
Yeah.
Conduct, okay? Understand?
Let your YouTube channel know all that.
And just so you know,
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Trust me. That's good. Good. It's good.
These two are recording too. Okay?
That's really good because when I FOIA requested, it's gonna look really good on. I'll give you my first name. It's Good Citizen.
Negative, sir. You will stay detained until you identify yourself.
For what crime have you suspect me of committing?
You will remain detained.
Show me the law, ma'am, that you have a right to detain.
Right now, you are a suspicious person walking on the roadway.
A suspicious, a felony or a misdemeanor?
Oh, by the way, you were walking on this side?
Yes.
Oh, he's walking again. He's walking in the same direction of traffic. That's a South Carolina violation.
That's a South Carolina violation. You can't walk in the same direction. You gotta walk against it. Excuse me? Again, as a stranger and sojourner with our Father which art in heaven, who the fuck is you to tell me which way to go when I've already sought counsel in him and he told me go this way? Do you not know the way, the light, and the life, sir? Ma'am? It's insane. So let's look at this other one. This is talking about change the culture. And again, dang it, I don't know why it's silencing my videos.
Do you have ID on you? So what crime do you suspect me of committing? I don't.
They ask for the ID. They need that ID. Why? Because they want to prove as a piece of evidence that you are a record holder. A holder that has the right to enforce. So when they get that ID, their holder, and now they can enforce it by attaching a citation. Guess what? They give you that citation. There's other solutions. You don't have to argue with these people alongside the road. But the problem still comes with the ID. If you give them that ID, you're proving that you're part of that system. You are under the administration. That's the fallacy. As a holder in due course, you are still only a second party enforcer and not the primary contractor. You are not, in fact, a federal employee or a federal contractor just because you have a state ID. That is a presumption and an implication that you are a person reasonably believed to be an eligible contract participant in securitizing commodity exchanges. That's it. If you guys don't understand that stuff, I urge you to stop doing what you're doing. Unlearn everything that you've been taught, to remember this and remember that, and go back and seriously start to relearn what the truth is. So the mysterious detention and ID expedition. See, they're on an expedition. They're seeking out a piece of inventory, the ID, proving that evidence that you are holding it, that you are part of their administration, and therefore they do have authority. So as soon as you whip it out, you prove them correct in having authority. Oops.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Just a crime? We'll find out. You can't just go. You can't just.
See, even if you were committing a crime, the preponderance of evidence still lies on them on being able to identify you as the perpetrator of that crime. Simply by them asking you for identification, you are playing this game with the Fifth Amendment of incriminating yourself. If they already have the evidence, they don't need to ask you questions. They don't need to ask you for your identification. They just come get you because Johnny Jones said that's the man. That's the man that robbed me. I don't know his name, but that is definitely the man.
Detain people and then fish for a crime.
Are you a lawyer now?
In 20 years on this job, I have investigated every crime imaginable under the sun. And when you, as a public servant, have to detain someone, aka take their freedom, there is a certain way that you have to do it. I am so tired of seeing these cops where it's like a low-key secret squirrel operation. Oh, well, we'll find out, or we're waiting on information. Bro, you look that person in their eyes. You tell them the lawful reason that you are taking their freedom temporarily and respectfully address the legitimate reason why they have to stay with you for a minute. I'm sick of seeing cops embarrass our profession.
Do you have idea?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I always admired the idea of becoming active in local municipal, city, and county meetings and discuss concerns and insights. Absolutely. We need to get involved. Again, that goes to that republic. You have a republic if you can keep it, but the only true republic there is a body politic of people that actually know the law and uphold that law. And it doesn't really need so much enforcement.
See, that's the way I think. The people at the top, how people say, I want to get to Congress, or I want to get there. Man, you need to get to yourself first and foremost. These people don't care about us. I mean, we got to understand that no one can conceal the past through some financial instruments of today, and conceal it with a signature. Come on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's that thing about paying for your father's sins.
I wrote something
we keep buying into that.
Yeah, I'm gonna share what I shared with my children because I find it funny in all of this as much as I've tried to do to protect. It's if my children don't even know me. They don't know who their real father is. So, I'm big on the deeds and not words. And come to find out that when I was doing that genealogy and all of that is ancient stuff in my family lineage is one of their family mottos is those exact very words. And it's just sad because I realize what's been done to us because I've seen it all. I've had to unravel it all in myself. So I can somewhat comprehend what they're going through in their minds, but to get out here and regurgitate the same bullshit day after day after day and claim Christ, I really get tired of hearing these fools.
Absolutely.
It's insanity to me. I don't know, man. I just it seems so simple to me, but yet no, it's as if the world doesn't even see it.
Well, yeah, that's because everybody's so involved in their own introspective, selfish, self-centered ways and everything. And we have to remember that in order to placate that you have an objective view, you have to be able to have a comprehension of including those objective views into your perspective. And many people refuse to do that.
Right, and I think that's pretty much what I done here, what I sent my children, and I think I'm going to be sending it to a lot of local government and municipalities as well throughout all the counties as well. It's time to somebody call out the insaneness and hopefully touch the hearts of some of these people in these administrations and something moves them in a way to do is and start to do what's right. And if you don't care, Keith, I'll share this little letter.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna go run and grab a water. I'll be right back.
All right. It says, I hope this letter finds you in good spirits and health today. I wish to share a profound perspective on leadership that encompasses not only the practical aspects of contracts and relationships, but also the deeper philosophical and spiritual dimensions that guide our interactions in both personal and professional realms. At the core of this message is the understanding that integrity, character, and alignment with divine will play pivotal roles in our business dealings. We must strive to cultivate environments grounded in love, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to higher values. Such an approach enriches our relationships and contributes to a compassionate and sustainable world. To move forward in fulfilling God's will and passing that legacy to future generations, I propose a structured orchestration. This involves the application of an official directive to assign the role of creditor and debtor as recorded upon by signing of the purchase order contract to be overseen by a designated public official as per the SS-16 certificate of election of coverage. In our endeavors, we must remember that where God is present, there is an abundance, not a lack. The job we undertake is temporarily, yet our collective efforts can yield lasting impact. It is essential that we discern who embodies the character that is an asset in alignment with divine principles and who represents a liability by straying from that path. Regrettably, many contracts today resemble more as a hate note than a love note. We must recognize our unity as one collective entity. Some have adapted to God's way, while others have adopted negative adaptations influenced by their ego, which diminishes the value of authentic leadership. We must understand that no one can conceal the past through the financial instruments of today, nor can a mere signature absolve one from accountability. Each of us possesses the intrinsic ability to act rightly and avoid becoming a liability. As it is often said, what ought be done shall be done. There's nothing new under the sun. In the beginning was Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was of God. A man's word is indeed his bond. Let us also remember that a man's ego cannot bridle the Spirit of God. Fortune follows the bold. And it is through deeds, not just words, that we will forge a path forward together. Let us build a future that honors our commitments and fosters a culture of love and respect. Effective leadership in today's world requires a blend of traditional qualities and modern competencies and resignates the complexities of contemporary society. Here are some key qualities. I won't go into the key qualities, but I listed integrity, emotional intelligence, adaptability, vision, collaboration, encouraging, decisiveness, empowerment, communication skills, courage, humility, inclusive, resilience, and I think by embodying these qualities, leaders can effectively navigate the complexities of the modern world and inspire their teams to achieve exceptional results while fostering a positive and sustainable organizational culture. I'll end it at that. But, I've done a lot of thinking. And it's why I ain't out here anymore. It seemed to get nowhere with me. For me, there's no learning. It's just regurgitating the same shit on these panels out here. And it seems as if nobody's getting it. I don't know.
I can certainly see where you get that from. Because I see the same kind of thing, I guess. It seems like that sometimes. But over the span of time, the channel itself is self-evident. We're going on 3,500 subscribers here. I appreciate all of it. I am blessed. It's been a growth over 5 years here on YouTube, and then of course Facebook prior to that. So it's just a matter to me that the most prevalent virtue that man can have in their hurry to die is patience to live. So I do what I can to let it build. I'm never deterred. And in that, the best I can do is change myself so that next time those interactions, incidents, events occur, that I have a better ability to respond and hopefully get a better effect. That's all I can do. I can't say things are certain. I know you quoted that what is done is what ought be done. There is nothing new under the sun. And yeah, that certainly goes for the objective view that trees will be trees, dogs will be dogs, birds will be birds. There are asexual creatures. There are dual sexual creatures, and in that we have this insanity of all this feminist and civil rights and transgender and gay rights, and now we're going to be looking at transhumanist rights. And we've already got people facing this with their tongues slit and their teeth chiseled and all kinds of piercings and tattoos all over their body in types of scales and stuff with implants of horns and knobs and all kinds of stuff. So we have to think about what we're actually observing and understand the past brings about the future in the same way. What is done is what ought to be done. There is nothing new under the sun. It means we've seen it all before, and every time we see it effacing itself in a new venue, we have to know what's right to do about it. And if we really want to say that new venue, this confusion about the 14th Amendment and the emancipation of the slaves, and we want to placate now that we have to stand up for our civil rights, when those civil rights are already there, they've been equalized across the board, and you just have to learn how to contract them, then you would understand that your civil rights movement was a false movement. Same thing with the feminists, same thing with the gays, same with the transgenders, same with the transhumanists that's going to come. We have to understand that what is done is what ought to be done. There is nothing new under the sun. There are already those roles that we play on the field of life, and that field of life is not even. This is the parable of the talents. We all have different talents, and we can pick and choose. This is the free will of those talents, which ones we want to embed as our personality, and those that we want to shed as if we can do it. We can pick it up later in life. We know the essence of it, but we feel more comfortable playing this type of instrument rather than this type of instrument. So we may be multi-talented, but not use all of the talents. Situational. And they all change. So let's get into the next one. Go ahead.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right.
Another one where the guy refuses to ID.
His workday. Then a police officer arrived and made some unexpected demands, but the worker stands his ground and educates the cop on the law.
Now this is a maintenance worker at an apartment complex with multiple buildings and multiple apartments per building, and he's going in and out of these buildings doing his maintenance checks. He has a contract to do so. And yet this cop wants to be insane. And again, this is why we don't need these kind of people on these forces. And ladies, I don't care what kind of degree you have, you don't belong on the police force, even if you do make sense. Where you belong is on the side of the officer who's your husband, if you want to have involvement with the police force in that manner, and you keep him in his proper role. Let him know from the proper perspective. And again, when it comes to his job, he's in contract. Just like this maintenance worker, he's in contract already. Now she's going to say, I want your ID for a different contract. That is interference with contract because he is on the clock and you're trying to tell him he has to perform on the clock for you now.
It's in a clock. We're in full uniform.
Again, that ID is showing that you are operating on state business.
So we're not
a franchise of a United States business as a representative capacity. Authorized as such even.
Can I get a supervisor? Sure, you can get your supervisors. Okay, no, I want your supervisor. Oh, I don't have one on duty. What do you right now? D-Blast. I want you to identify yourself because you're going in and out of all these buildings.
I want you to identify yourself because you're going in and out of all these buildings. So again, I have to ask, where is the crime? He just told you he's working. That's his job, is to go in and out of those buildings. How fucking stupid are you? This is a police officer, and can't comprehend the basics of a contract that says he's a maintenance worker. He told you he's here to do a job, and that's what he's doing, and you're asking him for his ID because he's doing his job. Where is the criminal element in which you're supposed to be required to obtain that ID? Not even aware of the proper process, for crying out loud.
That's all I asked for. I'm not breaking any law, Miss.
You don't have the right to ask. You don't have the authority to ask.
Lady, you have to be trespassing. You're trespassing. It's private property.
It's private property, and he's a maintenance worker for that place. He's doing his job. Just because it's private property doesn't mean only people that live there can go there. This is the fallacy of your logic, woman. There is no logic to it.
You have to be trespassed. You the cop. You know the law. Are we being detained? I just want to being detained because the law states in order for me to identify to a police officer in the state of Pennsylvania, you have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion that I've committed a crime, have committed a crime. No. As long as there's a suspicion, if there is a complaint, I have to get to the bottom of the complaint. Correct? My name is Jeffrey.
As long as there's a complaint, I have to get to the bottom of the complaint. Correct? So the complaint was that somebody thought he was there and he wasn't supposed to be there. That's the basis of a trespass, is that you're not supposed to be there because of some activity that is criminal in nature. He told you he's there because he's a maintenance worker. That should dispel the complaint. He's there because he's a maintenance worker and he's doing this, and that's why he's walking in and out of each building. Would you like to go with me, ma'am, as I show you my job, as I check the backflow instrument? I'm a certified backflow technician, and I have to go into each of these buildings and make sure the backflow is working properly. Would you like to go along and observe? Would you like to see my paperwork that shows you that I'm already in a private contract? So yes, it's private property, and I'm in a private contract for the property owner. Go ahead. Russ?
Yeah. I had to step away real quick. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So what were you going to say?
Well, I think first she said she had something about the complaint. Well, first she'd have to make sure it was a legitimate complaint, wouldn't she? Be the first
Correct.
deal before she'd have any authority whatsoever.
Right, and that was that. And the complaint was that it's private property. Somebody called in and said that somebody's here that doesn't belong here. So if he doesn't belong here, that's what they have to dispel. So she came out, asked him what he was doing here. He told her. End of story. Oh, he's just here as a maintenance worker. I don't need to ID him. He's here on private contract. I can't interfere with that private contract, because not only does the private complaint, the private complainant that called and complained, have a contract with the property owner, this guy also has a contract with the property owner, and that is to oversee the safety and integrity of the very shelter that is being contracted by the private complainant, who has the superior claim. Why is the complainant in his private capacity complaining of somebody taking care of their maintenance for their building? Why would somebody create such insane complaint? That's my premise. If I was an officer of competency and I saw somebody complaining because somebody in a maintenance outfit was walking in and out of each building and said somehow they believed that they didn't belong here, and I approached that maintenance guy in his maintenance uniform, and he said he was a maintenance guy and he was doing maintenance on the buildings, and that's why he was going in and out, I would assume, in my reason and logic, that makes sense. No complaint. I would go back and explain it to the complainant that he works for the property management. He's doing what he needs to make sure they have available and proper shelter. He's doing it for your own good. He's supposed to be here, ma'am. Instead of doing that such logical thing, they do anything but and do everything they can to escalate it to get that ID. That is their only purpose in every situation, to get that ID. I don't have ID. The perfect response. I don't have ID.
That's what they got to get for that call to service, isn't it?
Yep.
Call for service. That's the purchase order.
Absolutely.
So now they just want you to sign it. Purchase order is
Yep.
public office too.
Yep.
Post office as well.
Well, that's why I say the post office is the venue.
Yep.
Everything that they post on all accounts of events is false if you put it there and didn't comprehend what you were putting in there. So how many people know what they were doing when they signed that enumeration at birth at the hospital and created that birth certificate, and didn't understand that they were creating a United States business as a legal entity and never did anything with it because they didn't know?
I would say probably.
Equity abhors a forfeiture.
I would say probably not many of them, because they were sold a pipe dream on a false reality.
On an impossibility, again, folks.
Yep.
If you indicate that birth certificate is valid, then show me where the United States is, so I can find the birth registry in the United States that they clearly say does not exist anyway. It fails the standard. The minimum standard for birth registration is that it is a United States citizen born in the United States and registered in the United States as such. It's not there. There's no such record. They admit this. It's an impossibility.
Speaking to you. I'm talking to you. Speaking to you. Why were you looking at you? You're so hostile, Miss Lady. My face.
I don't care if you're speaking to me or not. I don't give one fuck. You either speak to me in the Word of God, or you can fuck off. Speak to me like that, bitch. And it's not just because it's a woman. Again, I remind you, I speak that way to everybody.
I'm sorry you have to go like this. As well. But for a man that's protecting his rights, I only answer when I commit a crime, Miss Lady.
This man was about to start.
So don't dismiss it just because you think you have authority. Ladies, you don't have any real authority over any real man. That's the roles we play in the game of life. And if you pose that you have any real authority over any man, it would only be your son. No one else.
I remember, Keith, when I told the prosecutor in Carroll County, Kentucky, for anybody listening, her name is Leanne Roberts. She called me on my cell phone one day, and she tried to talk over me, and I said, "Don't you fucking disrespect me." And she said, "Excuse me?" I said, "You heard me, MFer. I ain't going to repeat it." I said, "But that's your problem. You just ain't had a real man stand up to you yet." Now, this is corrupt Carroll County that, a lot of people, they say it's one of the toughest places around. I don't know. But, I told my son down there, I said, why do you think, if you guys all talked about how corrupt this place was and everything else, but yet a man like me comes down here in your communities speaking truth, but none of these corrupt officials want to throw a set of handcuffs on me? Why is that? But yet none of you believe a damn thing that I say and share with you. Why don't you guys? I don't understand people.
Well, that's because
it's just they're breaking these people's will.
Well, that's, again, I think it's the people taking upon the conveniences of handing responsibilities over to others. And that's that governmental body. Again, you have a republic if you can keep it. And in that republic, it's the people that know the law. In knowing that law, it's them allowing others as trustees to set forth the trust. This is trust law. Once the grantor grants, he has nothing to do with the trust. However, he still has beneficiaries in play, and equity deems the beneficiary to be the true owner because they're the ones that are intended to receive the asset. Equity abhors a forfeiture. So therefore, the trustee in between cannot allow the benefit not to be received. That's the main principle. This is what people don't understand. They think that they automatically have to receive that gift as beneficiaries, but never want to step into the trustee responsibility and make sure that if they are going to grant something to their children, that they do it properly.
Well, when we look back, when I was looking back in that genealogy and everything, and I was, reading their wills and everything, it's pretty wild how all that shit's written. But
well, everybody's
how can when I look back on things that I've studied and everything, how can we move forward in a world or a society where everybody has seemed to, they all say they believe in this God, but yet not too many people seem to be really following that God in a way that I believe that it was intended to be followed. So with that being said, which leads to the ganging up on the people that do speak some truth through God's words, that is leading this persecution.
Well, yeah, that's why I say, when people start standing up for other people's rights, because
that's what
they
it's going to
think,
take.
well, that's part of the problem. When people start standing up for other people's rights to enforce something that really isn't there, you have the right not to be offended. Really? There's no such right. Because if you want to communicate with others, you're going to have to face the fact that you're going to be offended. And not all the times is it going to be on purpose. Sometimes it is. Most of the time you can tell it's going to be on purpose. It's on purpose because they use ad hominems. And here you are demanding everybody use fictitious ad hominems in reference to you. See, that's that popularity contest. Everybody wants to be the important one instead of passing along the importance, which is the message. Oops.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the next one. It says she was spitting facts.
When Transformers win at female sporting events.
I think the fact that the crowd is saying, hey, this is unacceptable, that's a big moment. But we just have to stop denying this, Piers. Listen, I think we need to stop talking about biological men competing against biological women in women's sports. Stop dismissing women by calling us biological women. We are just women.
No, we're not dismissing you as biological women by calling you biological women. We're not dismissing you as women by calling you biological women. We're dismissing the fact that your idiocy, we're evidencing the fact that your stupidity in fighting for feminism has allowed the masculinity of men to placate that they're women to enter your sports arena, and now you're being beat. Is that what you really wanted out of your feminism? Is to prove that you're not as good as a man? No, you wanted equality. There's no such thing as equality. You can't have equality, women. That's false.
So I want to put that out there first.
Yeah, I agree.
Why are we constantly, and when I say we, why is popular culture constantly asserting that trans people, their feelings, their emotions, their inclusion is more important than the majority of women who just want to have fairness, want to compete, want to have achievements, accomplishments, and opportunities? Why do their feelings matter more than the feelings of the women that they're competing against?
And so the same argument goes, ladies, when you fought for your feminist rights, why is it you thought your feelers meant more than those of the men? Again, you have no equality. Argue it all you want. Call me a misogynist all you want. I don't give a rat's ass. I love you, and I don't care if you don't love me back. Let's just say I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. What I care about is that you have a delusional view. And I hope you correct it one day.
It's ridiculous. We keep coddling and kowtowing to this madness. I hope we're seeing the end of it, and I think within the next couple of years we will.
Look what. And I think it's maddening that we keep kowtowing to the feminist bullshit. I think it's maddening that we keep kowtowing to the civil bullshit, the racial bullshit, the cultural bullshit. Again, if we really had that free choice, not free will, but free choice, and the knowledge that goes with it, we could take in all the knowledge of the cultural differences, the racial differences, the civic differences, the gender differences, and make choices for ourselves in our own lives as to what we want to make ourselves happy. And this means that if you as a man truly feel like you want to go out and play your part in this drag queen setup as entertainment, that's fine. If you want to do it as a transgender or gay in your sexual environment, that's fine. That's your private life. You don't try to push it on everybody else in your public purview and try to say that's the way you think they should live. And that if they don't agree with that, that it's offensive to you. You can't do that. You can be offended in all your feelers all you want. I don't give a rat's ass. Those are emotional. It's time to stop in the emotions, take a look at the logic and reason behind things. Ladies, you wouldn't have a motherfucking thing today that you have in your conveniences. You wouldn't have this laptop. You wouldn't have the nice houses we have today if it weren't for the first men that built those little stick huts. You wouldn't have none of it if it weren't for the fact that men do the protecting. If you want to enforce your feminism, then you do it in the feminist role. You don't demand equality in the male's role. It's not going to happen. You'll never get equality there. The only equality you have is among the same class of people as they belong in a role in life, not in society, in life. And that's more singular to the family unit. That's between you and your man. And the most normal aspect that for prosperity and abundance in going forth in multiplying and replenishing the earth is that it be a man and a woman with traditional values to have as many kids as they can in that prosperity abundance so that they can assume that position.
I was going to say, just add that role could be moved forward or rolled back. And it seems they've been rolling it back for a long time.
Yep. And so let's get back into it here.
So it's kind of weird how the wheel and the role that they play in the wheel is what invented really everything, right?
Yeah.
The wheel and the roll, they can either roll us forward or they can roll us back, just if we follow them instead of the old man.
And remember, you have different types of wheels. This is the way I put it. You have different types of wheels. You have types of wheels that are made for off-road. You have types of wheels that are made for the pavement. You have types of wheels that are made for other types of vehicles on pavement. Same thing as off-road and stuff. You have off-road bikes. You have off-road four-wheelers. You have off-road Suburbans and Jeeps and things that also play on paved roads and stuff. You know, all kinds of wheels. And the cogs in the wheel determine what kind of path you travel. So let's take a look at the next one. It's about another one with the ID situation. And again, it's a lady cop. You don't belong there, folks. Ladies. Not my opinion. Again, call me a misogynist all you want. Dang it.
What crime have I committed?
So at the end of the day, If law
It's not the end, it's the beginning.
So if law enforcement requests your identification, right? Your name, your date of birth, your ID card, your driver's license number, you are obligated to give that to law enforcement.
No.
Nope. No, you are not. Again, if you don't have one, you're not obligated to give them one. And if they think they can draw out intellectual property from you and say that it's in their form, you better learn how to express that intellectual property so they can't convert it to a legal name, a first and last name. So I was not a person, and I do not have a name. The person has a name. Real men are called by a name. My mom and dad have called me Keith all my life. If they got real mad at me, they might call me Keith Orland. Now I hail from the family Little, which is a title, not a name. And of course, I hear I was born around August 20th, 1966, and that is not a birth date. I did not give them a birth date. I gave them the day I think I was born on, and that it's the fact that it's hearsay. So they cannot put down a legal name because that too would be hearsay because I never gave them that legal name. So they have no identification that they can apply to myself. So her thinking that anybody that's being asked of ID by a police officer has to give it is false, first and foremost, in the construct. Second of all, again, as this man's going to point out, reasonable articulable suspicion of a probable cause of a crime.
Oh, you're not. Unless you can articulate a crime.
So I can articulate that this
Walking around is not suspicious. Isn't a crime.
Okay, but it is something we have to investigate.
It's not a.
No, it is not something you have to investigate. There still has to be a complaint. The complaint has to note a crime of which he is being suspicioned of. Reasonably articulated to point out the specifics of the crime, not a complaint.
Crime, so I don't have to comply with anything. I don't have to help you in your investigation.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you to identify yourself. You are refusing.
I haven't committed a crime.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. No, I do not. Okay. You are incorrect.
Okay.
Well, you're about to learn. I hope this is your supervisor. He's about to school you if it's your actual supervisor.
Hello, sir.
Name and badge number, please.
My name's Corporal Tim Bureau. My officer number is 674.
Thank you.
Notice how he gave it right away. Notice how he's not in uniform. Okay.
Thank you.
You live around here?
I'm not answering any questions.
Okay. Well, you have a nice day then, okay?
Thank you. Am I free to go?
Yeah, you've been free to go this whole time.
Yeah, you've been free to go this whole time. No, she was holding him. She detained him and demanded ID. Okay? So again, more evidence that what they are doing is wrong. They don't know the law. And they just impose authority as if though they automatically have it.
Well, why would you say that, officer? How can I be refusing something unless you're enforcing something?
Correct. And again, in enforcing that, holder in due course has the right of enforcement. I am not holding the ID. The ID has the individual's name and number, which identifies the record. You might want to get a hold of the one holding the record. They are the ones that have the right to enforce it as it relates to laying a public liability on the record. I can't do that. I don't have the discernment to do so. Not qualified. Oops.
I'm not educated.
Right. Exactly. I'm not educated in the legal writings in your ways. So now we have another one. Go to law school and figure it out. No. You don't need law school to figure it out.
That would be forced labor.
Right and wrong is simple, folks. Right and wrong is simple.
Then these cops blatantly violated his rights. They ignored his questions, escalated the situation, leading to a confrontation that should never have happened.
Okay. I have on my Cox detection dog.
Why is that?
Why is that?
Yeah, why is that?
That's what I get paid to do.
But why?
Because that's what I get paid to do.
Now, see, what kind of presentment is that to be an asshole anyway? See, again, you can't have conversation. that these people come out there with their ego, stroking it like they're some sort of authority, and they don't know jack shit. I mean, it's
Yeah. See, he can't come up with a good reason, so he just goes, "That's what I get paid to do."
No respect.
You know, we're just looking. There's no big deal. You know, we're going to respect your or disrespect you and violate your rights. That's just what we get paid to do. Are you catching on, folks?
Is that here?
Well, I'm not going to go into details. All right, go to law school and you can figure it all out. All right, real quick, I'm running a dog around the vehicle.
What's your reason for search?
I'm not giving you a law class right now.
What's his reason for doing this?
Put your hands back up there.
It's my seatbelt right here.
You first, you get out, all right?
For what reason? You cannot make me get out the car. For what reason?
You don't want me to make it. It's going to end one or two ways.
It's going to end one or two ways. See, they ran the dog, didn't find anything. Now they're trying to tell him to get out. None of this is lawful, folks. This is blatant ego because they're wearing a shiny badge in a clown outfit. And remember, look at the age of these men. These are younger men. And you saw the one point as he was talking about the seatbelt. Put your hands back up.
Well, the prosecutors what feeds these guys. So.
Absolutely.
So we can't leave the prosecutors out because they're the ones teaching these boys how to be men.
We can't leave ourselves out. That prevents it.
Well, true. I mean,
that's what we're hoping will build the prevention of getting to the prosecutor is by getting through these cops. The more we get through these cops,
but they all claim to be doing good deeds. Those are not good deeds.
The more we get through these cops, the more we can work on the prosecutors and get them out.
Yep.
You got a car on your own? I'm going to get you out of the car.
Yes. Lock your door. Why? You cannot do that, sir. You can.
Fourth Amendment violation right there. People have the right to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. And just because you have feelers doesn't mean that you get to violate the Constitution in order to do your investigation. That's the same as a Fifth Amendment violation, procuring a witness against oneself.
Cannot reach in my car.
Now you're under arrest.
Why am I under arrest?
What do you?
Hey,
what are you
that's
doing?
illegal. That's illegal. That's illegal.
Hey, not resisting.
Go ahead.
He's making this bigger than it had to be.
No, guys did.
We did that.
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Making this bigger than it had to be. No, you escalated it by looking for something that wasn't there. You brought a dog. There's no hit. So you demanded him out of the vehicle for some other reason. You've never once stated any reason for any kind of criminal, reasonable, articulable suspicion anywhere.
These people are nothing but bullies. And they have been most have probably been bullied themselves. And the minute justice comes for them, they will cowtail. They will curl up in a ball because the lawyers won't be able to save them.
You know how many cops I've seen getting interviews, investigative interviews, internal interviews, where it was obviously they violated somebody's rights and stuff. And they're in these interviews and they realize they've been caught and they act just like a 13-year-old boy, start crying.
Yep.
Fucking cowards.
Yep. Time to pay the piper, though.
Well, yeah, now the whole situation is different. Wait
it
till
ain't
they
funny
go to
no more.
Yeah, wait till they go to prison. You're gonna wear that badge in prison? You think them prison guards are gonna protect you? The only way you're gonna be protected in prison is in PC. You ain't gonna walk that yard. And even in PC, the fucking punks in PC that you put in there in PC ain't gonna like you neither. You ain't gonna get shit in there.
Just think of all the people that has actually been put in jail and their lives have been ruined by actors just like this. Wasn't funny for those folks. Their lives being destroyed. Their kids don't know them. Or it's like you were saying earlier, that the mothers are destroying the characters of the fathers to destroy that whole foundation. I mean, it's really a sad reality we're really in.
Absolutely. Been that way a long time. And that's my whole beef. You know, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I've been saying, fuck you, you ain't my daddy all my life. And then I spent most of my life trying to put my family back together. Couldn't do it. Built my own family myself, and that got destroyed. And then the family that adopted me disowned me. So what truly is family? What is mom and dad? What are parents? These are the questions I've had to answer myself. And it's astounding. It's astounding.
Well, they say
You wouldn't
families
believe you wouldn't believe how much of all that I've been taught is nothing but bullshit and fiction. And I am so fucking tired of full-grown adults lying to me because they were lied to and they're just willing to keep putting up the lies. I ain't willing to put up the lies. Go ahead, brother.
That's me too. You know, it's funny. The family's supposed to be bonded. You know how the old saying, you know, blood's thicker than water. No, it seems that paper's thicker than anything to these folks, and that popularity club and that bank account in their self-righteous ways, the way I see it. And I don't have a problem calling them out. And I think that's probably why I am not able to have much conversation out here on this beta verse, because there just seems to be a whole lot of people that are not willing to have an open dialogue on anything that is right. They're all leading an agenda to be out front some way or something. And I find that even more disgusting when they use Christ with it, you know, and still see the insanity of their egos controlling their emotions. You know, it's just when you can see it. I mean, you see it. The minute they speak, you hear it, you feel it.
Yeah, well, it's that babble. When you learn the right words and language and everything, it's the same thing as seeing the righteous actions of people. You become seeing of it. You automatically hear the rightness of things, and that's why I urge people to put up the things that you've been taught wrong, and relearn everything. So, let's see here. Let's get into the next one. I don't need to ask for permission to record here. Again, another First Amendment situation as it relates to one's freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and everybody else's more preemptively and superior-wise, greater right is the right of other people to know. And this is why we push the First Amendment, because what we freely speak on and express through our knowledge base is inherently improved upon by expressing it to others so they can associate it with other things in their life to either agree or disagree, so we can come to a better perspective or perception. So let's look at it. I don't know why it's doing these, silencing my videos. It does it all the time.
Can I see some ID? Oh, okay. I mean, unless you suspect me of committing a crime. Well, no, I watch enough videos and reels on TV.
No, see, this is their base. This is the base of law. See, he, instead of saying he knew the law and the Constitution and the First Amendment, he said, no, let's watch that again. This is funny as shit.
I mean, unless you suspect me of committing a crime. Well, no, I watch enough videos and reels on TV. You're just one of that deal. Like, tell you what, you can film all you want. You're not being detained. You're not being anything. But what I'm going to ask you is, what specifically are you taking pictures of?
Oh, just the whole county complex here. Sheriff's office, detention center, courthouse.
See, and this is where I don't get it. If you really want to assert that First Amendment and you are there to oversee your government, then tell them that. Don't beat around the bush. Speak boldly as you ought to, and let them know that according to that Constitution, 9th and 10th Amendment, blah, 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 blah. Get it down, Pat, that you are the boss, that those powers were delegated by the people. And as one of the people, they are a public servant, which is a public trust, which means they are a service provider and you are a beneficiary to that service being provided. And in that, you have the ability to keep oversight to make sure it's not corrupt and abusive.
Vehicles? Yeah. Did you think maybe if you would go to the county to do that stuff ahead of time, they maybe would let you?
And that is one thing I agree with, because even in equity, it says the gentleman announces his presence. So instead of just going on spot and doing it, you give them notice. Send them a nice notice. Hey, I'm doing a documentary on the local community here, and I'm going to be stopping down on this day to do a local public audit and just maybe even interview some people if the opportunity comes about. But I just want to do a documentary and express my views and opinions of what I'm living in regards to this society. And on this day, I'm going to be doing another documentary view over here at this place. And if you all want to advance notice so you can prepare, that's great. I would love to much better present a good, honorable video of my public servants doing good, honorable job and knowing their job. And then in that very experience, the public servants know that they do have oversight and that there are times that they should be doing their job properly. So let's make sure we do some quick review to make sure we're doing it right. Oh, yeah. He's got a First Amendment right, so we can't deny that.
You think the children will get by with that when they're teenagers and they tell mom and dad they got to call them before they pop back up at the house? These people forgot who their bosses were.
Yeah, yeah.
And the bosses forgot that they were bosses.
Right. And to play that same game, I see where you're going there, but at the same time, it's just a matter of professionalism, honest integrity, being able to know how contracts work and let them know that you're not here to create any kind of disturbance. And by the evidence of the record, folks, we see that First Amendment audits, no matter the intent, do create disturbances. So if we can put that in our communications as not part of our intent, while understanding that it might cause such a disturbance, and therefore, if we are in that venue, and these public servants are aware of that First Amendment, right? If one of the bitch-ass slaves in the audience in the post office standing in line wants to placate that I can't do a First Amendment and then wants to go crying to that postmaster, the postmaster will stand there and say, no, ma'am, he has a right to do that. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're attempting to do. So again, it's just education. It's not distraction. It's not discord. It's not chaos. We understand that those kind of things happen because many people have a miscomprehension of what their First Amendment right really is. And when they get caught up in their feelers as those bitch-ass slaves in line, yeah, we have to educate them too, but we do so by making sure the public servants are educated. Go ahead, brother.
So I got a visual of that postmaster down there in Carrollton when he kind of hustled out of there, went behind the door, locked door.
They do that a lot.
It was funny as shit because I caught him going out the back door. He kept dodging me, and there was a side door. I don't know if he went out to smoke or what he went out to do, but I saw him go out that side door. Well, he couldn't get to that locked door quick enough.
Yep. And real quick here, I want to take a second to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe. There's a panel link down there for anybody that wants to join the panel. Appreciate everybody. Come on up. Enjoy the communication and company. And then, of course, there's a PayPal link down there for anybody that wants to share some love. Enjoy the birthday marathon as we go around checking out all the modern test dummies, those that live without consent, the bitch-ass slaves. That's what we're talking about. People that have no cognitive reality of knowledge, but rather the cognitive dissonance based on remember this, remember that, and don't live for yourself. Remember, you have an authority and a false patronymical father you have to bow down to and raise your hand to praise the flag. It's all false, folks. So let's get on to the next one. Another bad police. Well, let's finish this one first, I guess.
Without drawing suspicion, maybe they'd let you do it without having people being, bothered by it, I guess. I'm not, but let's see. And there you go. Are you a journalist?
See, and this is where
he's bothered by it.
Well, I don't know that he's so much bothered by it, except for the fact that I can see what I just explained is the same thing he said. If you just give him notice, he understands, so he's not bothered by it. But at the same time, if he's not bothered by it, and that notice wasn't given on the one side, then he should be the one not being bothered by it, and obviously one of the leaders of this particular institution, being in a suit and everything and having that badge. He's probably one of the executive parts, right? So he would be the one that would be like a head of agency that would be best to quell such miscomprehension in the public with the bitch-ass slaves. See, mainly it's the bitch-ass slaves that think they have a right to privacy out in public that are crying about being on film. Mainly. And when we go around to these institutions, they too will complain about it, obviously, because you're filming them as public servants. But again, that brings in that controversy of whether they're supposed to be in public and how much privacy can they maintain when they drive a private automobile to the parking lot. That plate on there gives certain information, and it might dox them in other parts of their life. You can get public records according to that number and that plate and all that. And we really have to understand what we're identifying ourselves as it relates to those titles and capacities. And if we're going to be titling ourselves in those capacities, we have to understand that that's a detriment to our true nature. And so that there's something supplementary and superior to that we have to remain in recognition of, particularly when it relates to ourselves, knowing that when we're not on the clock, as this man knows when he's not on the clock, he certainly has those same rights as when he does as he does when he's on the clock, and certain unalienable rights that he has that supersedes that when he's not on the clock. So he has to be able to admit that those other people that are just coming up here filming and they're not on the clock, what are those rights as they relate to his own personal private experience of those same rights? So let's get on to the next one. More bad police behavior. We've got a lot of police stuff lined up. We're going to be getting into some other stuff here as we go through these. I've got a bunch lined up. Like I said, it's a marathon. We're going till midnight, so we've got another 5 hours to go. But
I don't know if I'll be on for 5 hours, but I'll hang up.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm hoping we have more and more people come and go as time goes through. But
see, I think when we look at this in these whole administrations, like I don't know what that gentleman was, who that guy was there, but it's almost as if, when you really look into it, as if the attorneys are the ones that are really running these agencies, administrations, corporations, all of they're running the whole trust.
It's the attorneys, clerks, and registrars.
Yeah.
Takes all three.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's listen to this guy again. I can't remember who this guy is. Let's take a look. Detective Matt Thornton. Detective Matt Thornton.
Tyrannical behavior. The quality's not so good because he's flashing a light right into their camera.
What's the reason for the stop?
Because you were yelling at us, so we needed to make sure that you were okay.
That's not a reason I did.
Actually, are you a cop? Are you a lawyer?
See, this is the one we just reviewed, but this is a review from this guy, and he's going to give a perspective. Let's listen to him. I like his perspective so far. He's a officer himself. As you see, Matthew Thornton as a detective. So he's already evidently done the beats, the street beats, and now he's a detective, and obviously moved up to detective because he has a certain level of discernment for real crime. Maybe, I don't know. Would have to look at his record, so I can't espouse that too much. But I still appreciate his perspective, particularly coming from a police officer himself.
No, sir.
Okay, then don't tell me my job then.
Freedom of speech is protected by the First Amendment.
Oh, is there?
Yes, sir.
When you're yelling at the police?
Yes, sir, it is.
Good luck with that.
The youngsters in the video are completely right. If that's his only reason for stopping because they yelled something, totally unlawful. You cannot masquerade it as a well-being stop because your feelings were hurt. You don't have to be a cop or a lawyer to know this. All you got to do is be able to read the first paragraph of the Constitution. I don't condone bad behavior. It's never okay to say terrible things to your fellow human being, but it's not our job to police bad legal behavior. In 20 years on this job, you don't want to know some of the things that people have directed towards me. They're going to follow me home. They're going to do things to my kids. They're going to find out who my wife is. If that triggers you into acting outside of the Constitution, get a different job. You're about to see.
What do you think about that, Russ? If that triggers you to act outside of the Constitution, get a different job.
I would agree.
Absolutely, and that's why I say these younger men, they do not have the experience.
Shows you shouldn't have been in that role of leadership to begin with because you didn't know how to act.
Correct. They don't have enough life experiences to give them the ability to come back with appropriate responses time and time and time again. And when we put them in a position where they can use that as a proposition against people to help other people to incriminate themselves through intimidation tactics and stuff, they never get that experience, and therefore they will never pose that experience. And this is that thing about the good cop, bad cop. If you're going to place yourself in this policing society as a good cop and not do anything about it and not find a proper perspective and you just play along with it, you are not a good cop. This is why I still question Detective Matthew Thornton. Does he have any real effect? What is he saying here? I understand his perspective and I believe in it. That's the pretty much the same perspective I have. If you can't handle your emotions, then get the fuck out of the business. Find something where you can handle your emotions and use your logic and reason. Otherwise, you don't get any practice as using your logic and reason, and you fall to the fallacy that your job is enumerated simply because you can use tactical authority in fear and intimidation. That is not true authority.
It seems the business at hand today is leadership.
Right.
It's the wrong business we're all dealing in here.
but the delusion again is that, and it goes to the same thing about the a successful nation turning hedonistic. The delusion is that now everything's about contracts, and you just contract your way into things, and you forget about all your family life and the spirituality. That too is going to lead to the downfall. It's all those are all mechanisms that will bottleneck the population. Hedonistic societies have less children, and that's why that society falls, because they turn hedonistic. Capitalism is part of that hedonistic view.
Right.
So let's take a look at the next one. It says, woke creep freak out caught on camera.
Yeah, these people are totally mentally stable, and we should all make excuses for their behavior.
Ran into me because you're a transphobe and you're having a bad life.
I have trans friends.
So why did you walk into me like that?
You're looking for problems and you're purposely
Am I?
antagonizing me.
Am I?
So I'm gonna give you a minute and then I'm gonna call the cops. Because you was going in that direction and now you're following me to this location and I'm gonna stand here for 1 minute.
You antagonize me.
Okay.
A few moments later.
It's not honey anymore, bitch. It's not.
Toothless, bald, kitty man. This is the insanity, okay? This is the insanity, folks. Do you see what we're looking at? This is someone that presented that they were offended somehow. And in that offense, they somehow placated that now they get to be on the defensive. And that somehow the other person is being antagonistic. And that's why they're now following them. See, when you feel offended and think that you're defending yourself in the act of following another, you are no longer in a defensive position. You are now placating the offending position. This is where they placate that they have a right not to be offended. And in that right to not be offended, when they feel offended, they no longer defend their transgender. They become offensive themselves. That is not a solution to feeling offended. You do not kill a fire with fire.
Not honey.
All
It's
right.
not honey.
We're just gonna patiently wait for the cops.
Yes, we are.
This is getting.
You're a hypocrite.
It's
You're
getting
a
a little
liberal
bit more
hypocrite.
aggressive.
And you're a yeah, I am aggressive. I have PTSD.
Okay.
You a wrong tranny today.
So we got a lot of difficulties in this one. Remember I said earlier, sometimes you have multiple talents, and sometimes you don't practice all of them. You pick and choose the talents you practice. See, this guy has imbalances, and he's evidently choosing to practice multiple imbalances. I wonder if he's a gay, transgender, PTSD black man. You know what I mean? It's getting ridiculous. The insanity is almost unbearable, folks.
I apologize. I'm
That's
sorry.
what you should be doing. You should be deleting that f***ing video.
Make sure you leave a like on this video if you haven't yet. Subscribe or follow.
And you should be deleting that fucking video because I don't want to look bad. You look bad with or without the video, dude. You are a blight upon mankind. You are why women think men are shameful. You are why women think men are weak. And again, folks, call me a misogynist all you want. Let's take a look at the next one. As the guy walks around Walmart asking about Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala for president?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
Who?
Trump or Kamala?
Not Kamala.
Excuse me, sir? Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
Huh?
Trump or Kamala?
Oh, Trump for sure.
Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
Not a single person said Kamala yet. Trump or Kamala?
What are you talking about?
For president, Trump or Kamala?
Kamala. Fuck Trump.
You were the first person to say Kamala.
Right.
I don't really like her.
Well, I don't care.
What would you say to
Trump? Trump's an asshole. He belongs in jail.
What would you say to Trump if he was here right now?
I would.
Is he not making no gains? With all that.
So what he's pointing out here is that the obvious number of people that are on boat with Kamala is a little tilted there. If you go out and do your own poll, you will probably get likely the same kind of numbers. In that, those numbers say that those that are voting for Kamala more generatively need a bigger objective to get a more opposing view. But this guy, obviously, the one guy we heard, and it will be repeated many times, the only retort to voting for Kamala is fuck Trump. He's an asshole. He belongs in prison. But they can't state anything other as a foundation, because what they're determining as he's an asshole and he belongs in prison is the courts and the administration personnel going after him, trying to get him, preventing from being able to even be voted in by putting a false light on his name. So when we look at the end of the story, after those court cases are all done and over with, it's not done yet, folks. So while this man says that he belongs in prison, that's his own opinion based on certain rulings that are far off base again, a lot out of kilter, like I said earlier. And once they are balanced out in the end, we'll see a big difference in the story. Let's look at why Jesse don't like Barack Obama. Barack Obama. This brings back certain memories that I reflect on as I remember that institution of Barack Obama coming into office. And this is about the time we heard about Pedogate and stuff. So let's pay attention.
No sound.
I'm going to refresh. Let me know if there's sound.
Still don't hear anything.
Okay, I am going to drop out, come right back.
All right.
Okay, let's put my screen back up.
Of course.
When he was in the White House, he was the first president to push homosexuality, so-called same-sex marriage, transgenders. He wanted.
We got sound now?
Yes.
The bathroom for those people who was confused if they were man or woman. He opened up the military so the men can run around those dresses and everything. Do you support that idea, what he did?
No, of course.
What was wrong with him that he was so into that?
He has an agenda, man. He
do. Out of all the other presidents, why was he so into doing
because everybody loved him.
Who loved him?
Everybody
The
loved
homosexuals?
him. Everybody, homosexuals, black people, white people, Indian people, Martians,
That's
tree
why-
huggers, everybody loved them.
That's
You
why
know what
he
I'm saying?
pushed
So,
evil?
but of course, if you're wide open, if everybody's white belt, we love you, we love you, we love you. If I jump off a bridge, we're jumping too, Obama. All right, the gates to the thing. Yeah, Obama, open up the gates.
He
man,
opened up the gates
thing.
to hell.
Man,
Huh? Barack Obama, you know who he is?
Of course.
When
And you see, that was exactly the perfect point at the end there. He could open up the gates of hell, and just because people liked him, they would jump off with him. This is that identity politics. And I think that's when it first started playing into it more so. And that's why we had the investigation into the birth certificate, went to the identity, and the fact that he was playing across the board multiple talents, as we say, to different faculties of people. That's why those different, all those different groups liked him. And again, it's all a game, folks. Every last bit of it. So let's get into that. Insanity. Ladies that think they can do things without any repercussion. She asked for it. Let me know if you think this woman asked for it, Russ.
These are top 3 outrageous Karens, and at number 3, Karen keeps harassing a man even though he doesn't have her keys.
Can you let go, please?
Give me my keys.
Can you please go now? Like, you're being mad annoying right now.
I can record too.
At number 2, Karen tried to mess with Skater but got instant karma.
She looked insane.
Oh. At number 1, Karen spits on a woman and gets what she deserved.
And this is the one I'm talking about, Russ. Let me know if you think she deserved it.
Come on. Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
She said sorry real quick, didn't she?
She sure did.
Smack the fuck down. And this is an old woman. Folks, we are not playing games. This is life. If you think you can be 65, 70 years old going around spitting on people, you motherfucking deserve whatever you get. I don't care if you fall down, bump your head, and expire. You ask for it. You know people will smack the fuck out of you. Why would you do such stupid shit? Why would a woman assert that she has authority to spit on another man or woman? That's sickening. That is insanity. These are the kind of people that should have been gone long ago. I don't know how they survive, other than the fact that men have been nothing but motherfucking beta cup corporate cupcakes. Ponying up with them. Let's see how a man educates a woke feminist on equal pay. We discussed this briefly earlier. The disparagement in pay. And that there really isn't such a disparagement when you look at it in reality.
Country still makes 77 cents on the dollar for what men make. So if women don't make less than men?
Actually, if you start looking at the numbers, Rachel, there are lots of reasons for that.
Wait. No.
Well,
don't tell me the reasons why. Do women make less than men for doing the same?
No, because...
Wow. Okay.
Now, I don't think this guy mentions it here, but in fact, women actually get paid more than men on the overall scale. When you look at it, they actually get paid $1.05 to $1 that the man gets paid. When we're talking about here, we're talking about specific industries and businesses. And it's because they don't pick to be roughnecks. They don't pick to be out on fishing vessels. They don't pick to be down in the mines.
For example, men work an average of 44 hours a week. Women work 41 hours a week. Men go into professions like engineering, science, and math that earn more. Women want more flexible
Listen, this is not a math is hard.
No. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. You want to play math games by saying 77 cents on the dollar, you better have your fucking math right. You see the insanity, the delusion of wanting to fight for what they think is equal and not allowing for the equality? You can't have equality like that.
No, right now, women are making 77 cents on the dollar for what men are making. So
but that's not true. If so, let Rachel make her point. Every greedy businessman in America would hire only women, save 25%, and be hugely profitable. And I love how passionate you are. I wish you were as right about what you're saying as you are passionate about it. I really do.
Women in this country still make 77 cents on the dollar for what Women in this country still make 77 cents on the dollar for what men make. So if
What do you think, Russ?
I think it's all insanity. I quit thinking a long time ago. I mean, you try to figure this shit out. I mean, I just sit and I ask myself all the time, how can people be so ignorant of any type of respect and dignity to themselves, not even to others, to themselves.
Yeah.
Have that for yourself, you're certainly not going to extend it forward. It's insane to me, the mentality of the municipalities and things. I mean, it's in the overall deal. I truly have a hard time trying to go to bat for these people for the ignorance.
I know what you mean there, you know, and that's, you know, I've been to the city council a couple times, and you know, I'm going to bat for myself first because I have a companion that I have to protect. In that, I see the cognitive dissonance set throughout the community here locally, as well as other communities that I've been throughout my life, and I see it all the same. And therefore, I'm not going to placate to the good of anybody except my companion and myself first. And in that, I have to relate it to the other families in the community. And then I have to put the people that are in the supposed position of governing, which some might call oversight, in the capacity of that position of oversight, knowing that even though they are what we, the people, call Big Brother, we truly are the delegatory authority of naming Big Brother. And that's the problem. People don't understand that concept. They think they don't have the power. And that's because they don't have the knowledge of how this government is structured. They think it's all me, when
Right.
there's actually a bigger familial structure there that we have to contemplate in order to be able to determine our actual role in life. We can't be selfish in that role.
Well, I think that power only comes from a divine connection. And it's not even a power and a force, it's just a power of the word.
Well, and natural roles in life as well. Like I said, when it comes to my role as a man, again, I can't placate that I have authority over another man. And doing
No,
so,
not at all. But we can't conjure up a group of men and start dictating to other men and allow that to happen and go on.
Correct.
Because that becomes a detriment. It's a weed in the garden that's going to eat away at our crop.
Well, and again, on the other aspect is that I can't, at the same time, I can't sit there and say another man is lesser than me because he doesn't have certain knowledge, and use that as an advantage to pose some kind of power over him.
Well,
you know, again, that's that power, authority, struggle, and control, and that knowledge base being being used as that control mechanism.
But see, they do have those people that don't have that ability. They do have that ability to be in that administrative role.
Right, but again,
so I mean, it's not like anybody's left behind in this ideology. I mean, we all play a role. You know, even the bees get tired of telling the flies the fucking honey's better than the shit. You know what I mean? It's nuts. It's nuts. It's just
okay. The next one I got Charlie Kirk again dropping some cold hard facts. It says.
Teenagers who identify as trans.
So can you sometimes feel things that are not true? Yeah. Okay, that's what's going on with trans youth. They're feeling something that is not true.
Why is it not true? Why is it not?
Because it's not correlated with their biological reality. So, for example, the majority of young people that say that they're quote unquote trans are autistic, they have behavioral type issues, they have underlying health conditions, depression, suicidal ideation, anxiety. To go back to your original question, why do so many trans people end up A, either committing violence or B, committing suicide? They don't get the actual watchful waiting type treatment that is necessary, that's been proven successful by clinicians like Dr. Miriam Grossman over the last 30 years. You know,
They get quick solutions that aren't actually viable and end up being detrimental changes that damage not only the physical construct, but the hormonal and chemical construct, and the which all has to do with the emotional, logical, and reasonable conduct. It's all inherently, again, that same principle of going forth with your talents. As he said, autistic and health problems and this and that. So instead of talents, he's got many issues that all play in it. And by choosing transgender, what he's doing is choosing a victimhood and adding more victimness, another class that he can be victimized in. The next thing you know, this will be another fine young gentleman that says he's transgender, and later on in life finds out that he's not happy being a transgender and decides he's going to be transhuman, refusing to still refusing to accept the reality that he's neither. It's insane, folks.
Watchful waiting is, instead of acting as if puberty is the problem, puberty is the solution. When a 15-year-old girl says, oh my goodness, I feel I'm a boy, we say, okay, let's wait it out. Every girl in this audience will tell you there was a time when they were growing up where they did not feel comfortable in their body, but they grew through it. And praise God we did not give every girl in this audience testosterone because they felt uncomfortable with their body.
This is the uncomfortable reality.
Absolutely. That's that thing I was talking about earlier. Being able to go through things that test you in life. There are many things in life that do not have a quick, simple solution that says, okay, you can do as you want. You have the free will of free choice to change who you are. In some aspects, you cannot. And what you're trying to do is force other people to accept a change in you that creates a new perspective of reality that you can deal with so you feel comfortable. In trying to push that on me or anybody else as a demand, that is the offensive thing that you are saying is offending you. I don't want you to be transgender. That's your want and desire. The reality is that you were born a man or you were born a woman. You were born female or male. Each one of those has both male and female characteristics and traits, and you can act upon them in certain ways. But that does not change the base reality of what sex or gender you were born. They are relative to one another. So let's take a look at the next one.
That ego may be covering up that femininity on that man's side.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's needed. Okay. The next one is a Karen won't let a delivery guy do his job. And this goes again to that private contract. He's delivering something and she's interfering with that private contract. And again, it's because she's asserting some kind of private right to the property. And this is the insanity.
Karen won't let a delivery guy do his job.
You're not going to let me in.
See, it's a security building. You got to ring. The delivery driver's got to go to the door, and there's a panel there, and he's got to ring the apartment number. And the apartment number will respond over the phone and ask him who it is, and then buzz him in. She won't even let the tenant who's waiting for the delivery to buzz him in.
Deliver this food. I have the number. I have food I have to deliver to somebody, man.
No, don't deliver anything here.
Well, you're...
Hello? Yeah, who's on the speaker?
Ma'am, can you back?
Who's speaking? I live here in this building. Who is this?
Your food
Who
is...
is this?
This is Paul Morpeth. I'm in 212. I'm getting a Postmates delivery.
A Postmate delivery in 212. 212 where?
Who are you? Who is it?
I live here.
All
right. And I pay rent here.
So now she's talking to the tenant that ordered it. And she says, I live here, asshole. Is this how you get along with your neighbors? So now she's posing both a problem with the delivery driver because he doesn't live there and she does. And now that the other tenant is the one, she's still not recognizing anything outside of the fact that she lives there. I don't give a fuck, lady. Get the fuck out of my way. These kind of people do not belong in public. They belong in asylums. There you go. You live there, ma'am.
So what are you asking?
I'm asking you to get out of my building because you don't live here.
I'm asking you to get out of my building because you don't live here. He's a tenant in the same building. And ma'am, it's not your building. You live there in another apartment. The apartment is yours.
You want me to leave it down here for you?
Should I just come downstairs?
Please, please. Yeah, I'd really appreciate it.
So now, the one that wanted it delivered has to go pick it up.
Thank you.
Subscribe if you hate.
This is the insanity we live in, folks. Black mother explains how she lost 5 baby daddies. And this is how we get into this insanity. Both ladies and women are at fault, or ladies and men are at fault here. Because men shouldn't pick a woman that is going to consistently make bad choices herself. So the men have to learn how to make good choices. In raising up your children, men, you need to teach both your daughters and sons how to make good choices. And this is not just upon the dads, but the moms as well. It's all about learning and teaching how to make good choices. So let's see how we get in the position today by neither party making good choices.
All 5 of her baby daddies.
Wow. Oh, so everybody keep asking me about where's my 6 kids' daddy at. Let me let y'all know. So my first baby daddy, which was my first love, and he's the father of my oldest, he has transitioned from Tony to Tracy.
So the first baby daddy decided to be a woman. So he made a bad choice in a man who didn't know whether he really wanted to be a man. Don't know where that comes from, don't care. We have to find a way to stop it. Actually, I do care and I do know. It comes from education and the lack thereof. My apologies.
And he is now living in Atlanta, Georgia, dressed fully as a female. And he does not want to have anything to do with his child.
So he's dressed as a female. You got him as a baby daddy, as a man. Now he converted to dressing as a female and living his life as a female. Yet he's still acting like a man by not accepting the child as a baby, as a baby daddy. At least that's the portrayal.
Second baby daddy was kicked in the chest by a horse. It gave him an instant heart attack and he died. My third baby daddy
So the second baby daddy was just merely a tragic accident, not necessarily by bad choice. With the exception that this woman proves that she is the one that is making bad choices, because she goes on to explain how she got 6 kids by 5 baby daddies, and we're only on number 2.
just a deadbeat. I didn't know that he was married, and when I told him I was pregnant, he confessed to her what the situation was and all that. She went with it, and now we're just waiting on the DNA test to come back so that they can pay child support. Well, she's going to pay child support because, as I stated, he a deadbeat, he ain't got no job, and
She a deadbeat, ain't got no job, got a new woman, so we're going to go after her money for child support. See what you get, ladies? You see what you get, ladies? Fuck around and find out.
I'm being legally married. She works to bring in the income. She will be the one that be paying the child support. What? My fourth baby daddy decided he wanted to fucking be a pirate and go rob the boat freights and shit like that. So he is now serving 20 years.
So now we got another deadbeat daddy, and she's going to go after child support for how many kids? And she's going to get that child support from who? How much child support is she going to get from that woman? Is it going to be just for the one child? Or is she going to somehow manage to get child support for all five, or all six of them? What's the rations there? What are the rations? How does that work out?
When he gets out, my child will be 25. And my last two kids have the same father, and he is 70.
This one's the doozy.
2 years old, living in a nursing home with dementia.
72-year-old man living in a nursing home with dementia. So the guy was already in his upper 60s. Couldn't possibly have been cognitively there very well at that time if he's already in total dementia in a nursing home. So her bad choice here is picking a, quote, man that obviously was beyond his manhood. And yet she has this expectation. Ladies, gentlemen, you better stop with the expectation. You get what you wish for. And real quick here, Russ, I got to go take a bathroom break. I'm going to play a little intermission for everybody else. You want to get up and go grab a drink or whatever, take the opportunity now, and I will be right back. In the meantime, hit the like, share, and subscribe. There's a PayPal link down below, and anybody that wants to join the panel, please hit the panel link and come on up. Okay. So, this is the Hodge twins. I've done reviews with these guys before. It says, Ask Hodge Twins. Ask Hodge Twins. And again, it's another channel I don't subscribe to because they do videos regularly and they just automatically come up in my feed and catch them. And if they don't, I'm going to look for them and search for them anyway. 1.67 million subscribers. They don't really need so many more. It's not so much for the numbers for them. So let's continue on watching this and get their view, their opinions.
Man, you crazy as hell.
Damn.
You got like, man.
How old is he?
72.
Oh. Yo, man, her choices of men are crazy.
How you go from a transgender man to a 72-year-old man? Hey, you know what she said? The first one is a woman now.
Yeah.
And he's in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, you can totally tell he's still a black father. Yeah. He's still a man. Fits all kinds of stereotypes. If he is really a woman, he would want to be in his child's life. Yeah. Damn. He's still a man.
See, that's what I was talking about.
That's a stereotype in the black community. Yeah, black fathers are not that further. Now, the second one, he was, I can't remember all of them. Got kicked in the chest by a horse. That is crazy.
Yeah, it seemed like he got the easiest way out.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, he's right on that. That was the easiest way out. 20 years in prison. Have to admit that you're fucking transgender and want to suck dick and take it up the ass. Yeah, getting kicked in the chest by a horse and having a heart attack is definitely the easy way out there. Quick and over with. Jesus. But they make sense, don't they? I like these guys.
Let me chill. That wasn't right.
No, you was 100% correct.
Spot on. Spot on.
He's the luckiest out of all of them.
Out of all of them. He took a hoof to the chest.
he took 2 hoofs to the chest. Have y'all seen a horse kick somebody before?
Man,
that is crazy.
I would not want to be.
I'd rather be shot.
Yeah.
By a cannon.
It's gonna be over quick.
Yeah,
quick.
That's probably what it felt like, a damn cannon to his chest. Yeah, no, my luck, I survived. A cannonball to the chest.
Man.
So it busted all this up. Ribs just got bone chips in his heart and stuff.
One of the baby daddies robbing free doing 25.
Yeah. Well, he's got a chance. He'll be out in what, 25? Your kid will be 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's still a chance there.
And the guy with dementia doesn't even know anything happened. So he just has to go on living his life. Somebody just used to bring in more bastard children. What a great legacy.
Now that your last husband with your 2 kids, he ain't gonna make it. He's 72 in a nursing home. Why ain't he living with women? Hey man, I'm talking over here, man. What? She's dating a man in a nursing home with dementia. She's probably.
See, and that's that thing when you take on a relationship where you're going to bringing children into the world, women and men. There are more children of the desolate than there are of those of the married wife. So when we talk about the married wife, we're talking about the married husband, of course, as well. And this means that bringing children into the world until death do us part. So when you bring children into the world and you got a 72-year-old mate, instead of allowing him to be put in a old folks home, part of the preparation of having those children until death do us part is making preparations so that you can change his diapers and provide for his medical care, just like you would a baby. If you're not able or willing to take on that responsibility, then you shouldn't be getting involved with such people. Bad choices. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm gonna still hang out, but I'm gonna jump off here for a quick second. I gotta feed this squirrel, get it up and feed it. You gotta feed it about every 3 hours. So I'm here, but I'm just listening in.
All right, be blessed. And of course, folks, another reminder, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal link below for anybody who wants to share some love. All is appreciated. And the StreamYard link is down there for anybody who wants to join the panel. Feel free. Plenty of open seats. Come on up and join the discussion. Let's get back into it.
Dating him at first, but then he probably just totally lost. He just don't get dementia in 2 years.
She was dating him for the money, you could tell.
Yeah. Just go do.
Yeah.
Had like a little decent job, Social Security coming in. Yeah. That's probably why she was letting them bust. Yeah. All this, your relationship is a reflection on you as a person.
Mm.
That's crazy. I could even try to have 6 children with 6 women. I would have a guilty conscience after like the 3rd woman.
Yeah.
Like hold on, I need to slow down. This is my 3rd child by 3 different women. I would take a look in the mirror after the 2nd woman I've had a child with.
See, and that goes to the moral standards that these guys have in relations to their own. Dang it! Did I lose? No. In relations to their own lives and everything. And as we see, these guys probably don't have great body counts. He's already talking about by the 3rd, well, actually by the 2nd. So it begs to wonder if they're still virgins, even. You know, they seem to be rather perceptive, as well as very well in tune into the fact that when you go out and do these things, it is a reflection upon yourself and your ability to maintain a good, responsible, respectful relationship. And this goes back to the same thing with the Hawk-Tuah girl. If you're going to go out and be philanthropic as a Hawk-Tuah girl, I don't know, as time goes by, the more you're philanthropic about being the Hawk-Tuah girl, how much that scarlet letter is going to do you and bid you well in a marriage. You may end up finding yourself single the rest of your life because of it. I don't wish that upon you. I hope you do supersede that. But at the same time, you have to understand the dynamics at work here and the fact that men are fed up with scarlet letters. That may be the seeming perception that we like, but that's in our own private bedroom, maybe. I don't even like that scarlet stuff. Some of it's just not my... I'm a sapiosexual, as I've explained before. It's not so much the sexuality, it's the intellectual. So let's go back to it.
Well, you got sick, man.
Damn. She's just letting cats shoot up in the club.
Do you need to learn about AI if you don't work in tech? Will it help you in your career? The short answer.
What's that song in the club? I know you got a song for the club, Chris. I know Chris got a song. I know you got a song. What's that song about Jamie Foxx? Blame it on the
alcohol.
Yep. I was gonna say something about this bitch, but
yeah, what's that on her chest? She got a keloid on her chest.
You see, go back to her. Look, she got some plastic surgery done. Yeah.
Where?
I think it's her cheekbones and a
on her chest. It's on her chest.
Oh man. Damn.
God.
She probably
what's that down there?
She probably had open heart surgery. She probably tried to save the one that got kicked by the horse, and it grazed her. That damn hoof ripped all that skin up.
If it was open heart surgery, it would be a long scar up and down the sternum. This looks more like some kind of maybe she got in an accident and they had to intubate her and stuff.
Man, what is this video about? Like this
video is crazy.
Oh,
kick the shit out of her.
Damn, she's just find God.
Mm-hmm. I don't think God can help her. The only thing God gonna do is flood this earth.
So enough of that one. Let's get on to the next one. Is get out of my face, officer. Get out of my face. This is one of a personal experience myself, where they want to do their investigation and they want to stand 6 inches away from you so that you can feel the heat of their breath on your lips, like they want to kiss you. The fuck out of my face. Play your intimidation tactics, bitch.
Maybe another foot or two?
That close?
See, this guy is out in public filming, and these two officers are walking by. The first one you see, he's already walked past. And this guy all of a sudden stops and wants to interact with the guy. And now when he asks if he's close enough, he turns around, and instead of being a nice, responsible public servant in public trust and showing his morals and ethics in being respectable, he then steps up and escalates in his intimidation tactics and steps closer instead of giving regard where regard should be given, and just mosey along on his way since there's no violation. But because he wants to interact and he wants to pose his authority, he is interjecting in somebody else's private activities and escalating with intent, even though he was just moseying along, minding his own business with another officer. That is clear and evident in this video that he went on. Why are you stopping? The other officer sees no problem. So let's watch how this plays out and see what the other officer how the other officer interacts in this situation to show you the clarity of what is right and wrong.
Are you trying to pick a fight or something here?
No, I'm just seeing what you're doing here.
You need to back off a foot or two.
I'm just trying
You
to see.
understand me?
Yeah, I understand.
Back off.
I'm trying to see what you're doing here.
Back off now.
Sir, we're just walking by.
He doesn't know he's not.
Sir, we're just walking by. No, we are not just walking by. You walked by. This guy stopped and is trying to intimidate.
Walking by. You need to move on. Do you understand me?
We're just trying to see what's...
You need to move on.
You're masked up. You're taking pictures.
You stay within a foot of me for a bit much longer. It's not going to turn out.
Don't threaten me.
I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you, you need to back up out of my space.
Don't threaten me.
I'm not.
Hey, sir, can I just talk to you for a minute?
You need to remove your trooper here.
Don't threaten me.
Can I just talk to you?
K9 Unit Burkhardt.
Hey. Yeah, we're not trying to intimidate you. You're not trying to get in your space.
We're not trying to intimidate. We're not trying to get in your space. Then move along. Because now you're up here interceding as well, trying to protect your buddy instead of standing up as a good cop and telling your buddy, let's go. That's as simple as it needs to be. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Instead, you want to intercede as well and placate that you're not going to get in their space and intimidate. Then move along.
I don't think you are at all, Sergeant. I think you're actually being totally fine. I think Burkhardt here has got a problem. Good. Maybe another.
See, he asked, how you doing, sir? He said, good. And this guy asked, do you need anything? He wasn't soliciting to need anything. He's just there videoing. You had no reason to have some kind of conversation with him other than to admit that it's a good day. Instead, you ask him if he needs help or if you can help him when he already told you it's good.
Foot or two?
And now he wants to intimidate even further, escalating even further. We got to stop this shit, folks. Got to quit putting these kind of people in those offices. And the way we do that is by educating people that can do those positions and do them with honor and integrity, knowing that the people are the power that delegated them to such authority. Now, here's one on the abortion issue, and it goes to the definitions again. In founding a battle of abortion, and you want to dismiss certain definitions that would certainly qualify or disqualify an argument by the very use of the words and things that you want to clarify as your argument. So pay attention. If you're going to use certain terms and don't know the definitions and use that as a basis of your argument, you've already lost.
Finding a
abortion as the murder of babies, which biological fact is you would say most abortions are done before they are actually babies. It's still just a fetus. So my
Do you
question,
know what the word fetus means?
it's just a cluster, a
That's
zygote
not what
developing
fetus means.
into a baby eventually.
The word fetus, it's a Latin word, and it just means offspring. That's all it means. It just means the next
Does that mean
generation of a
baby?
being. So, but that's what a baby is also. I mean, that's what you would call your adult child someday once he's grown, hopefully, if he hasn't been
Can I
murdered.
ask my question?
Well, I'm just like to clarify this.
See, a Homo sapien goes through many stages. In those stages of being a Homo sapien, there are two sexes, two genders. They each line up equivocally with each other. Other than that, as Homo sapiens, at different stages of that varied life, we are defined as different things. Fetuses, babies, infants, children, minors, juveniles, young adults, adults, seniors. Throughout every one of those, from baby on, she wants to admit has a right to life, but not the fetus. See the delusion? You want to pick and choose. You can't pick and choose what already is. What is done is what ought be done. There is nothing new under the sun.
This point, you would call your adult child your offspring too, but all of these terms that you might use, fetus, embryo, the one they love is zygote, which sounds like a Pokemon, but they use all these different terms, but it's all referring to the same being, and you were that being once. You, the person who's standing here right now.
Do any of us have a memory of being that being?
No, I mean, I don't have a memory of last Thursday, frankly. It's been a very busy week, but the lack of a memory doesn't mean it's all right to murder me.
Yeah, and that goes to that thing we were just talking about with the dementia. You know, if you don't have memory, does that mean you no longer have a right to life because you can't remember? You know, what about when people turn 70 years old and they suffer dementia? They no longer remember. Does that mean you kill them because they can't remember? They're no longer good. Is that like a hard drive that goes bad and you can't recover the memory? You just throw it away? Seriously, people. Oh, and the title on this one is Behold, Pure Insanity. Let's take a look, folks.
Every time people say, oh, no, there's not all these teachers doing this horrible stuff and weird grooming stuff. And then I just open the internet and there's tons more. Get a load of this chick. Make sure you leave a like and you subscribe so I can keep bringing these people to light.
This is the diversity, equity, inclusion, folks, right here.
Fun little conversation with my students yesterday. For those of you who are new, I am very queer. I am non-binary and I use they, them pronouns, and my students know this. But yesterday, I had some boys asking about it and I explained to them, like, here's how you use it. Here's an example. We use it in the English language all the time. And they respond.
And this is a teacher, folks.
With, well, if you're a man, then I can be a woman. And so I looked at him and I said, okay, do you want me to use she, her pronouns for you? And he goes, no. And I responded with, okay, so you're just saying that to hurt my feelings then. And he goes, oh, what? No. Yes.
So, the young man didn't say anything. He queried. He made a posit. He posited an idea based on the concept that you give him. And you say he said it only to be offensive. So now you're offended. And how are you going to react?
You are. You're being a bully. You're being transphobic.
So because she's offended in her feelers, she accuses the other one of being a bully, as being the offender. Because she feels offended. That automatically means the other one is offending her. And therefore must be defined in a category And that would be offensive. So they go to the ad hominems and use terms like bully and discrimination and racist and genderphobic, transphobic, homophobic, as if though they're in their right mind and can determine and give a psychological review of somebody that I see was acting perfectly normal and asked a very good question.
Eventually I shut it down, but how am I supposed to call parents about this behavior when they're probably the people that they learned it from?
So now she feels the need to call up the parents, and that's the offensive action posed as to defend herself against two little boys and then blame it on the parents. Lady, you should go look at your mom and dad and thank them. They're the disgusting beings that created such a disgusting being. Excuse my opinion. You deluded, perverted, delusional woman. This is the sickness of society. Look at another cop violating a man's right. Without the proper discernment. You know, that discernment, non-discernment shit.
This driver was pulled over for speeding. The real shocker is how the officer claimed to know his speed. You won't believe the officer's reasoning and how things quickly took a turn.
I need your license, proof of insurance, and registration.
What's the reason for the stop?
Your speed.
What is it?
You were doing 10 over the speed limit.
How did you calculate my speed?
You passed me and I was doing 42 and a 35.
I didn't pass you.
You sure did.
When were you pacing me?
Did you not catch up to me?
I was driving legal speed.
No, you were not.
In my own lane.
No, you were not.
You slammed on your brakes, and I did too, because to figure out what was going on.
Then how come you caught up to me?
You slammed on the brakes.
No, you caught up to me and then I hit my brakes to get behind you.
So if I caught up to you, how fast was I driving?
At least 45.
How did you calculate it?
I don't have to give you an exact
At least. .45 is not an answer. Tell me, is this a lawful stop?
Yes, it absolutely is. License and get out of the vehicle.
Okay.
You're being detained.
For what? What am I being detained for? I don't think so.
Hands behind your back.
I don't think so, ma'am.
Code 3 covered. Code 3.
No respect. Hey, 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 hey. Hey.
Get your hand off
What
me,
the
dude.
hell is
I'm
your
not
problem?
I'm telling him he is.
Hey, you don't have to put hands on, man.
I told him to step
You
back.
don't
He
have to
didn't.
go hands on.
Okay. Step back.
We're in the safe. We're on the sidewalk, sir. We're in a safe place.
You're conducting
You're
an
public safety.
investigation.
You got
came
6
over
officers
into
here. You need to relax, sir. You need to relax. Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do, sir.
The officer ends up getting schooled by another officer who told him they are not doing anything illegal. It all started when this guy was recording a police interaction.
I'm on the sidewalk and you ain't moving me.
What the? No respect. Hey, 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 hey.
The dumb Negro bug done bit him. When you grown like this dude, when you grown, you should be past all that childish stuff. All that, I'm voting for her because she black. I'm voting for her, she a woman. She done done a whole lot of stuff for black people. Google it.
Sick of the black people on the internet talking about I'm not with her. Okay, so if you're not with her, that means you with Trump. Y'all need to block every last one of their asses on Facebook and on Instagram and social media and stop. Like that's just garbage.
Yeah.
It's just garbage.
Can
Everybody
we be
got to
united
find,
on anything?
yeah. Can't agree on a damn bucket of chicken. One person want a hot dog.
I always
Black folks get on my damn nerves, man.
I put my life on it. Ricky Smiley don't know nothing off the top of his head that Kamala Harris has done that have positively affected the black community. Ricky Smiley, go sit down somewhere. The dumb
I think you're a transphobic piece of shit. I would love to disrupt your meeting.
Do you think I fear
hear people that think they're women or think they're men?
I do think that your rhetoric is transphobic, and I think it's harmful to trans people. And I think that you should fuck off and get off campus.
Oh, okay. So I should be silenced, not allowed to speak. Is that what you do when people prove you wrong? You
Damn it, I missed that. I went mute again. This is that transphobic thing where he placates that because he's offended, now he wishes he could interrupt and stop Charlie Kirk's thing here, but there's laws against it, so he doesn't. See, this is that coward cuckoldry stuff to try to pose some kind of ideal as true and meaningful, and not stand up for it by not taking action for it. So instead, you sit there and spew your rhetoric that because I'm offended, I wish I could offend you. I wish I could become offensive and stop you and get assaultive and violent with you. I wish I could, but because there's laws, I can't. It's just insane ideologies of posing that you have some kind of specific right to assert upon others. No, you can only uphold it for yourself. So if you truly felt that you have this right to intercede and object to Charlie Kirk, then you would do so. But since you don't, you know you don't have that right, and that's why you don't. Because if you truly did stand on that principle, you would be a man about it. Do it. Pussy motherfuckers. Excuse my language.
kick them off campus?
No, I don't think that there should be any like university sanctioned thing that says Charlie Kirk can't be here. But
Oh,
if
okay.
students are able to organize against you and kick your ass off campus, that'd be awesome.
Oh, okay. You could tell a lot by who's willing to have a conversation and who's not willing. Usually the people that are the ones protesting and not talking are on the wrong side of history.
Yeah, just look at the civil rights movement.
One of your cronies.
One of my cronies.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's a good way to describe our wonderful student group here. I wish you the very best. You live a free life. You have the right to be wrong. So, and I'm a piece of
Yeah.
Okay. Why am I a piece of
I just told you, man, you're trans.
Oh, I'm transphobic. Right. Okay.
I think you're
Here's some fun body cam footage of police arresting a thieving Karen.
So I came here. So this is And I wouldn't care, but it's like $400 worth of stuff. It won't show up, but so that's their front porch. There's the package. Okay.
Oh, that little black thing right
Yeah. And so you can't get to their front porch because it's gated off. So I went to the side door and I knocked.
Mhm.
A younger girl came to the door, probably close to my size, and I asked for it. They gave me all these. We weren't even home. Blah 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 blah. And then she said, okay. I said, well, I'm going to call the police. She goes, well, you can call Victoria's Secret. And I never once said where it was from. I just said,
Hello. I'm all right. So she has a package that got delivered here.
So this lady here, despite denying, she's already spoken about Victoria's Secrets, and so she knows what was in the package. Not necessarily each item, but the fact that it came from Victoria's Secrets, and so it would be specific character of items, right?
And she want it back. So she has pictures that the package was in fact delivered here, and it was sitting right on your porch.
That's what she said.
Okay.
I was in bed till 12 o'clock this afternoon with my dogs, and as you can see, they're very vocal, and they were in bed with me, and my husband was not here. So I believe if the picture shows that the package was here, I believe her. The picture shows that it was here, but I do not know anything else.
All right, who else?
So we already know in her discussion with the other lady that she admitted that there was something about Victoria's Secret. So she does know there was a package there. She does know there's a package there.
Oh, who all lives here?
My daughter, me, and my husband.
Okay,
My
would you mind
daughter
bringing them out
was with
also?
My husband.
Would you mind bringing them out also?
Pardon?
Would you mind bringing them out also?
can ask
So I can
them to.
explain the situation to them also.
They were on Rocky River. He
Okay.
went to get
It's looking like there's 3 potential suspects here. Which one do you think it is?
Package that got delivered here. There's a package 100% got delivered here. She has pictures of it. We know it got delivered here at some point.
No, when we got home, there was nothing here, and she, I don't know. Answer this question. No, I was in bed till now.
Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm giving you guys the opportunity, if you guys did take it, to just give it back. Because if you don't, I'm going to do a theft report, and all 3 of you are going to be listed as suspects. So what's going to happen?
So all 3 of them got to be listed as suspects. So let's pay attention here, folks, because this is the cuckoldry I'm talking about. This man on this porch who's supposed to set his house in order, and he has 2 heathen bitches playing these games, and he's allowing it. He's a heathen motherfucker himself. Okay? Now, it's going to play out that the daughter, who is the actual culprit, playing a part with mom, and of course it's dad's house, so he's part of it as well. It's just that the different parts are now separated out. The daughter is the one. No matter whether mom played a part in it, it was a little bit lesser, or maybe even equal, I could say. Depends on how you look at it. And dad, if he didn't know anything about it and was a real man, he'd put his foot down and tell them to quit playing their motherfucking games. And even if he doesn't know anything about it, and he doesn't do that, it shows that he's willing to play the game himself.
And there's a Ring doorbell right over there. So I'm going to go knock on that door and figure out who came out and picked up that package. And whoever did that's going to get charged with a theft, okay? And that's $400 worth of stuff. So either we give it back now, nobody gets in trouble, or I figure out who stole it and they're going to get charged. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay? That's how we're going to handle this?
If we find it and we know who took it, it will be returned.
Now, I remind you, they already had a discussion with the gal who reported it missing, and they already admitted Victoria's Secrets, so they know something about it. So what they're doing here is still playing a motherfucking game. This, I wouldn't even go any further. As a police officer, I wouldn't go any further. I'd say I'm done playing games. You're all three arrested. You're all three playing part in it. Daddy, if you don't want your women playing games, let me make it clear. We go into your house and we find that evidence. You are partaking in it. This is a part of setting thine house in order and keeping it in order. If you're going to allow people in your own house to be heathens, then you too are acting the same way. You are the one allowing it. If that is truly a temple of children of God, then you bring them up in the ways of the Lord so they do not falter.
Guess one could ask the question, what's the business of the house?
Exactly. What's the business of the house? Is this guy running a brothel? Is he a pimp and these are his bitches? Is it really a familial structure? Because this is a little old for her daughter. She's already been moved out and moved back in now. She's moved in because she's still got problems. As we watch this video, we find out there's warrants out there because she's a motherfucking thief.
These people ask me any questions in uniform. That's one of the things I ask them. What's the business at hand here today?
Yep.
Let's get down to it, because God said where two or more come together, he's in the midst. So how can we help one another?
Yep. There you go.
Simple. It's simple.
Yep.
It's elementary, my dear Watson.
Oops.
We're not doing this. Oh, you got me. I'm on camera. I took it. I'm going to give it back now. They're going to be charged with theft. I will arrest them for theft. I'm not playing around. Okay? So either give it back now, or I'm listing all three of you as suspects.
Okay.
Okay. Driver's license. All three of them.
See, and again, this is where they give them an inch and they take a mile. This guy now says, okay, I want IDs on the threat that they're all being arrested. Okay. They said, okay. He said, okay, I want IDs. Time to arrest them. Guess what doesn't happen? He doesn't arrest them all. He said, all three of you will be arrested. Okay. They all three agreed. Now he's telling all three of them, I want IDs. It's time to arrest you. But he doesn't arrest all three of them. See, you got to quit playing that wishy-washy game. If you're going to uphold the law and you're going to let these people play these games and you play along with them, that doesn't give you any integrity as a police officer either.
Police really do not want to play this game.
At this point, the way you make it look is that it's a conspiracy. All three of them are conspiring in the theft because none of them are willing to participate and cooperate in resolving the issue. They're all denying it. Okay. You ready to do that? Okay. Okay, I want your IDs. You should have just... All right, everybody, hands behind your back.
People giving you like a hard time right away.
I got an attitude from her right away.
So you're gonna take the report on this?
Yeah.
We'll probably do it.
Sure. Okay. It's pretty straightforward. You know, she ordered the things that actually got delivered here. She came to show up, was already gone.
Do you have that information?
I didn't get that for you.
I'll wait for that.
So, I'm kind of waiting to see if they come out with the object and be like, oh, you know, here it is.
Your package is on the way out.
All right.
Amazingly, your package is on the way out. Well, you would think that would bring on some kind of resolution here, but guess what, folks? The insanity goes even deeper. Little Johnny, what do you have to say for yourself? Deeper, deeper.
Did you hear that?
Yes, thank
Perfect. I'd rather handle it this way.
I totally agree.
Now he's going to speak up and say, I totally agree. I totally agree. You hear that, Russ? This guy totally agrees. Did he all of a sudden turn into a man?
I heard that.
Watch what happens next. Do you really think he totally agrees? Because like I said, the insanity gets deeper.
And then not to
It was open.
not to doubt anything, but I'm gonna have her check to make sure all the contents are in
She
there.
definitely
Okay?
needs to do that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we're going to have her check the package, make sure everything's there. Can't give her a package back without all the items, right? Insanity gets deeper.
And if there is anything, I mean, we can compensate if that's what needs to be done.
That'll be between you guys at that point.
I don't.
Okay. So if there is anything, we can compensate. This is coming from the man of the house. So there is either some kind of knowing going on here. I've already seen the video. So there's already some kind of knowing going on here as it relates to this situation. Because the only reason you would compensate is because there's something missing that you can no longer retrieve. Now, this goes to the aspect that this package was left on the porch at noon. This is barely an hour or so later. Yeah. So how much could be missing? And if it's missing, where is it? And if you retrieve it and there's still something missing, where is that? The insanity just keeps getting deeper, folks. There's levels. It is not a level playing field, and nothing has one singular level. Everything has multiple levels.
Sort of like degrees.
Yeah, degrees, as in, remember that
It gets hotter the higher you go.
Yeah, that game we used to play when we were kids. You're hotter. Uh-oh, you're getting colder. You're colder. So you got to turn around and go back the other way. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. You're just teasing each other with different degrees of things.
Other than that, I don't know.
Okay.
We had nothing to do with this.
All right, thank you.
We had nothing to do with this. Excuse me? Wait till what she admits here before, as we continue on. We had nothing to do with this.
Yep. She's gonna make sure that all stuff is in here.
Yeah.
Or maybe she said he had nothing to do with this. Let's go back.
I was made aware that package. Other than that, I don't know.
Okay.
We had nothing to do with this.
All right, thank you.
It says in here in the teletext, we had nothing to do with this, right? Thank you. But I honestly, my ears, I think she said he had nothing to do with this.
I wonder if they'll ever come out and tell us the public offering of their service that they're actually offering.
She's gonna make sure that all stuff is in here.
Yeah. I'm going to go sort of in my trunk.
I'll stand by just in case.
Who took the package?
Who took it?
Yeah, like it was on your porch and you just grabbed it, or like a mistake or something.
Well,
So I just
grabbed
got
by
So remember, it's either he had nothing to do with it or we had nothing to do with it. So if she actually did say we had nothing to do with it, this is a pertinent point right here.
mistake by my husband, and I'm the one who had it on the floor, and I never even noticed the name. I thought it was my daughter. I didn't even look because she does a lot of stuff I don't know about.
Okay.
So we did not do anything shady. I just said,
At this point, the cops help us figure out what it is exactly that we're looking for.
here. without looking, because I know I didn't order it, and I just threw it at her because I didn't look. When she heard that David would go to jail, no way, or that I would, no way.
So maybe it was we had nothing to do with this. And the daughter, when it was tossed down the stairs to her because mom supposedly thought it was hers, didn't look. And knowing she didn't order anything, automatically thought it was the daughter's. Well, again, what about husband? What if husband ordered something? So there's a fallacy there. I wouldn't automatically say that she just automatically tossed it down to her daughter without looking, because obviously she looked and saw that it was from Victoria's Secrets, just like the discussion with the lady earlier. She knew it was from Victoria's Secrets, so she automatically thought it was her daughter. She did look, but she didn't look at the name. She just saw Victoria's Secrets. So we had nothing to do with it, but yet, now that we know the topic, that she did know it was Victoria's Secrets, and that lady said it was a package from Victoria's Secrets, and she denied taking it, denied having it. See, that's the problem. She started out with the lady who it belonged to, and it was misdelivered, and she knew it evidently was misdelivered, but didn't want to admit that, hey, they made a mistake, and she thought it was her daughter's, and so her daughter opened it up. And her daughter, therefore, is now inclined to believe to be deceptive, because she would have known that she didn't order that from Victoria's Secrets. Most people know what they order when they order it and when it's supposed to come, and they keep track of it. As this woman did, she kept track of it. She's got an invoice. She's got pictures and photos and everything.
We weren't going to go to jail for her.
All right, she's missing about 5 things.
What's she missing?
I can ask her. They're all different itemized things, so I will have to.
Tell me.
Well, I think you need to go ask. I suspect whoever has them knows what fire they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they're all different things.
Okay.
So I would have to verify with her exactly what things are missing, because they're all different.
If she could tell me.
Just go check with her right now.
Are they going to check?
Yeah,
Love that you're seeing all my good seat.
Sorry. I'm not trying to be like nosy or anything, but
She said that she has nothing else. You need to call Victoria's Secret on that one. And I believe her, because I used to order from Victoria's Secret all the time.
So now mom's going to come into the defense and say, I used to order from Victoria's Secrets all the time, da-da-da-da-da. No.
Isn't that funny though, Keith? I was sitting there looking at the word firmament and things. Firm at business house, and then a mint, person born an idiot. Firmament. So if that little feminine ass bitch didn't stand firm, they don't understand what he meant.
Yeah. So it comes to the aspect here, how much does mom play into it? And if mom looks guilty, this is an age thing too. I'm telling you, this daughter isn't young. This isn't a young daughter, and she's actually got a history herself. And mom and dad know the history, and so now we're looking at the thing about dad being involved in it as well, because he's the one that allows this fucking insanity. And it's not just this event. The daughter has a multiple series of events. So who are the parents? What are they doing? Did they really bring the child up in the ways of the Lord? Or are they heathens themselves bringing up a heathen that is just fucking insane? Listen to the insanity as it gets deeper, folks. And I want to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There's a PayPal link down below for anybody who wants to share some love. The birthday marathon going on, so I can enjoy and relax tomorrow by going over the insanity today. Thanks for joining me, and be blessed. Let's continue on.
And the whole order did not come. Because she needs to check with them. She needs to check with them. I used to order Googles and he would give this off.
So that's what you think is most reasonable?
Yeah.
That's what makes the most sense to you right now?
Yeah, it does.
So if she used to order from Victoria's Secrets, I'll give her that. Let's say she used to order from them. how long ago was it? She's quite an older woman. She certainly doesn't have the figure for ordering lingerie from Victoria's Secrets. I wouldn't think it comes to a certain point of. Well, she may not. I don't know. I can't say I don't order from Victoria's Secrets, guys. I really don't. But let's give her the benefit of the doubt. This is a modern time. In modern time, ordering from places online, these nice devices we have the evidence. And this is what the lady is talking about. She's got evidence that all the items aren't there. They were delivered. The invoice shows that they are all delivered in the same package. There weren't separate packages. And those invoices are pretty accurate today. And she's not only got just this one invoice, but the woman that's ordering from Victoria's Secrets does in fact order from Victoria's Secrets all the time. She's got multiple receipts all showing that everything she ordered always showed up.
Does Victoria's Secrets have a granny panties section?
Evidently, they've got a one-size-fits-all, because I don't know about this daughter, but this, whoever's wearing his underwear, is she the same size as the lady that ordered it, or what? You know what I mean? Come on.
She was scared.
That she didn't steal it.
No.
I mean, 10 was separate. We're going through all
No,
this.
I told her.
Send it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's got the itemized receipt on her phone and in the package.
Okay.
She's got the itemized receipt on her phone and from the actual inside the package, and there should be 15 things in there.
I understand that, but I have actually been sent.
It doesn't matter. What they're going by what?
Okay, I know that. Megan said that she didn't have it.
Okay, let's talk to Megan. Where's Megan at? Why are we?
If it's Victoria's Secret items, I'm ruling out the dad. So now I think it's down to 2.
Talking to you.
Okay, and Dad did stand up slightly there. But again, it takes much more of a man to say, listen, it's time to put an end to this. But he didn't earlier. And as we see, he didn't here. He's going ahead and going in to get the daughter. Going to bring the daughter out. That part he is going to do. He's come to that same conclusion. Mom needs to shut up. That doesn't matter. Let's go get her and find out what she says. Okay? It's time to put an end to the insanity, Mom. Quit sticking up for your insane daughter. And Dad needs to put his foot down and kick them both the fuck out. In my opinion, of course. And again, if you want to call me a misogynist, go right the fuck ahead. If the man really wants to set his house in order, he will set it in order first by letting them know it's his house. And if they want back in, they have to show their faith.
Is Megan at all? What the hell? Get Megan out here.
Megan, get out here.
Doing this is stupid.
Megan. Order some bracelet from Nordstrom.
So there's like a slip in the bag that has.
Yes, 15 things in total. They're all different things. So it's not like one thing is, listed as quantity 1 or 2.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give her one chance to get those other items. If not, we're hooking her up and bringing her in. I'm not playing these games.
That's all that she said.
Okay, did you hear in there? Did you hear in there? We're going to give him this one chance. No, you've already given him several chances, guys. That's why they go ahead and continue playing these games. They think you're going to keep giving them chances. It's time to understand the law, put your foot down, and no more chances. It's not a game of chance. It's a game of consequence.
Victoria's had missed 7 items of my stuff.
All right, what's your name?
Megan.
All right, Megan. You have one chance to get the stuff. You have 5 items still missing. Or
Okay,
you want
but
to
if they're missing the stuff, man, what do I do? What about Victoria's Secret? I go to jail for a year and package having missing items for Victoria's Secret?
That's why you don't take in packages that don't belong to you.
I did it!
I threw it down to her. And I didn't look at the name because
I had to order stuff too.
I didn't look at your name. I really didn't.
And now because Victoria's Secret's gonna miss it, I mean, I've had 7 items missed.
That's fine. Basically denied taking it.
Calm down.
So you denied the whole thing?
We're all set.
Wait, yeah, I wasn't even here when it was
So
thrown
you
out
had to
there.
make bay, and I made sure no one threw
No,
it
David
floor.
didn't.
No, wait a minute. David threw it on the floor. I
She
had
threw it
just
down
got
the
out of
basement with my
bed,
living area.
and she wasn't even here yet, and I threw it downstairs. I didn't even look at the name. And
Because she
she's
knew
the
that I had ordered Victoria's Secret too.
Wait a minute.
They didn't even cooperate until you threatened to arrest them. Does that what sort of look like?
Yeah,
from what I
that's
understand,
exactly what happened.
I didn't want my husband going to jail for something I didn't.
Well, somebody's going to go to jail because you guys obviously aren't fessing up and giving all the items back.
am the
That's
one.
right, I'm giving all the items back. Everything that, no, hang on, everything
We've got
that.
5 more that are missing.
Okay, I'm telling you, Victoria's Secret is missing that, not me.
They've done that.
You can check my underwear drawer, you can check everywhere.
Yeah, of course you're not missing it because you have it.
She's got a pair of one, don't she?
Well, yeah, that's what we're going to find out. The insanity goes deep.
I have nothing but Victoria.
This is why I question the dad's involvement. He mentioned even if we have to compensate. He either knows directly that she's wearing a pair or that previous incidents like this have happened where they weren't able to return certain items because of certain situations like that where it was already used or gone, and therefore they would have to compensate. That's why I question the father's involvement. How much does he really know? Is he too a heathen? If he's an honorable man, he sets his house in order, kicks them both out, says, listen, I am a legacy heir of the messenger, our Father which art in heaven. He comes first, then me, then the mother. If the mother cannot follow, then I cannot have children with her. I'm going to have to deny both of you so I can follow my Father which art in heaven. I don't give a fuck anymore. That's what the scripture says too.
I agree. He has to know something otherwise, because there ain't no man going to give another man compensation for anything that is not owed due.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, for that simple fact alone, to say, well, we can compensate. You done told on yourself, fool.
Yep. That's why I say I question the father's true involvement. I don't think he's displaced from the situation as much as people might think. Again, this is why I say, men, these problems only exist because of us, and that is itself should be proof enough that I'm not a misogynist. So go ahead and call me misogynist if you want. Go ahead.
Well, see, that seems to be the problem that keeps repeating itself, is the same thing is regurgitated in these families, and these foundations are built on this type of shit right here.
Yeah, that's that false patronymical society.
Throw the rock and hide your hand.
Yeah, the false patronymical society that says we've got somebody that will take place of daddy in case you don't like what he's doing.
Oh shit, daddy's home, motherfuckers. You better take heed, daddy's home.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thing to mention. Sounds like a potential reason why you would steal it.
Take a deep breath.
Shut up. Stop.
I don't have the order.
Where's the rest of the shit?
I don't know. I missed 7 items out of my order. This is not.
And boy, she is sticking to it. Sticking to it while she's wearing a pair right now. Since Russ already fucking blew it out. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I was sitting here chuckling.
First for Victoria's Secret.
Yeah. And she's sitting here blatantly denying it, but in the end we find out she's actually wearing a pair. Funny shit.
Stop.
I have no reason to lie.
All of us want to leave and get on with our day. That's what we all
You want to get my panties off? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. See, she's so bold. You want to get my panties off? Jesus Christ. See how insane that is, Russ? Did you
The
catch
theatrics.
that part? Yeah,
The theatrics always blows me away. It's a key. It just gets that bullshit meter to the top.
Yeah.
That's what we want. Where's the rest of the stuff?
I don't have them.
I don't believe you.
Can
Okay, thanks a lot, Mom.
No, go check my drawer, Mom. Go check.
Oh, I don't have them. I don't have them. Go check my drawer, Mom. Go check my drawer.
She may be telling a little truth there. She should have said she didn't have them all because her ass had half of them and the other had the other half.
Well, this is the part. Go ahead, check my drawer. Take any underwear. No, it's not take any underwear. Okay? And this is, does Mom really know what was in the package? I don't know. It kind of seems maybe she doesn't. But now we got daughter saying, go check my drawer. Like they have an intimate knowledge of what they order through the mail, even though Mom says she does things she doesn't know about. So here we got Mom again being directed to go check the drawer. Now watch what Mom does. Mom's going to play along that even if she doesn't have any knowledge of what underwear it is, she's going to go look for it and then come back and say, no, I didn't find them. So just sending Mom in there to look for them by itself, again, is placating to the game by these officers, or they just don't comprehend it. So again, look at the age of these young gentlemen and whether they really are capable of proper discernment in these kind of situations where this young lady is saying, Mom, go check my drawer, take any underwear. So again, it gets deeper while we watch Mom play the part, knowing that if she doesn't have any involvement, she can't find the underwear because she doesn't know what ones they are. Yes, she's going to play along so far that she's going to pretend like she's going to go look and then come back out and say she didn't find them.
Check my drawer. Take any underwear. What did I do? I just got here. Why are you staring at me?
I can look at you. Can't I?
I'm sorry. What were the last four? 220. Huh? What?
It's nothing to do with this.
I'm freezing right now.
See, this dude looks like about a 19-year-old Opie from Maywood or Mayberry.
The thing against me, what did I do? What did I do? You took something that don't fucking belong to you, lady.
Yeah, it's funny how she keeps asking, what did I do? What did I do? You've already been exposed for what you've done. And now we're having difficulties resolving it because you want to continue the lie. You already know you're going to jail, yet somehow you want nice, clean underwear when you get out. So you're going to keep lying and say you don't have it. Wrong thing to do.
62-year-old male, 5'11",
You're
wearing long sleeves.
Still cold.
Can you move my hair in my face, please? Please.
Sorry.
So, let me. I just got here. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. But
I just got back.
Just let him talk.
I'm bipolar and I'm anxiety bad. I have not taken my medicine.
Take a couple deep breaths.
I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Sickening. You look bad, women. You look weak and disgusting.
That's the most horrific part of it. If they just knew how disgusting they really look, I think they'd probably change their attitudes a little.
And you want a man. I think any reasonable man, even if he's not honorable himself, won't take you.
Nope.
Don't want to be in handcuffs. Please, I'll be calm.
Okay.
Please.
We were past that.
Brown eyes. She doesn't have a license. No, it's a valid ID. Looks like she's got a warrant for shoplifting out of Georgia.
It's out of the pickup. They don't want it. It's out of the
They don't
pickup.
want you. Relax. It's 10-4.
It's out of the pickup.
All
They
right.
don't want you.
Okay, are you going to be? Don't scream.
I swear, if you take these handcuffs off, I'll be cooperative.
I gotta hand it to the cops. Clearly, the cuffs had an effect on her.
Can you please take them off? I'll be cooperative.
Don't pull on them. Here,
Can these please be taken off? This is
just
ridiculous.
relax, just like.
This is ridiculous. No, what's ridiculous is that despite the fact that you're in those cuffs and you know your way on your way to jail, you still remain in the lie.
Yep.
despite these people maybe not being able to comprehend the situation before them and make discerning matters that, hey, it's time to just go get a warrant, arrest all three of them, like you said, get a warrant based on a complaint with an affidavit so you can go search the premises and get the items. And when you find out that one of them that you're arrested, because there's an item short, you do a strip search and find out, yeah, she's wearing a pair herself. You cannot deny complicity in that amongst any three of them in that way. They should have stuck with their first original plan of attack. And this is what I assert to people otherwise. When you find a fault, go at it, stick with it, and do not back off. It is a fault. In this situation, like they said, they were in a perfect position to go ahead and arrest all three of them. They knew the property was in the house. They all admitted to it. The lady admitted to it when she discussed it with the victim and said it was a Victoria's Secrets package. That meant she had knowledge of it. And now they're all three playing along. Guess what? Set thine house in order. Daddy, you're just as guilty. You want to keep allowing this shit to happen, you go ahead. When we release you and you go back to that house, you go ahead and welcome them back in, and I guarantee you we'll be back at your door.
Like that, you'll be fine.
I cannot relax with it. You know what kind of experience I've had?
Okay, I know.
My
it's like
whole life.
Just relax.
We're just trying to get things figured out.
Victim, victim, victim. Victim, victim, victim.
What?
Okay, so when you're looking through all those items and putting them away, like you said,
Yeah.
did any of them? Did it all seem like stuff that you ordered, or
I didn't even pay attention. I was just trying to. I was doing what she told me to clean the basement because I had so much. I just moved back in from my boyfriend's. We broke up.
Would you just like grab them all? And
Yeah, I just threw. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So you're sure there wasn't a mistake?
Can I go double check my drawer because she doesn't know what she's looking for? I could probably tell if anything is in there.
I thought you just said for sure nothing in there.
I can go double check because I shoved them in there. You don't know how deep that is. An antique drawer. You know how deep that thing goes. Can I please go?
So now she's willing to admit that she might have made a mistake and missed some. After all of this past 5 minutes or so, denying that was all. That was all. That was all that was there. You need to check with Victoria's Secrets. They shorted those 5 items. Man, this woman is rough.
Go double check.
1 second. Because I don't know what he was talking about with your mom. So I don't know if they found him or didn't find him. I don't know what's going on with that. So I want to
just try to figure this out together.
Wait, what?
He was just talking to your mom, the other officer down there.
Yeah, about what?
I don't know what he had to say about this, but he'll stand with you.
What about her mom talking with the victim has her so freaked out?
So it's like, and I would have never got it back if you guys didn't come here. So she would have freely taken my stuff.
Right. So yeah. So your options here, you can go with theft. And the best evidence we have is that she took those items. Or if you think you've got most of it, you could reach out to Victoria's Secret, explain the situation, and if they would replace it. I have no idea if they would do that or whatever. But if I'm in your shoes, those are my 2 directions I can go. You just got to tell us what you want to do so we know what to do next.
And my conscience too, because this girl is trouble.
My question to you is, do you order stuff from Victoria's Secret frequently?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
How often do you have problems with them not fulfilling the order?
Okay. Never. I mean, I'm an avid online shopper, so you don't. Usually, there's not stuff missing, so that's why
that's why I said to her, one thing missing, I can kind of understand 1 thing missing, but 5, come on.
Right. I mean, they're a pretty legit company, so
exactly.
They have checks and balances, so yeah. I mean, I think that she took my stuff and that she was going to keep it. Obviously, I mean, I said I'm going to call the cops, and there's no way that you open.
And this is where I want to mention the aspect of, that girl Megan, I'm pretty conscious of the things that are purchased online when it comes to me and my companion. Keep track of that stuff. That's why we use tracking numbers, and sometimes, depending on what we're buying, is a insurance provided, things like this. And so when it comes to these online purchases, if Megan really was a good purchaser, it would go to the aspect that she would know what she purchased, when it's coming, and because she tracked it. Most people that purchase online do the tracking. I mean, when we get down to the reason and logic of it, most of the time, and again, I admit there are people that like will do these things. I admit there are times when people like Megan will do these things that's not the natural course. The normal and natural course for most people is that they get a package, they recognize it's not there, and they either take it back to the post office or whoever delivered it, or a lot of times if it's a knock sign, they automatically again comprehend who's the package for. They're usually expecting a package that they have to sign for, and again that goes because they've been tracking it. Reason and logic, we got to start using it, folks.
With all that stuff, and you don't realize what you order. So she did it. Yeah.
And the arrest is happening right now.
You're coming in for theft. Over here.
Hmm?
You're coming in for theft.
What don't I? Mom, go check my drawer. Go check my drawer. No, can I go check my drawer? I promise you, I can probably find them.
Oh, you remember where it's at now?
No, I promise. I said they're deep.
Yeah, I promise you I can find them. Oops. You see how they slip up? Is it obvious, Russ?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, if you can come in with the right angle and the right discernment, I mean, you can identify just about anything.
Yeah. And again, it's
just got to be willing to do what's right within that discernment.
Yeah, you got to understand what they're saying as opposed to what they're doing and how they're acting. Past record, which has come in, warrant for your arrest, and it's just people get started in that one lie, and then they have to cover up that lie with another lie. And at some point in time, they think, and I don't know where they get it, it's delusional. They think that the lie is good enough and that the previous lies support it. It doesn't. All it's doing is destroying who you are, or it's destroying what you're supposed to be. It's making you look very bad. That scarlet letter shit.
Let's go look.
Can you take this out?
Let's go. No, you're staying in the cuffs. Let's go look.
Can you go with her? Mom, can she go with me?
Let's go. We'll all go. How about that? It'll be a big family party. Come on.
Stop yelling. Please. No, I asked him if I could go in there and
Talk
look.
the same volume she's talking.
Okay, no, Megan, calm down. She wants to take. Can you let go of me, please?
No, we can't.
Come here, puppy dog.
They want to take me in for theft. Can you let go?
They want to take me in for theft. I didn't steal anything, but here it is. And there isn't any more. Oh, wait. I promise I can find it. And they're going to take me in for theft. Psychotic bitch.
Oh, my arm, please, so I can look. Can you open it?
The rear of
This one?
Yeah, it's an antique.
Detroit blackmail.
That's not mine. Mom, you didn't look because there's stuff in here that's not mine.
Where?
Right here. That one's not mine. This one's not mine.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. You didn't look.
See, the daughter at the time is playing that mom should have known it was hers, that they have such an intimate relationship, particularly in this particular package, that she knows all the items that she received, and that she should have known this was one of them, and this was one of them, and this was one of them, and this was one of them.
Throwing her own mother under the bus.
Uh-huh.
These type of people would steal the copper pennies out of their dead mother's eyes.
Absolutely.
Sick and disgusting.
Wait, hang on.
I have a pair like this.
That's George.
No, that's brand new, Mom. You didn't look at this.
No, I didn't see him. Sorry.
She didn't look at that.
We should have let her.
Oh, so she does have them, but it wasn't theft.
Items here.
Okay.
We look. She swears up and down that that's the only thing. So what else were you missing?
So it would. So
Is
there
this
was
what you're
5
missing?
additional items. I think so. Yeah. So she probably has them on, because if they're all the underwear,
Right.
which
Yeah, see, they got 4 pair back, and there's still 1 pair missing. So she said, yeah, she's probably got them on. See how quick this goes, folks? See, now we understand why Daddy said, even if we have to compensate.
I'm not gonna. $5. I'm not going to. I mean, I still think that she should get in trouble.
I mean, she took it.
She took it. You know, I just, you know, that's bull to me. People, that's a lot of money that she was just gonna take, and there's no way you could just. Oh, I thought they were mine.
She does have a point there. Let's wrap this up.
All right, so she still wants to desire prosecution for the 1 item that's missing.
Are you kidding me? I don't have it.
Listen.
The thing is, we had to go through all of this just to even get the package
I
back.
told her where to check. No, I told her where to check. No, don't take me in. No, wait.
What if we?
No,
What
don't let go.
Well, we're past that at this point.
What if I? What if I paid for the?
Mom,
We're past
Mom,
that.
no, hey, let go.
Okay, what is going to happen?
Is this the underwear you gave me, Mom?
For how long?
Ma'am, isn't it?
Is this the underwear you gave me, Mom? Again, implicating that Mom has intimate relation in regards to this exchange of underwear. Throwing Mama under the bus. Mom, is it the underwear you gave me?
Ask her if it's a pink pair of underwear. Ask her if it's a pink pair of underwear. Ask her, I'm wearing them. Oh my! Ask her if it's a pink pair of underwear. I'll take them off.
She just
Mom.
I'll take them off.
I couldn't show
Oh my.
I couldn't even show my face in that community anymore.
You think she wants to wear your nasty stench on her now?
No.
No, Mom, you gave me a pink pair of underwear. Does that come in the package? Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, and Mom just admitted. Let me make it clear. Now Mom has admitted she did have intimate relations in regards to that exchange, because she just admitted that those underwear came out of that package. Therefore, Mom did know it was a Victoria's Secrets package, and she did have involvement with unloading its cargo. The bitch lied the whole time to cover up an act her and her daughter were both involved in, and either Dad knew about it or didn't give a rat's ass or was blind to it, and I don't care what.
Well, we'll even dive into that a little deeper. Look at the mentality that these fathers have, say, let go on in their own house, and their children is a representation of their actions and teachings. So this cycle just keeps repeating itself until someone has to take charge in the family to change and break that generational curse in these teachings.
Yeah, and the only way you can do that, folks, is the guides. It's your job. You're the ones that failed. We're the ones that failed. Set thine house in order. God first, then the man, then the woman, and then the children. You have a successful union along that chain, and you end up with children. And those children will continue that chain. And in those generations, they will all remember their forefathers, not necessarily by name, but by the embedding of the moral principles of our nature to procreate in prosperity and abundance. And that means we have to do so peacefully amongst each other.
Would you agree, Keith, that the old man there, the father, he shouldn't have stood firm there. He should have stood frank and been bold in his teachings of not saying compensate, not to compensate. You know, that firm, that's a word that's I don't think it belongs in leadership, because I think the role of leadership is to move us forward, and we shouldn't be firm in that progression.
Well, and that's what Jesse Lee Peterson's going to get into with real men are conservatives and not liberals. So let's take a look at that one.
Was those crickets too loud?
And one of the reasons I'm concerned about you being a progressive is that
me specifically, or all progressives?
All men.
Men, only men.
Only men.
Progressive women don't concern you.
It's normal, abnormal for women to be progressive.
Interesting.
Or liberal, but it's abnormal for a man to be a liberal or progressive. It's a sign of being a beta male.
I didn't know that.
Because real men are conservative, Republican, you know, and strong in nature. So I'm concerned if you're a liberal or progressive.
If I became conservative, would I no longer be beta?
You would become alpha.
Well, something to think about. The reason was you've called me a girly man so many times. Remember we talked about that?
Weak.
Oh, okay.
That's because it's not because I think
that I'm gay.
Right.
Got it. Glad we clarified.
Absolutely. It's not because anybody would think that you're a woman or that you're gay, but the character traits protrude more than the masculine character traits. And this goes to testosterone, pheromones. Men get turned off by other men because we can sense those pheromones. It's not just limited to sexual relationships with women, but also the inherent availability of being able to tell if that man has a beta cuck through smell. So the next one I got is gold digger saw the card and this happened. And this is the way we have to react or behave in our life when we, and we don't have to do it through this popularity scheme of wealth and riches, but in our true searching for a woman of our own nature in that. So whatever we use as our wealth system, and we're looking for women that fit into that wealth system, we want it to not be a woman that's a gold digger type.
That's a nice car, huh? And what car is this? Is yours? What's your name? I'm Tico.
I have a boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend?
Yes.
I can't get to know you? No. Where your boyfriend at? This is his car?
No.
Man, I ain't trying to bother your pictures. You look good and stuff. That's why I came over here. No problem.
Wait. You just trying to talk to me.
And catching gold diggers and shit like that. Feel me? You know what a gold digger is?
Yeah.
What's a gold digger? You?
I'm definitely not a gold digger.
You're not a gold digger?
No.
All right, give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Like, you not gonna let me come in?
You wasting my time right now. I don't want to talk to you no more. That's the thing. You have a good one, though. It was nice to meet you.
What you mean? What you mean?
Oh, that's a nice car, huh?
See, they want to play this game of being righteous and just, and no, I didn't steal it, and oh, why would you hurt me like that? I'm a victim in this. Don't play that game, guys. We're failing because we're failing ourselves before we fail the women and children. Let's see here. It says dog stops criminals. Dog stops criminals. Let's see why I posted this. I can't remember
When
why.
two thieves pulled up and parked alongside a house, they really thought they had formulated the perfect plan. With caution, they exited the car and quietly walked towards the house. One of the two begins climbing over the fence with the help of his partner and slips inside, waiting quietly for his partner to retrieve their prized target, a helpless litter of puppies. Upon entering the door, the dog immediately goes to sniff out what's going on. The dog, determined to protect his home, growled and barked, threatening him to back away as soon as he saw him, but the thief seized this opportunity to grab the dog, with plans to steal him as well. His partner quickly rushed to aid him, struggling to open the door from the opposite side to help them make a quick getaway. Just as they both struggled to drag the dog, the homeowner rushes out, and a struggle ensues after she tries to grab him and keep them from loading him in the car. But when the second homeowner came out, the thieves quickly retreated, jumping back into their car and hastily reversing.
The old boy's got a shotgun. Old boy's got a shotgun. These dogs, they're part of the family. We have to learn how to train them to help protect us. The woman's doing a good job going to the dog while the man's coming out with the gun. Now this other guy's still on the ground.
Knowing they'd messed with the wrong house. When two thieves pulled...
I wonder what happened to him. I wish I knew the ending to that. Jesse's brutal truth to feminist.
Well, I think instead of having common sense, women...
And again, I don't always agree with everything everybody says. And Jesse Lee Peterson is one of the ones I like. And so there do tend to be things that I agree with him in a multitude.
want to have dignity and respect,
But
hence feminism.
that's a mess, though.
No, feminism has given us a sense of who we are and what we can achieve in the world.
The feminism has caused women to be old and lonely and lost.
I don't think feminism is causing women to age specifically.
Meaning that they'll get...
Meaning that we're hearing it more often that I'm a woman and I don't need a man. I don't need no man. Well, you don't need no man, and if you don't need no man, you ain't gonna want no man. Because the man you want is always gonna leave you because you don't need it. Because you're always gonna be willing to find somebody else to fulfill the needs. You see your looping psychopathy?
Getting old with no husband, no children, and they regret it that I had the little career. So once that ego fulfillment is not working, they realize I should have gotten married. I should have had children, but it's too late.
Well, you know, it's interesting because I think a growing number of women are realizing that we can either be trad wives, as you've articulated, or we could be single and happy and partying it up with our friends.
But that's not life. That's just a...
Single and happy and partying it up in life. That's that hedonistic thing I was talking about. And whether they have children or not, it's most likely that there will be less children if they don't have that sex. But we know that that doesn't happen when you're enjoying life, being happy, and partying it up. So it begs me to wonder how many children are out there by women in their masculinity in this popularity contest that will have children, deny the father knowledge of that child, and then not necessarily even have an abortion, but bring that child to full term and put it up into an adoption system, into the foster care system without anybody's knowledge. How many women do that kind of thing?
We've lost the old ways. I believe that's what's hidden from us all. And I honestly believe that I don't think people can get it from a book. It's inside of us. We have to, I mean, you know, that's what I was said earlier when I was talking, what I had written to my children and things of people coming together and working together. Everybody plays a role here. And we are truly one.
And that's why I mentioned this thing about women and their part in this, that it's not just the men. There are certain places where we see women partaking in things that the men have no option in, and therefore it clearly is put upon the shoulders of women for that particular responsibility. And like I said, I can't believe that there are no situations where women would go out and have a child, not give knowledge of that child to anybody, but maybe a certain select few, and be able to bring that child into this world and negate the father's ability to take responsibility for it and put it into an adoption foster care system that still has to support it through the tax dollar and the charity of other people, and never know a true father or mother. I mean, it's a sad society, and that's what we're getting at, is children coming into the world without mothers and fathers. And evidently that means, of course, you got to take upon society's presumptions of the system of rules and regulations that would provide for the safety and care of a child that wouldn't be able to do so for himself. So that very safe harbor for that child is actually the indoctrination center, putting him into that same insane warfare of bringing in the same types of children by not being able to maintain a good family structure, knowing the roles and setting that house in order. As an old woman, lonely, and not partaking in that, that's giving up the basic highest responsibility we're given as men and women. It's giving it up. It's the same thing.
What?
It's the same thing as having a talent and hiding it away. Now the next one is another one of those insane cops, and it's these kind of cops I would just love to be able to take out of the system. We don't need these kind of people in the system, posing that they have some kind of authority. Pay attention to this insanity.
1, 2, watch the show.
This driver was pulled over for an expired registration. Then these cops showed up, and what you're about to see next will shock you to the bone.
This officer is trying to unlock my car. This officer is unlocking my car. They just illegally entered my car. Take a look at me. I'm a fucking specimen right here, buddy.
I'm a fucking specimen right here, buddy. Yeah, you're a fucking specimen, all right. But that specimen is a fucking disgrace, bitch boy.
You have gotten on my last nerve. Hands are up. You're going to get your ass looked in front of Lord and all creation. I'm going to give you one more chance. You can bring that with you. I'll let you film the whole thing. Not doing anything. I am not.
The arrogance of his narcissism, posing that he knows the law when he can't possibly know the law, acting the way he is, using the Lord's name, talking about beating another man's ass.
Fine specimen, huh?
Yeah, that's the fine specimen we're looking at, with hypocrisy and blasphemy.
That's what this society calls the cream of the crop. They've rose to the top.
Yep.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Not resisting. I have just been threatened by a law officer. I'm giving you to the count of 3. Come on, my seatbelt is being arrested. Sir, please do not touch me. See, that's where we're coming to a disagreement. It's not about I'm giving you to the count of 3. I'm not touching this off my head. Car right now. Being threatened. I'm giving you to the count of 3. 1, 2, watch the show. My life is in danger. My life is in danger. I am not resisting. Please get off my neck.
So he sued.
I'm not resisting. Please get off of my neck. Soon as they removed him, they went to his neck. That's savage behavior. We do not need these kind of people in the position of authority doing these kinds of things.
Sued and settled for $20,000, and the cop was fired.
That should be on the Brady record, and he should never be hired again. He should never be certified as a police officer again, ever. Let's see, what is this one?
If I ever hear you.
Yeah. Paw putting the boy in his place. Okay? This is grandpa putting grandson in his place because daddy ain't around and he thinks he has authority over mom. Set thine house in order. So when he set his house in order and his daughter's in that house, or his son, those grandchildren he has to put in their order too if one of those parents be missing. Once you set thine house in order, you got to keep it in order. So as the patriarch of the family political political body, if the man is out of the home, he has to be the man to the man's son. So grandpa has to be the father. This is why it's about the message, and that we're not supposed to pay tribute to the earthly father, for there but one Father which art in heaven, and we are all to pass his message.
If they can't ever tell me anything, like you gave him it some respect, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do to you? Huh? Well, I'm gonna whoop that butt. You understand me? I'm gonna come over to the house and whoop it. That's what John needs to do. You need something on your butt because you're too fast. You understand me? And you're gonna have to start listening to grown folks. John is a grown man. Okay? And you start treating him like that. He's more of a daddy to you than your daddy is. You understand that? When the last time you seen your daddy? Yeah. But when the last time you seen John?
He said haven't seen him since he went to jail. And John is the guy playing dad now as his stepdad with his mom.
Well, you better start appreciating him, boy, because that
this morning
pissed me off when Candace tell me that you don't respect John.
And evidently he has decent respect for John doing a good job and stepping in. So evidently he knows him well enough to tell him that he needs to respect John, because evidently John's shown him a good pattern of choice making or whatever. That's what I would assume. And this is what we need to embed in our younger generations. When those people are missing, whether it be because of some delusional transgender or dysphobia of some sort, or alcoholism or drug addiction, we have to be able to step in and fill those positions, particularly as grandparents, because we've already played the part of being mom and dad. We need to maintain those. Once we set that house in order, we are part of the maintenance crew, forever and always. And here's the idiocy of women that don't need men in a world made by men. And then they want to talk about equality. And though there are many in this modern day and age, many female mechanics, many females still refuse to acknowledge what those mechanics are when it comes to their own automobiles. So let's check out what this bright young lady does that doesn't need a man, and then can't fix the car herself because she doesn't need a man.
Yeah. Where do I put it? On the ground? Who needs a man? Not me, baby. Not me.
Who needs a man? Not me, baby. Not me. As she's pouring windshield wiper fluid in the oil reserve, or oil chamber, oil neck. there's a neck that goes down to the pan, and she's putting all this fluid in there that's not supposed to go in there. So who needs a man when she's traveling down the road with all this fluid in there that's not supposed to be in there? And all of a sudden the car dies. Is she going to go to a female mechanic? Say, hey man, I got a problem. I'm a woman and I don't need a man, so I came to you. So can we keep this hush-hush from the men? Nah, she can't really do that. She's just got to find a mechanic. That's the important part. So now she finds out her stupidity.
Let's see. There's no oil.
No, that is not oil. And that is what the mechanic is expecting. He's expecting oil out of the oil pan at the bottom of the car, which she just poured a gallon of oil, of windshield wiper fluid in. Now, the windshield wiper fluid is heavier than the oil. This is much like water is heavier than oil, and that's why we see oil floating on the surface of the ocean when a tanker crashes and spills the oil. It floats to the surface, goes with the current and covers up the beaches and stuff like that. So here we unplug the oil pan, and because the fluid is heavier than the oil, it displaces the oil, and now it's trying to keep the engine cool, not with oil, but with windshield wiper fluid. And therefore the car quits because the oil or the windshield wiper fluid will not keep the engine cool.
Now oil is coming, you see?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I'm recording it. And I do have a witness in here.
Not only does he have a witness in here, but the video that she posted herself showing her putting it in there is witness. This is your idiocy, ladies. You're proud. You're proud of your feminism and equality. I don't need no man. I can do this. As you prove incessantly that you can't.
Somebody put windshield washer or something?
So the car was getting...
Right there, that's the oil cap where she pulled all the gunk out of and was supposed to pour oil, not windshield wiper fluid. Now, here we have another one of those woke idiots. When we talk about, like I said earlier, fetus, as opposed to baby, infant, child, minor, juvenile, young adult, senior. What is worth respect and value? This one here is life on Mars worth respect and value?
Real quick, Wiz. I was watching a show. I usually don't watch much television, but
a life worthy of respect and value. Yes, because it.
Say that again.
Some of the old stuff I do. I said I don't watch much television, but every once in a while, late at night or something, if I'm up, I'll see what's on, like Tubi or something. And there was a show on called Mob Town, and it was about the 50s, I believe, in New York, with the police force and all the corruption. But it was one of the women and one of the mobsters, because it was all about the mobsters. And one of the mobsters got a phone call one day, and the wife answered the phone, and it was one of the big bosses. And so she told him, and he comes to the phone and everything, and she's all excited because she's a cook, and she just wants to cook for all of these big bosses. Well, he got the call, and it was a word that I'd already been interested in, and that word is Kumba. Because I was already interested in it because getting into my genealogy, I saw where the Kumba, like K-U-M-B-A, there's references out there that it means family, tribe, brotherhood. Now, Kumba, and I actually had the characters on, the text on, so I wasn't even really watching it. I was just, it was on for basically whatever, and sometimes I'd read the captions. And he said, all of the Kumbas are coming. C-O-O-M-B-A. Well, Kumba, C is for caress, a loving touch for your loved ones. O is for ornate. I didn't even know what that word meant. I had to look it up. And it means basically ornamented, artistically finished, decorated, and goes on to order. But anyway, then O for openness, open dialect, open conversation, right? M for marvelous, which is how others see you. Do people see you as an asset to the community, or does people see you as a liability to the community? B is for befriend. It is easy for you if you're righteous. And A is for able, for you surely are. I honestly believe, Keith, that our history is so tainted, and I believe, starting to believe more so, that all started right here on our home soil. And what's interesting too is those looking in that genealogy, your heritage, that part of it is in there somewhere too. And we had people down, we had our folks from 1600, there was 10 of them, came here in 1600. And they all down in through there, all the way up through Ohio, Pennsylvania, on up into New York, Canada, all up through there. So when we look at all of these military forts, like we see Fort Bragg, we see Fort Knox, we see all of these forts. Well, these forts were built by the settlers to protect what they created. And then this mindset and this ideology came in here and stole all of that fortune from all of these people that built these. And the families. These were families.
Yeah, and that goes to that diversity, equity, and inclusion of the American dream. Everybody wants to come to America and partake of the American dream, and that's that diversity, equity, and inclusion of the treasures of what we've brought forth on the American soils. And that's due to the hard sweat equity of the labor of the men that built this nation as it is today. And those are the true national treasures of any nation. That's the men and what they create. We just have to learn, kind of like MAGA, Make America Great Again, that we have to understand we have to make our talents visible again.
Make a man's mind strong again.
Absolutely. So let's look at, is life on Mars worth respect and value?
Is a puppy a life worthy of respect and value?
Yes, because it is separate from a human being.
Is a blade of grass something that's life and worthy of our respect and value?
It probably could be comparable to a fertilized egg.
Is a fish in the ocean worthy of our respect and value?
Same thing as a blade of grass.
How about a single-celled organism on Mars?
Is it life?
I'm defining it as life, as a living single-celled organism.
It's a living cell, but does it have moral weight and value?
See, now we've come back to the beginning of this very long, very important, productive conversation.
But does it have moral weight and value?
Yeah,
and this is placating that the life organism itself has to have the same concept of morals and values that we do. In other words, it has to be able to express its own morals and values so we can interpret them and play that game of whether they're the same morals and values as ours. To placate that they can't associate with morals and values because they don't have any themselves is dismissing the aspect of our own capabilities of having morals and values for that life form, despite the differences. And that very difference is that moral value.
Conversation that there are differences between different types of life. They're living beings, they're living organisms, but there are moral hierarchies between different types of biological organisms. I would beg to differ that a human being, in or out of the womb, is worthy of our respect and value and protection. And I find it so ironic that so many people will say a single-celled organism on Mars, or a blade of grass, or a fish in the ocean, or a puppy is worthy of our undying respect, support, and protection, but a human being isn't.
Oops. Oops. See, a human being is a Homo sapien, as they say, and the fetus is a developmental stage of a Homo sapien. No matter whether you want to call it a cluster of cells or not, it is a stage known as a fetal stage of what is scientifically, medically defined as Homo sapien. The very same thing you are, and you're trying to classify it as something different when it's already been discerned is the same thing. Even in the U.S. Code, 1 U.S.C. 8, read it.
These
Matter of
people,
fact, go ahead.
well, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, while you're trying to gather that back up, let's take a look at that 1 U.S.C. 8 that I just referenced. And it says person, human being, child, and individual, as including a born alive infant. That means individual, child, and human being are all of classes of person of like kind. So this means an individual is the same as a person. Individual is the same as a human being. Individual is the same as a child. Child is the same as an individual and a human being and a person. They're all a class of persons. Okay? And it says as including born alive infant. Infant. As it relates in determining the act or in determining the meaning of any act of Congress or of any ruling, regulation, or interpretation of the various administrative bureaus and agencies of the United States, the word person, or the words person, human being, child, and individual, shall include every infant member of the species Homo sapiens who is born alive at any stage of development. So while you talk about baby, child, infant, minor, juvenile, young adult, adult, old adult, senior, those would all be persons. Whereas the fetus, who is not born alive yet, is still separately defined as a developmental stage in all animals, including Homo sapiens.
Keith.
Am I still here? It
Yeah.
says it says my browser lost connection.
You know, one thing I saw, not to change it up again, on that, when I was looking into that genealogy, and I said that word Kumba was attached into it. And you see that logo and my icon there, how it looks like that little train. If you notice, those are musical notes. And then that first one there is actually a seed in the ground that is starting to sprout. But
yeah.
Yeah, and that what I was looking at is at the Library of Congress, card number 76 hyphen. It's crazy. I'll look in. I'm deep into it right now, but it's insane. I mean, it's as if I have relatives the same name as Napoleon. A lot of these characters.
Yep. All good rulers, all with good military strategies.
Right, infant, born alive infant. Well, there's where the infantry comes from. Is those men that built those forts to protect what they settled.
Yep. So let's go to the next. Let's go to the next one here. I've got pray for him. Pray for him. I brought this one in because I think technology is amazing in helping us understand communication, especially when it comes to hearing. And when we hear our companion for the first time in our lives, it should be a caveat.
I didn't hear anything.
Beware what you want, guys. Did you find that as humorous as I did?
I didn't hear it.
You couldn't hear it. Don't tell me that.
Yeah, I couldn't. I come on and said that once I heard you laugh, and I was like, wait a minute, he's playing something.
Well, let me try this again. Let me refresh. I'll be right back, folks. And we'll take a peek at that again because I want you to hear this one. This one's good. Okay, let me bring her back up. This is pray for him. Gets his hearing back. He gets his hearing back. Let's look.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear the sound of your own voice?
Yeah. Oh, baby.
You can hear that?
Yes.
All right.
So much. We're so excited. Thanksgiving's in 2 days, and I can call you on your cell phone now, baby, and you can talk to my dad about his head.
Whoa. Are you okay? Is that too loud?
No, not too loud. The boy that's annoying. You don't hear that? I have to hear this forever. Oh, there we go again, Doc. You know why this guy's smiling? Because he's probably dead, but he can't hear his wife's voice. Doc, please take it off. Help me, please.
Relax. This is a celebration. Trust me, from one married man to another, you'll get used to it.
I don't believe any word that came out of your mouth.
I just had to break up the monotony, and throw a little humor in there. Again, if you want to call me a misogynist, go ahead. I don't give a rat's ass. So let's take a look at the next one. We've got a black father teaches daughters to be gold diggers. So this is part of the problem. Again, men, it's your fault. If you're bringing your children, your daughters up to be gold diggers, and your sons to be growing up to be pimps, there's something wrong. And it's not the children, it's you. If you're not going to be a priest unto me, I have to deny you. If you're not going to be a priest unto me to your children, I must deny your children too. This is Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And knowledge is passed on by the parents.
You ever heard the word INANIA, NOMINA? Translate, huh?
Inamanamoa?
I guess because on that when I was looking at that Kumba thing with the Library of Congress, it has a saying on it: if any do vaunt of their names, let them look to it, least they have in nomania or whatever, which translates to empty names or vain names.
Yep, they have nothing.
You cannot make this shit up.
Yep, they have nothing. So let's take a look at this. This is from the Hodge twins again. Ask Hodge twins. Millionaire teaches daughter never to go 50-50 with no man. This is why you fail. You think money is the object. Okay? As a man, you get all this money and wealth, and then you teach your daughter it's all about the wealth. No. You don't get the wealth until you earn the respect, and you don't get the respect until you do the work. This goes for both men and women.
What is this? All right, so it's his father, right? You look like you a good father. He look like he's doing good. He got a big ass house. You got 2 staircases. Look, millionaire teaches his daughter never to go 50-50 with no man.
Like future.
No go 50.
And I remind you, folks, the link is down there for anybody who wants to come join the panel, voice your opinion. Of course, there's a PayPal link in the details section for anybody who wants to share some love. All is appreciated. It's a birthday marathon. I got a birthday coming up tomorrow, so we're going to get the insanity out of my system today. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button as well, and join others in to join the panel as well if you can. It's open topics. We're just going through a bunch of insane videos and getting some commentary.
50-50. I thought it's supposed to be 50-50. Well, let's listen to what he got to say. All right, I get a Negro a shot.
This is my 14-year-old daughter, Mari. When you start dating, what he gonna have to do?
Work for my dad.
Are you splitting 50-50 with anybody?
No.
Why?
Because you don't.
Come on, see, common sense for her. Y'all gotta understand, the reason why I be so stern on paying 100% of everything, because I have 2 beautiful baby girls, all right? I got a 14-year-old and I got a 2-year-old. And guess what? They ain't gonna be dealing with that bullshit that most women gotta deal with in today's time. They not gonna be out here struggling, trying to figure out how they gonna eat their next meal because they dealt with the wrong men. No, you got to pay 100% for everything, all right? I'm raising them the same way that they see their dad doing. I've been paying all the bills since day one. My wife has never touched the bill since 2014, and that's the year that I met her.
But for a traditional family, that's keeping the children within their respective boundaries and not sending them out on the world to be these executives or start running their own business and say, I don't need a man. Okay. And then, of course, the obverse perspective would be to have a man, and if they have all that other income and everything, forcing the man, if he wants to be with them, to pay all the bills and everything, and that's not a relationship. See, a relationship is developmental and not demanding. If you want to claim that you don't need no man, then you don't sit there and say the man has to pay all the bills and you ain't going to cook him dinner. Or that you're going to cook dinner as long as he provides the food. But when you cook dinner, it's for the children, and he still has to fend for himself because he has to pay all the bills. Or if he wants you to cook dinner for him, then he's got to do the laundry and mow the lawn and fix the roof and do the dishes. And no. There are certain roles that are supposed to be taken upon, and if you dismiss those roles, that's the falling down. That's where you don't have a family structure to even build on, because you refuse that family structure and the roles. Now you're going on a false societal structure.
100% of everything, because if you don't, you are not considered a real man. Stay by yourself until you're able to provide 100%. That's all I'm saying. You can't do that. You don't need to be with nobody. The relationship math is, if you can't take care of yourself, you damn sure can't take care of this person. Stay by yourself and prioritize yourself.
That's true, but at the same time, you're sending these children out there, these little girls out there, to find a man of their own age that hasn't been able to do and prepare like that. So you sound like you're contradicting yourself here, unless you're going to take care of that girl by yourself and pay for everything for her until she can get a man, and make sure that she understands that in getting that man, and he's going to pay for all those bills, she now has certain duties to that man. See, when you're bringing your daughter up to believe in this stuff, you make sure you teach her the opposing values in that valuable relationship. Daughter never go 50-50, really. If he's going to pay all the bills, there's an opposing dynamic to balance things out so that it seems 50-50. That's the perception I have anyway. Go ahead, brother.
Well, I think on the 50-50 situation, I think each one of us have an obligation to come in with 100%. So I don't quite understand the 50-50 myself, but
well, it's the effective end when you got two people putting in 100%, and the effect is that they both grow in it. They both had half or 50% to do with the effect.
Yeah.
They each get 50% credit for everything they did, and everything they did would be the 100% they put in at the end, at the beginning, and then the end, the effect, the prosperity, the abundance is equally proportionate to both.
Yeah.
Oops, what'd I do there? What'd I do there? What'd I do?
Not sure.
Hold on, folks. I clicked something wrong here. Hold on. Got it. Somehow I hit the close button on the screen, on the panel, on the window, excuse me.
Prioritize yourself. This is why I firmly believe in 100% of.
Yeah, I see where he's going with it. I know, but I take care of my wife 100%. But I mean, that's. I mean, not everybody can do that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, especially when they first start dating. Yeah. She could be start dating when she's 15, 16. He's got to pay for everything. He's just a kid himself. I mean, what, she gonna be dating old dudes? Well, I understand. He's got that old.
And see, that's what I say contradicts. They send the little ones out there before they're even adults, and expect them to play this part that they're taking care of themselves for a number of years, so that they could then afford to take care of the woman also. So that doesn't happen in those kind of situations, and that's the most prevalent situation. So it's kind of infeasible.
Mentality. One minute in the kitchen. Shut up. What are you gonna say, Chris?
Is he talking about with marriage or dating? Like,
yeah,
she not
he
supposed to
said
touch that?
dating. Both. Dating, marriage.
He's
man, I understand where you're coming from. But not everybody's in that position. Financially.
Yeah, see, it's all part of the process. And the process proposed is that she wait until the man be prepared. But yet you're sending them out when they're 16. If that's the thing you're going to embed about them, then you make sure, like I said, as this man supposedly should be, taking care of his own daughter until she can become of age to start looking for a man who has put himself together. So that becomes a point of discernment. How long should it take for a man that you look for, as far as qualities are concerned, to put together his life so he could do so? Would it be 2 years, 4 years, 6 years? You know, what are the qualifications for wealth? I think there's a disparaging displacement in reality as opposed to that dream. See, you women like to dream of that dream husband at the top of the echelon, and you're not going to get it. You're not going to get that equality of the fairy tale that you've been listening to all of your life. is almost imperceivably unreachable.
Setting yourself up to get taken advantage of.
Yeah.
Not his daughters, but like if males have that mentality is what I'm saying. If you're like, you're setting yourself up like in the long run for like you gold digger central.
Yep. There you go. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like literally setting yourself up. So it
That
doesn't
big ass
really
house and all
affect
them
his
chains.
daughters because he just wants his daughters taken care of from that standpoint. I understand what you're saying. Cool. I understand.
And that's why I was pointing out that 50-50 perspective, that if you're going to be the clout for her and give her all the shelter and pay for everything, there are certain things in return that should be expected in natural course of duties of a woman. If you want equality, that's where it exists.
Well, that can also be considered equal consideration, correct?
Correct. That's why I say that if you want equality, that's where it would exist, is in your consideration as to whether you want to continue on in that relationship, paying for everything as a man and not getting in return what you think you should be considered to give. Back rubs, whatever, you know, cooking dinner, whatever your thoughts are. And that should be in the courting process. So again, these people shouldn't be going out when they're 16 years old looking for a mate. I agree. It should be a process of preparation, but not just on the man side. What is he teaching his daughter as her obligation of preparation?
I think the women back in the 1800s might have got the men somewhat shit-faced and got them in one hell of a predicament, and they couldn't open their mouths from that point on.
What do you think happened with Jacob? Jacob wanted one wife. This was after he fled the homeland and went to his uncle's, which was his mother's brothers, and decided that he was going to be serve him servitude because he wanted a wife. Well, the wife that he wanted, he got mistaken. He got mistooken. They deceived him in his drunken stupor, and instead of screwing and having intercourse with the woman that he wanted to be his wife, it was her sister. So he had to marry her sister first, and then he could marry the one that he wanted. This was his two wives. And then beyond that, he also had two concubines, which were gifts from his wives.
Them to have whatever. But males hear that, I hear that, and I'm like, yeah, she know I'm playing everything. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep. No, and then she just gonna take half when she ready to go.
Yeah.
This ain't working for me no more. We getting divorced. I'm taking half, and it makes the woman too dependent on the guy.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's why I say you have to be have some kind of preparation so that if that situation happens, are you going to be prepared to take her back into your house, or are you going to have her build a foundation herself? What happens if all of a sudden you're gone and she remains in the house but doesn't have a foundation of how to maintain that house? What are you doing as setting thine house in order to help show her what setting that house in order is really supposed to look like? Are you preparing her for the estate matters to be able to manage them, or are you just dependent that she's going to be able to go out and find a man to take care of her affairs, as if though she has none herself?
And I would want to teach my daughters how to be not these new independent women.
Yeah, not
that. You know, but to be able to take care of themselves if they need to.
Yeah, so he's saying that for the guy.
Right, if they need to. So if daddy passed away and has inherently taught her to be a gold digger, which I don't mind so much so long as it's balanced, that if she's going to be a gold digger, then she put her own value out there considerably equal to it. But if daddy passes away, that she has that ability to put that consideration in there and not be dependent upon some kind of fictional wealth to carry some kind of relationship. As if though, if that man doesn't provide, then she can provide because she's got the money, and she can invite some kind of man into her house and follow her rules. That's matriarch. That's a displacement of roles.
She need to be able to take care of herself before she dates somebody. You teach your girl to be a leech.
Yeah.
In many ways.
Training to be a gold digger, I guess.
Straight up.
Wait, and not totally, but.
And see what I mean by that is if daddy passes away and she's there taking care of all the bills and she has to pay all the bills and everything, and she can find a man that will pay all the bills, she better be able to now give that equal consideration as that man would expect in a relationship of whatever magnitude that you're compelling him to be related to. If you're placating that he's your man and he's there in wedlock to have and to hold forever until until death do we part, sickness and in health, then you have to be able to be instructed and be able to carry that same thing out. If you've got different expectations on what that outcome is supposed to be, or don't even have an expectation of what that outcome is because you believe your role is this and only this, then you'll never have that outcome. You'll be that lonely old lady.
In a way, yeah, it's like it's adjacent to gold digging, like what you doing.
He needed more content. He needed a little bit more.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? When I met my wife, everything was 50-50. We was broke as hell. Yeah, we just struggling to get by. We cared about women. We didn't care. We was broke. We just got married.
And that's what this other guy is saying. He needs more context there. And that's why I'm pointing out the things I'm pointing out, because he wasn't fully contextual about it as it relates to her obligations and her preparation. It was only directed towards the male side. And as parents, moms and dads, we both have responsibilities to both sons and daughters in explaining these things in life. So again, him doing it and not a woman, it makes me wonder, again, in that context, does he have a woman? Does he have a wife? Is he a single man playing the pimp role and teaching his daughter how to be a gold digger without a woman teaching her obligations in the house?
What he was saying is like, you shouldn't be dating if you was broke. That's what he's basically saying.
That sounds crazy. I'm busting my nuts.
Yeah.
And I got a woman in the house with me.
Right.
And now wait, because my wife, both our wives been with us. We was broke.
Yeah, so she know the deal. She ain't gonna be, why you got it and everything now. Why take off now? It's like y'all been him. I was shooting in the gym with him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's saying prioritize your life. Both before you can date, before you date or take someone serious, they got to be financially. Yeah, both sides need to do that. Yeah, especially.
Yes. This is why I like these guys. We tend to have the same kind of thoughts and conjectures.
Today's economy, how expensive everything, you can't just rely on the male. You have to have two.
Hey, some girls, if you tell them like, the man should always pay, then they're gonna be like, why I gotta go to school? Why I gotta get a job? Why I gotta do this? Why I gotta do that?
Yeah.
And just all I gotta do is look pretty and then find a guy that's gonna do that for me, and then I'm good. That's just
ain't nobody trying to do that.
Counterintuitive to having a successful.
Let's go a little. Let's go a little deeper. Like, where did you get that money to get that at that house? Huh? See that jewelry on it? I know it ain't nothing good.
Yeah, put him up. He clean though. He got the tinted glass.
Yeah,
he got his little flea market jewelry on.
He got the double staircase.
He's probably worth
What country is he in?
I was trying to see if it was like a green screen or something. But
I know. Yo, so
yeah. Anyway, it goes to the roles that we play in life. Who teaches these roles? What part, may or may not be displaced in the participation of those roles? Like I say, we send our children to the public education centers, and we have this problem with other people with their ideologies teaching our children, and they end up being more confused than educated. And even in that education, they're not really educated anyway. They're just taught to remember certain things. In that remembrance of certain things, the examples given are being given by people under this DEI because of the inclusion for supposed equitable consideration for the diversity of those being included. We have teachers that are being included without being qualified because they need to be included in order to what? Further destroy the developmental education of the very children that you think they're doing a great job. Again, I remind everybody we have a average reading comprehension among the American population of about 7th or 8th grade. We can't possibly have a strong nation in that. No way.
You know, and it brings a good point, Keith. See, that's why I do truly believe that everybody does play a role.
Go ahead.
I'm not a reader, right? I mean, I read, but I'm not one of them. I don't like to read, right? I'll read to verify something, or I'll read about something or something and try to get my clarity. That's that's a role that somebody else has to offer, those talents somebody else has to offer. They may be able to read a book and break that book down to where somebody like me, I don't think I'd be able to do that, right? But I also, from other people's breakdowns of those books, I have discernment that I can discern and not even have read that book just on base what somebody else reads, because the conscience is in my soul. You already know whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah, well,
you just got to be looking with the right.
Well, yeah, I think that goes to what. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that goes to what I was talking about earlier. When we simplify our language and we start communicating that way, we can hear it in others. And so when we hear that, it's automatic drawing and application of things that we are already familiar with.
Sounds like a build. Sounds like a starting to build something.
Yep.
So that's why I think it's so disheartening to see all of these people out here that's hollering that they're claiming to be Christ-like and I'm the way of the future. Come on, guys, get a grip. Get a grip.
Well, this next one's going to show us how important it is to really start getting a grip, because this goes far beyond any authority issues that we've been talking about so far today. This goes to the homeowners association and their delusional thought, and that these people are totally insane. This is exact epitome of insanity.
Why?
Because that's private property. You can't just enter someone's house.
HOA policy states any member of the board or anybody that looks over the neighborhood like me is allowed to go in the house to check on things, to make sure that things are running okay, and blah, blah, blah. So
can me identify him?
I'd like to know where this policy gets its authority to violate private property, which isn't even allowed in the Constitution. And if you're going to do such things, you have to have certain authorities, and it certainly isn't by policy generated to people that have zero authority outside of that policy, including on private property. Just because you live in a neighborhood and you're part of a homeowners association saying that you're one of the people in that neighborhood that own a home doesn't mean you get to regulate everybody else that comes into that community beyond the stretches of the Constitution and those authorities of government. You yourself are not government. And just because you have a private association policy that says mumbo jumbo babble shit doesn't mean you can just take upon your own assertion of your own authority. This is the same thing as the police saying, well, we investigated ourselves and found out we're not guilty. this is the game these people are playing, is that they check their policy and their policy says they can do so. No, I don't give a fucking rat's ass about your policy, idiot.
Well, I
Understand
think,
law. Your policy is not law.
I'd just like to add that I think that the only authority a man has is over oneself, and direct it how to act appropriately when coming in contact and connection with another.
Yeah, and when you pose that as a homeowner associate member, that it allows you to enter somebody else's private home for no reason but to just check and make sure things are good. What the fuck is your authority? If you're not going to allow me to just come over and enter into your home anytime I want, just to check and see that things are okay. See, does that policy say that you can only enter the home at a certain time? Because if it doesn't, and I can use that policy, I guarantee you, my retribution is I'm going to come over to your place at 2 o'clock in the morning. You understand me?
Oh, I'm pretty sure that's not legal, and that's not going to hold up in court. So you will not go in my house.
Did you change these locks?
Nope.
Why is this key not working then?
I wouldn't even lie to him. If I change the locks, I'm going to tell him, yeah, I changed the locks because...
No, I just don't want to be dependent. I don't want to, like...
I don't know how
Do
I do
not
that.
go in my house.
So I wouldn't lie to them. I'd tell them I changed the locks. And if they want to get a little stupid about it and want to damage my locking property, I'm going to file suit. And I will have their ass. I'm one of those people that knows the private communications and how those policies have no effect and what policies actually do affect them. Because under that policy they're posing, there's a charter in place. That charter has to be done through a political subdivision. The political subdivision happens to be headed by an executive known as the mayor. Now that mayor has either a security bond or a fidelity bond with the postal service for every address. And I guarantee you, they're not going to like people waging war on their neighbors without just cause and violating their privacy when they themselves can't do that.
Why?
Because that's private property. You can't just enter someone's house.
HOA policy states any member of the board or anybody that looks over the neighborhood like me is allowed to go in the house to check on things, to make sure that things are running okay and blah, blah, blah. So
I'm pretty sure that's not legal, and that's not going to hold up in court. So you will not go in my house.
Did you change these locks?
Nope.
Why is this key not working then?
I don't know. Maybe they gave you a bad key.
No, this is the same key that I used last time and it's not working.
Come on up, brother.
Did you change them?
Nope.
Link is pinned there.
You have to, if you change locks, it can't be through you. It has to be through the HOA. The HOA has to change the locks.
Oh,
and it seems
does
like
the HOA came?
If you change the locks, it has to be through the HOA. It can't be through you. Excuse me, it's my private property. I do whatever the fuck I want on my private property. This is what these people don't get. They don't understand that just because you believe that you're part of a membership and that membership has authority over you because you grant them authority over you, doesn't mean that they can grant you authority over people that you have no association with. If you're dumb enough to believe that, then you're the one that should be thrown in jail. You have to quit being so fucking stupid.
My mortgage? Did the HOA buy this house? No, they didn't. This is my private property.
you changed the locks on
I
this.
own this house. I do not go in my house.
Of course she changed the locks. Of course she changed the locks. Greetings, brother. How you doing tonight, brother?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'm going to listen. What I'm hearing already has got me pretty alarmed. What the?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite things to do is go over some of these insane clips that we're seeing in the world today. And this is why I have this thing about people here on American soil are slowly becoming Hitler's willing executioners simply because they have a job. And I'm just doing my job. I'm only doing what somebody told me. I have no morals, and I'm basing everything on somebody else's ethics. So you'll have to take it to them.
I would even argue to your point, those that are willing to do those things, but there seems to be those are volunteering for tribute too. Meaning
absolutely, that's
volunteering to be executed.
Yeah, and this is why we have to have that discernment of knowing who we're serving. You know, this goes to the aspect of those very Hitler's willing executioners after the Second World War. 10 million Germans were displaced from their home country. 10 million Germans were displaced from their home country because they're the ones that wanted to be Hitler's willing executioners. Now you have no home. Guess where most of them ended up? Right here. I's one of them. Not directly, but a descendant. My grandparents came here after World War II because they were displaced from their German countries.
Now, were they Germans or were they German Jews or?
They were Germans. I don't know if they were Jewish or not. I know I was born as a Catholic here on American soil.
No, I mean I'm not saying that there's necessarily a distinction, but I think it's even more powerful that one would expect that the Germans would have gone and targeted the Jews to displace them. But the fact that you're telling me that an actual German citizen could have also been displaced, and you're saying that the number is actually quite large, is kind of staggering for, I think, probably for most people to really get and grasp and understand.
Yep. Well, people also don't understand, Europe was developed on Germanic origins.
Mm-hmm.
And so when Hitler was going forth through Europe and trying to conquer it, he was only trying to reclaim the territory that was originally Germanic in origin. The Germans created European countries.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of like their diversity program. They said, okay, this area provides these kind of materials, so we'll call this area this, and it'll be a market program. And that's exactly what each nation is. It's a market program. And that's why it's Admiralty Maritime. It's all for commercial purposes.
That's so interesting. I've heard that bandied around, but that's definitely not in my wheelhouse of understanding. But I've heard that said, Admiralty and Maritime. Birthing, like you birth a boat, right? We are being birthed from the breaking waters of our mother's wombs. We are being birthed into a corporation. That's very interesting. All right, I'm going to listen. I don't want to derail.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to go on to the next one, the Hodge twins again. Again, like I said, some of my favorite conversations with these guys.
Yeah.
We have a lot of thinking alike. And this one here is a crazy conversation between an obnoxious black woman and AC repairman.
Hey, Keith.
This goes to... Yep.
Now, as you got some more company up here, I think I'm going to call out. I was going to try to hang out the full time with you, but it's kind of past my bedtime. But I wish you well the rest of the night and have a blessed day tomorrow. My significant other's the same day, so.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. I'd love to, obviously, maybe sometime you and I on a much deeper spiritual level have some serious conversation that ties a lot of the stuff in that hopefully, people start to get the message. The more people come together and start communicating, and it'd be a good start to the road home. But I'll let you go.
That's the point, folks. We got to... Absolutely. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. And that's the point, is coming together in these conversations. We have to have them. We have to have these conversations, folks.
Absolutely. Much love, everybody. I wish everybody well and many blessings.
You bet. Be blessed, brother. And with that, I want to remind everybody real quick, hit the like, share, and subscribe button. There's a PayPal link down below for anybody who wants to share some love. All is appreciated. And the StreamYard link's down there for anybody who wants to join the panel. Feel free to come up. So here we have a situation where, again, we're talking about those private contracts and how they work. And the lady has a private contract as a tenant, but yet the very person that she has a private contract with as a tenant, the property owner, also has another private contract for a maintenance guy to go in and fix something for the private tenant. How obnoxious should the private tenant be when it comes to that repairman and wanting to fix something so they can have a livable shelter?
Some good show. So this renter gets mad when the guy shows up to fix her AC. That's why I think that slogan, Black Lives Matter, they don't really mean it. Because the way black people treat one another, man, that shit is crazy. To give y'all context, it's the renter. That's a slogan usually keep people, black people thinking a certain way around election time. I mean, if black people actually believe that statement, Black Lives Matter, they wouldn't be killing each other. They wouldn't be treating each other like this video I'm about to show you. Yeah, they only care about Black Lives when they die at the hands of a white person. Or a Chinese person. Nah, they only care when it's a white person. Yeah, I was being facetious. Check out this video. This is we got stereotypes for a reason.
Next time you come here, knock on the damn door. That's it.
Man, look, your landlord told me to come back. I don't gotta get no permission for you to come fix an AC that you don't own.
And he's exactly right. He already had the landowner's permission to do it for her benefit. Why would she want to give the man problem? He didn't have to go through the house. He didn't disturb her, nothing. He went to the backyard, totally avoiding her and her children. There's no man in the house. That's why she's out here running her mouth. The masculinity is toxic.
Excuse me? Like, what the you doing?
Oh, my bad. Mr. Joe told me to come fix your AC.
I don't give a what nobody told you. Why is you back here?
He just told you.
Help you out.
Exactly. He just told her, I'm here to help you out pursuant to the landlord's request. Listen to her carry on to the end result, which is deserved.
I'm doing my job. I was told your AC out. You were hot. I'm trying to fix your AC.
That ain't got nothing to do with you. You're not supposed to be in my backyard. You not.
That ain't got nothing to do with you. That's the insanity. This woman doesn't understand he can't fix it without being in her backyard. So it does have something to do with him, and she's trying to negate it with her insanity. How does this woman live to be old enough to even have children?
I'm supposed to be in my backyard.
Ain't this 2936?
You know where you came at.
All right, then. Well, I'm trying to do my job. Be cool. Chill out.
I'm not going to be cool. I got children in here. Like, you cannot.
I'm not going to be cool. I got children in here. Can't even say it. I got children in here. Come on. Get some education, people.
Be in somebody's backyard without their permission. That's what I'm saying. You can't be back here. You're doing way too much.
What?
That's how happened.
All right, brother.
You're doing way too much. That's how shit happens. Bitch, you ain't even let him do anything yet.
Sound like a threat to me. I mean, that's the new. I think that's the new thing that the cool kids are saying. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. I don't even know, man. It's just words don't even mean words anymore.
No, you're spot on. Well, you're spot on. Because that's what she's placating. She's threatening that if it would have been something she'd have taken care of business. So listen to her rattle on. This is ridiculous, and I don't understand it at all.
Let me do my job. You got kids, y'all hot. Let me fix these AC, and I'm going about my business.
Well, what part of you ain't supposed to be in my backyard? Is you stupid, slow, or dumb? Like, you cannot be in nobody's backyard like that.
Be cool, bro.
No, like you. Next time when you come to my house, this is my house. Joe do not stay here.
First of all, watch your tone. Let me do my job, you hear me? You fall back. I'm about to get this AC back.
You ain't.
And while she's being obnoxious as hell and saying he doesn't have any business back there, she's admitting that he does have business back there, because now she's saying next time you come over here, like she's going to go ahead and let him do his business. Pay attention to how people react and what they say in those reactions, and just tear them apart. Again, unlearn how you've been taught and relearn. It's simple when you see the insanity of what they're posing He's there for her benefit. She doesn't see how he's supposed to be there. Yet next time you come over, knowing that that's exactly why he's there, because there's going to be other problems, and he's the maintenance guy, and he's going to have to come back over to help you fix things because you can't. Otherwise, the landlord would have told you, do it yourself. That way we don't have somebody coming over and being obnoxious to you.
So, do you think she'd be as angry if there was a bear in her backyard, or just because it's a man?
Absolutely. I asked on Based Oracle's stream one time. I said,
did you?
I said, guys, would you feel better out in the woods with your woman or a 6-pack? You know,
or a dog, or
yeah, anything. You know, what would you rather be out in the woods with your woman or something else? You know, and that's what they're playing with. I don't need no man. I'd rather be in the woods with a bear. You can't do that, woman. That's fucking. You prove your own insanity. And it's just funny that they honestly believe this. That's what's so sickening. These women honestly believe that.
Then you're not about to play with me like that. Joe do not stay here. He can't tell nobody to come to my house. This is my property. You cannot come back here in my yard without my permission. You can't do that.
Pay rent. You don't even own this.
I don't give a what I do. This is my
cut his
now,
tape
see if
measure
I
out.
can call somebody over here to be something. I'm trying to tell you, you just can't do that.
So she gave the landlord permission to have a maintenance guy come over and fix the air conditioning because that's what she wanted. That's her permission. You gave him permission by requesting it, lady.
So now you're just going to ignore me.
Do what you do. If you want to call me the Joe, call him. It is what it is.
Now, see, that's what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to tell you that you need to be on
Oh God, I couldn't do it, man.
knock on the damn door. That's it.
I couldn't deal with that tone, dude. I hit the lottery with my woman, dude. No, man, I'd be single.
Yep.
I'd be single.
Well, you can see she's single. Ain't no man gonna take her.
Oh, the big daddy government.
Yeah, that's the only one. But that's the one that's posing the insanity, right?
That's crazy, man.
Let me ask you real quick here. We've had a few conversations, but one of my curiosities, what do you think, GS, about DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion? Do you think that has a lot to do with what we're looking at today?
Well, I mean, when I see certain, I mean, what do you think about most 3-letter alphabet things? I think they're a net improvement or a net negative. FBI, CIA, DEI, CRT didn't even earn it or didn't earn it. Yeah, DEI didn't earn it. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, it occurs to me when people like to throw words like equality out. It would occur to me that we are not made equal. That equality seems, in my understanding of reality, only seems to exist in one place. And that place is a mathematical equation. 4 is equal to 4 is true. It can't be false in the same universe that I understand. And maybe some quantum theoretical mathematics, it is plausible or plausible or possible. That said, in nature, there is no such thing as equality. It does not exist. It doesn't. It simply doesn't.
Yep. And that's what I've been saying the whole stream.
Well, for instance, as an example, if you get if you get a wolf, right? One second. Sorry, I'm trying to deal with this situation. Real hard. Discard a card. Sure. Okay. All right. Hopefully that's enough. 1 second. So in nature, the wolf does not ask to use its claws and its fangs, right? All right. Now I can focus. That match is over. I can really focus on what I'm trying to say. So in nature, the wolf doesn't ask permission to use its wolf or its claws and its fangs. So therefore, it doesn't ask for permission. It just uses them. Now imagine if there was an evolutionary situation in which a rabbit started to slowly equate itself to the wolf, meaning it sometimes the wolf would win, sometimes the rabbit would win, and then the rabbit would start to develop a hankering for the taste of wolf flesh. Do you think once they achieve true equality, that or even the rabbit gains superior evolutionary leaps ahead of the wolf, that is going to say, hey, you know what? I know that your kind has been hunting my kind since time immemorial. But you know what? Now that we're equal, or now that I have the upper hand on you, hey, no hard feelings, man. Let's let bygones be bygones. Let's wash our hands of it. We're cool,
Exactly.
right? We can be friends now. No, they're gonna be hunting those freaking wolves.
Yep. See, that's that tit for tat stuff. Thinking that sooner or later you'll be equal because you got enough tits and tats in on them for the same
Right.
tits and tats he gave for you. Instead of supporting each other and building each other up, the tits and tats are the tear downs, and that's where you get your equality. Well, you're transgender. Well, you're a feminist. Well, you're a misogynist.
Yeah,
all that ad hominem.
Yeah, the oppression Olympics. So this further equates from the animal kingdom to men and women or humans. Now, it's funny how they call it race. They're races. Well, there's races in life. The Olympics. we don't make the Kenyans do a 3-legged race. We don't make them do the race in a freaking burlap sack. They don't have to hop in a burlap sack doing the cross country, which they crush at almost every year or every time there's an Olympics. But when it comes to certain people, we have to put handicaps on them to make it fair for everyone else. Well, that doesn't exist in the animal kingdom, and it certainly doesn't exist with humans, unless the humans are being stupid and severely egalitarian. And to the point that I'm not trying to make this too much about race, but it occurs to me that there's only one group, which is a minority on the world stage, which is about 8% of the population, which are people that look like us, we're Occidentals, that have a pretty much almost an equal in-group bias preference to allow other groups into their mix. Whereas almost every other group on this globe has an in-group preference to exclude people that don't act or look like them. So we are the only idiots and fools, it seems, that aren't biased, but we're called gracists, we're called colonists, we're called conquerors, we're called all this other stuff. But according to my understanding of history, we are the only ones that have outlawed slavery in the territories that we exist in. And although it's still, actually, there's more slaves right now, to include, I will say, S slaves. I'm trying to be very careful to respect your algorithm. To include S slaves, there's more slavery going on right now than ever before in history, of course. Well, I mean, ad populum, there's a giant, a burgeoning population. So that does kind of lend credence. You asked me a very simple question. I'm giving you a very complex answer. Do I think it's right that I have to handicap myself to make it fair for other people to have a chance to compete with me? No, the law of conquest has been recognized by every other frickin' peoples on this planet and has been respected since the day that a caveman had a bigger club than the other one, saw he had a hotter wife, a nicer cave, and a nice roaring fire, and a haunch of a saber-toothed cat leg haunch or whatever over there that he wanted to eat. Walked over there, was better with the club, cracked him in the head, and took all his stuff. That's called the law of conquest. If you don't like it, get good at war, kid. Stop complaining.
Yep.
Why is it that we should, if we're really good at warfare, why should we run around apologizing for being good at taking stuff?
Yep.
Get better at keeping your stuff.
Yeah, and so when it comes to the equity thing and inclusion, it goes more to that societal realm where you don't have a single man that has that nice saber-tooth tiger hawk and their hack over there. But you've got a football game in society. You want to be able to observe that football game. And this is an example I used earlier, Glenn. The aspect of me watching the local football game at the local stadium a couple blocks away from home was that I either had to pay a ticket to get inside because you couldn't watch it from outside because the fence was cordoned off with plates and stuff, so you couldn't see it, and trees and stuff. But there was this one spot where I noticed that people on the other side of the street could watch the game from their porch.
Mm-hmm.
It was up high enough. It sat on higher ground. And so I didn't know those people, and they didn't have any kids, so I didn't have any real way of introducing myself in that manner. I could have maybe offered to mow their lawn or something, but I really didn't want to mow those hillside lawns like that just to get in on to be able to watch a football game when I wanted to. So I created my own remedy in equity by just making my own set of stilts, and I would just walk down to the game on my stilts and watch it outside from against, right. I would lean right up against that fence, but I was over top the fence, and that's that very version of what they use for equity and equality, and that is that fence.
That's
you have the ability to create your.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you have an ability to create your own remedy in equity, but when you subsist on a government and placate that you are reliant on that government for the equality, this is what you get. They're going to distribute in a cheese line the same amount of cheese to everybody. Is it really going to feed everybody?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of good to the government doing good. There's a lot of decent things that could happen. Government cheese could be amazing when you think about, and I know you mean this metaphorically. Yeah. I know you don't mean it literally, but let's explore literal for a second. All right. So literally, tons and tons and tons of I don't know how countless amounts of gallons of milk are just dumped on farms constantly. Think of all the government cheese that if the government would buy that, so that way the farmers wouldn't have to dump it because they're forced to keep prices at a certain price point and not lower it due to the availability, that artificially goes against economics and everything that economics is about. That's insanity, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can upmarket other things that you can use that very same produce for without having to specifically market for like vitamin D milk or 1%, 2% milk. You can upmarket or expand the market into other products like the cheeses and sour creams and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
the diversity.
Well, it's even more horrible than that. I don't know if you heard about this Amish dude who had his farm raided multiple times in the last couple of years. Absolute degeneracy on the part of the alphabet soup group. And you know what? The sad part is most of us, I've often given this story, and please forgive me if I'm taking too much of your show over. But
no.
I've given this analogy of 1,000 sheep on a hill. Now, this is the best hill for a sheep ever. All the grass you could ever want to eat. The seasons are always perfect. Conditions are always perfect. It never rains too much. There's plenty to eat, sleep, and F your way into nirvana for sheep. It's like sheep nirvana, right? But the only downside is, although you can F your way all you want, there's never any population increase. And every night, like clockwork, 5 wolves come down and they get to vote on what's for dinner. And well, that's at that point in time, it's five wolves and 1 sheep voting on what's for dinner. As you can imagine, it doesn't work out too well.
Yep.
That said, so the wolves come down and they decide, okay, well, we're gonna drag this 1 sheep off. The sleeping sheep kind of wake up and they hear, oh, Harold's getting dragged off onto the wood line. That was Harold, right? Oh, that poor Harold. So, man, poor Harold. And so everyone's bummed out that Harold got dragged off in the wood line. Well, the next day comes and there goes Cynthia. The next day comes, there goes Ralph. The next day comes, there goes Rebecca. So eventually when you appease crocodiles, you're going to run out of gardeners.
Yeah. When do you think they're going to get you?
Right. So eventually you're going to have to feed. Right.
Yep.
So the long and short of it is, everyone's okay as long as it's not them. But then there's that old, like, I think it's a Marxist or some kind of socialist saying, and you might be able to pull it up, but I'm going to really do a bad job of paraphrasing it, but you'll get the idea. First, they came for the dock workers, and I said nothing, for I was not a dock worker. Then they came for the shipwrights, and still I said nothing, for I was not a shipwright. Then they came for the weavers, and I said nothing, for I was not a weaver. Then they came for the Jews. I said nothing, for I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to oppose them. So at some point in time, the bell tolls for thee. So your question is, each and every one of us has to determine what our red line is in the sand and whether or not it's been crossed. I can't determine that for El Perro. He can't determine that for me. Although through rhetoric and convincing, it's quite possible that you can, with rhetoric, you can convince someone to fight, right, for their rights.
Yep. And that's,
you know,
and that's what we're hoping to do, folks, is wake you up to the rhetoric. And we mentioned this a couple times already, that once you get used to a certain rhetoric that speaks truth, you automatically start hearing it when other people are speaking that same truth. And that's how we learn to come together. And so, as you mentioned, you can look it up if I want. So I did. Martin Niemöller, first they came for. 1892 to 1984, was a prominent Luther pastor in Germany even. In the 1920s and 1930s, he sympathized with many Nazi ideas and supported radically right-wing political movements. But after Adolf Hitler came to power in 1933, Niemöller became an outspoken critic of Hitler's interference in the Protestant church. He spent the last 8 years of Nazi rule from 1937 to 1945 in Nazi prisons and concentration camps. Niemöller is perhaps best remembered for his post-war statement, which began, "First they came for socialists, and I did not speak out." Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist, because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Absolutely. Great point.
It's a cautionary tale that careful. You know what I mean? It's just be careful. Because
yep, this is well, it's what we manifest by not being careful. We think, and again, this goes to what I mentioned before. I think I heard you might have heard me mention it. We're slowly turning into that hedonist society.
Yep. Now, why in the world can my video not have been monetized? I just got an alert saying my video couldn't be monetized.
Okay, so I gotta pull my screen back up. I want to finish this other one here.
God, this is ridiculous. I'm gonna erase the song, I guess.
Because this he does exactly what he should have done to begin with. I'd have never put up with this long.
That you don't own.
You do, you damn so do. You have to. Like, you not about to come in my backyard and not just tell me you back here.
I got this. Chill out.
Man, I'm telling you right now. I'm about to call Mr. Joe because I'm not doing this. You not about to be coming on my property and doing this. You not, because I'm telling you, that could have been real bad. That could have ended up.
I'm telling you, that could have been real bad. This is where we get that sense of the threat.
Real bad. Now, what if I would have acted another way instead of coming back here trying to tell your stupid stuff?
Man, say, brother, you know what? I ain't got time for this. Man. You want to be hot? Stay hot.
No, I told you, get your.
You want to be hot? You want to be hot? Stay hot. And that's exactly what I'd have done from the beginning, because it didn't make sense to me in the beginning. If you have that private contract with the landlord saying that he has to provide you quality shelter, and you don't have that quality shelter, you get a hold of him and let him know, and he contacts me to go fix it. That's end of story. You requested it.
So I got a question. What's that in the backyard? Are those raised garden beds? That can't be.
No, that's a deck. No, that's a deck that has half of it ripped off.
Oh, well, that adds up. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, just
okay.
Good.
Now the next one I got, Glenn. I hope you like this. This is.
I'm not Glenn, by the way.
I'm sorry. I keep saying Glenn. Generally specific.
Glenn's not a fan of mine, but I'm just letting you know. I'm flattered.
Yeah.
So if I say anything that's inappropriate, then you guys can blame it on Glenn from now on. I like that.
Okay, I can do that. I'll accept the fault on that too.
There you go.
So this is power hidden in message from the Bible. So let me think what you feel on this one, and what your opinion is here.
Ever seen. That's a big call. It's a big call, but this absolutely blew my mind when I found out about it. So the Bible, the early books are written in Hebrew, right? The genealogy in the first few books of the Bible, for those that know, is like Adam first, then his son was Seth, then Enosh, then Kenan. I'll probably pronounce those wrong, but in the original Hebrew, when you take the meanings of their names, get this. Oh, I've heard something about this. So Adam means man. That's like the original translation. Seth is appointed. And then the first 10, I'll read out each of their names, their meaning. It actually spells this. Man is appointed mortal sorrow, but the blessed God shall come down teaching. His death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. What? Wow. I don't know how long ago, but it was long before Jesus came. Wow. When I found out about that, imagine that. God's prophesying Jesus from the first people who ever walked the earth in their names.
What do you think about that? People are, the message of God is prophesied in the names of people.
Yeah, I've heard Richard spoke about this a few times. And 1 second. Dang it. What is this thing doing? I've been seeing a lot of these interesting trendy things going around, and I don't. Now, Richard on the other hand, Demolished Doctrine, for those that, if you know, you know. He's done some real deep dive studying on a lot of this stuff, and I think that's awesome. I haven't, so I don't want to speak out of ignorance, if that makes any sense. So I'm trying to be real cautious about, what I speak to, what I speak about, because I at the end of the day, I really just don't know.
So let me tell you then. I have done the research as well. Maybe not the exact same research as Richard, but my research in relations to this video we just watched goes to Jacob. And Jacob and his 12 sons, if you do the same thing and you look up the meaning in their Hebrew names, it spells out the birthright of the 12 tribes of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go ahead and pull that video up, and I'll drop it in the back for you.
What are your thoughts about the 12 tribes of Israel? At the end of the day, what are your thoughts about it? Like, why do they hate God so much? God seems like he really loves them.
Well, yeah, and that's to me, it's the same thing with any other division, whether it be Judaic or Islam or Christianity. Again, I'm not a Christian. Mm-hmm. I'm not Islam. I'm not Judaic. I have this concept in life that is theist, very theist, and even an atheist is thankful for God because they are themselves atheist by definition. So I think a lot of people are just confused, and this is why I say my concept of God is just simply the source of life. And if we look at it in that simplicity, I am just a pass-through as that source of life myself. I give birth to children by planting a seed. It's the same thing as any other life form. There's some kind of extension, even in the microbial forms where we have division life. the human cells divide. That's how we start out in origin, as division of cells. That's how we grow in our perception of weight and mass. And that's the only difference. In that weight and mass, we have a greater biology that leads to a greater extension of life, it seems. That's all.
Okay.
But it's still the same source. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. It does. It's a lot to think about. I just keep getting this warning in my head, and the warning is basically that in the end times they will yearn for unsound doctrine. Basically, their ears will itch for unsound doctrine. They'll heap up to themselves teachers that teach them basically what they already want to know. And I just think that there's a danger in all that.
Absolutely agree.
I feel that I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I speak caution. I think caution is a very smart aspect.
Well, it's an aspect of patience for sure.
Well, the fact that I don't really know a lot about the Bible is the reason why I'm so cautious. I'm very hesitant to speak. You'll hear me when I speak with confidence. It's because I feel confident with what it is that I'm saying. Like right now, I don't have halting speech. I'm not distracted. I don't have a problem being very confident with things that I'm confident about. This is not one of them. So I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, that's fine. We all start somewhere, and I don't know how much experience or research you got, and I don't know what those firsthand experiences would be yet. And so it's just a matter, like I've said before, it's a matter of coming together and talking about it. We have to have these discussions, and we are not all equal. There are the differences from all of those experiences. So I have to give you the credit for the research that you have done. And most certainly I have to give credit for wanting to continue to do that research. That's the main problem. I get so, I don't even know what to call it. Most people would call it upset, but it's more of dismayed that we have so many of our younger generations walking out of high school and not picking up another instrumentality of knowledge, not going forth and wanting to learn anything else. They think that they were educated well enough to conduct the rest of their lives, and that's all they're going to do. And the first time they fail, it's a failure, and they get up and try it again. They fail again, and the next thing you know, their whole life is a failure because they don't understand the concept of learning. You can't go through these experiences, good or bad, and not learn from them. That's the importance of those experiences, both good and bad. You have to learn from them. It's how you learn from riding, or learn to ride a bike, is from the bad experiences.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'm gonna find it. I've got over 1,000 videos, so give me a chance to find it, and I'll bring up the video I did on Jacob's 12 sons. I can't remember if I called it Jacob's ladder or what, but again, you look at the names of the 12 sons, and it spells out a birthright demand. So I'll get that to you one of these days.
I think Richard has mentioned it as well. So for me, I look at it kind of like, at what so like if people will say, oh, do you believe in round earth? Do you believe in, I don't care if it's flat, I don't care if it's round, I don't care if it's a rectangle, I don't care if it's an oval, I don't care if it's a snow globe, I don't care if it's on the back of a walking turtle I don't care. It's not my kingdom, it's God's kingdom. Yeah, that's the way I look at it.
And I'm the same way.
I don't give a rat's ass what shape it is, and whatever coat is required for you to feel better about it. Cool. I'm not interested. That's basically it in a nutshell. And some people get so upset about it, and I don't have a dog in that fight. So it's in response to what you just said about the lack of education or the lack of wherewithal or interest which is ironic to me because it seems to me that everyone's encouraged to do higher learning, but they're learning nothing. And so the question I have to ask myself, El Piro, is it a bug or is it a feature? You'll hear me ask all this time, is it a bug or is it a feature? Is it a bug in the system or is it a feature of the system that these kids are being dumbed down constantly generation after generation? Is it a bug in the system that the men's testosterone is decreasing, grip strength is decreasing, obesity is up across the board? 75% of the population of America is considered to be obese. Probably half of that are considered to be morbidly obese. Myself included in that category. And I'm actually in pretty good shape compared to some of my fellow countrymen. He says, ironically, coughing into the microphone. So anyway, long story short, is it a bug or is it a feature, El Piro? I mean, it's kind of a rhetorical question, but
well, I think it's both. And what I mean is that there's a bug in the system because the feature is altered by the man. If the man doesn't understand the system and gives an input, and the system is based on that input, then the feature input by the man becomes a bug in the system.
That is a very interesting take. Let's explore that. So your assertion is that the variable is God giving us free will, which equates to the inputs on the keyboard. So instead of it being when it should be a 1 hitting 1, when it should be a 0 hitting 0, i.e. the language of binary, man is over there like an angry monkey going, hoo, 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 enough eons he might create like Shakespeare, right? The complete works of Shakespeare with enough key inputs, and enough goes. So that is really interesting. That's really interesting. That's a fascinating. I've never had anyone approach it like that. Like, so your argument would be God created it as it was meant to be, and there's that to me is obvious when you look at, like, for instance, when I look at an onion. Matter of fact, I have one that I just planted in the soil. An onion. I can take an onion and vivisect that onion, and and leave about an eighth of the lower part of it, where the roots would come out, even though they're dried up, and then I take toothpicks and I'll put those toothpicks in at an angle like this, so that way I can hold it in a little container and let the water just touch the roots, and those roots will rehydrate. It will start to actually grow new roots, taking some of the nutrients from what's left of the onion, and then starts to grow a new onion. Soon, then green shoots will pop up, right? It'll sit in my window until I get like 8 inches of roots on it. Then I put it in the ground. And then I get a new onion out of it, to include, it goes to seed and everything. That is the onion doing exactly what God programmed that onion to do. It's only man's fault that he's doing opposite what God intended him to do. Go forth, be fruitful, and multiply. Not go forth, be fruity, and blow a guy.
Right. And the system can only do what it is generated by the input. So again, if the man puts in a positive input, he should get a positive result. But when we put in the false input, then we get the results that that are detrimental to us, and we're not learning from that. We're going ahead and doing those same inputs. So again, the bug in the system is because it's a feature of the man. When the man learns how to change the feature, it will give a different input. That different input will then generate a different result. That's what will give the appreciation and graciousness and show the experience as a learning experience.
Right. Have you ever heard of a video game called Red Dead Redemption 2?
I haven't played video games since I was a kid, and I think I'm a little bit older than you. And I used to build and program computers, so I used to build and program games for the computers, and that was my experience in it. And I took it all again from that input thing. I understand the systems are input systems, And if we put in something bad, it's not going to program it right, and therefore you're going to end up with a shitty game.
Well, so this is interesting that you say that. Let me see if I can pull this up.
I'm here. I'm just going to shut the video down in the background.
Sure. I'm gonna share this with you. Now, are you monetized?
No, I am not.
Okay, so this shouldn't affect you at all. Let me, and it shouldn't affect you either way. I've played it as long as we stop it occasionally and talk about it. Let me go ahead and share this.
Well, and I've got the caveat down below already. It's it's a solid caveat.
Well, we're definitely going to be talking about it. So this is and this is a gentleman that kind of wish I wasn't in this game right now because this. Well, we can. Let me know when it's up on the screen because I have it on the screen here. So it's called The Mad Preacher Explained, Red Dead Redemption 2. Now, this is a video game based on right around the turn of like 1882 to 1890 something, that time when outlaws, the Wild Wild West was becoming tamed.
Right.
And outlaws were being hunted by the Pinkertons and whatnot. Well, there's this one guy that you can interact with, and you only ever see this guy at rivers. All right. And I'll leave it at that, and we'll let this whole thing explore. But he's going to go through his Patreon and stuff like that. And people wanted him to explain what's going on with the Mad Preacher. So I'm going to hit play right here. Okay. Now there's some reading that needs to happen. So if you're willing to read that off, as it's going across the screen, if you're okay with that, would you be willing to do that?
I can do that.
Okay, so you can go ahead if you want to catch up there before I hit the.
Yep, the mad preacher is a deranged person who's looking for a sign from God. You can encounter him 4 times.
You're not there.
He can be seen at these locations. Before we get into his dialogues, let's focus on who he's inspired by.
God. Be gone.
In the game files, he's called John the Baptizing Madman. Wow. This is a reference to John the Baptist, of course.
Get away from me. Run from me.
John the Baptist was a preacher, just like he is.
Go away.
He also lived in the wilderness and wore worn-out clothes.
This is exhausting.
John the Baptist was baptizing people in rivers. That's why you can only find the mad preacher standing in rivers. The preacher desperately wants to know the reason for his existence. And that's what's driving him mad. Interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
The explanation to this Easter egg is really meta. Let's get into it.
This is a great game, by the way. Amazing game.
I just don't want him to see me. We're not friends anymore.
Now, this is some of the dialogue when your character, so there's NPCs. I'm sure you've heard that terminology before, non-player character.
Yep.
Okay, so you got PCs, which is a player character. That's like I'm playing a card game right now on this screen right here. So I'm the PC of this game. There's programming like the stuff you used to do. You know, the 1-0s, machine language, if then go to subroutines, this, that, and the other thing. So as the character, you're interacting with this NPC. So now he's starting to like have reactions to the world and make observations. So here we go.
Anymore. We're not. They won't forgive you. They didn't forgive me. There is no forgiveness. None, friend. None.
The preacher refers to God as he and they.
That's interesting.
Yeah. He is a reference to Sam Hauser. He's the president of Rockstar and the main creature of its games.
So Rockstar Games is the brand. So they put out like Grand Theft Auto, GTA, Red Dead Redemption, Red Dead Redemption 2. So that's like the company. So
like Parker Brothers and Hasbro and stuff.
Exactly, precisely. And so like for me, like to my chickens out there in the chicken coop, I'm God. If I don't ever go out there and let them out, they're shut in those conditions until they either suffer from disease, cannibalism, dehydration, succumb to whatever pests. You know, if I give them a good environment, keep it clean, they're going to thrive, right? So I become God to them. I am the creator. I am their creator for all intents and purposes. And I don't mean that in any kind of like disrespectful way whatsoever.
Well, no, I think that's what it's meant in the scriptures when it says, ye are gods. That when you bring children into the world, if you're going to bring them up in the godly way, then to them children, you are gods. They, mom and dad, both.
Gotcha. So yeah, I've read like maybe a quarter of the Bible, so I'm not trying to be obtuse. I just, that's a brand new scripture to me, and I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, and that's why I say there's a difference between us, but I think we're both on the same path. So
I agree.
I'm willing to help expand your knowledge in that in any way I can. I'm one of those guys. I am working on memorizing that thing, and I have a lot of it down pat. And that's the only thing I have though, is having it memorized in my own interpretation. So we would still have to come to common ground in that stuff.
Gotcha.
And again, that's why we have these conversations.
Yes, sir. I would agree.
They refers to all the other devs who worked on RDR2.
That's why I'm out here, well away from them. They come for me, but I'm watching. I never sleep. I never do.
I missed the line there.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was having a hard time here. The preacher says that they can come for him. It's a nod to the devs creating and editing his PED model.
It's PED, meaning it's a pedestrian or it moves, right?
Right, okay.
So it's a moving model. It okay.
The video itself, the animation.
Yeah, he's the anime, like his PED, his pedestrian model, so to speak. Yeah.
Right, his player character in the game.
He won't send me the message. He won't. I've been here for years, and nothing.
He's looking for some sort of message. So he can understand the reason for his existence.
Sound familiar?
Rockstar gave him a signal. He's having interactions with the player, who's the reason why the RD2 world was created.
So that's an interesting aspect of it too, because if you read the Torah and you understand that the Jews are the chosen, and we're just kind of window dressing in their world, which is interesting because God grafted the Gentile into the tree of life in order to make the Jew jealous to bring the lost sheep of the house of Israel back into the fold. Isn't that interesting?
Right. Yeah, and that goes to the actual programming as it relates to those scriptures. It says that the ones who know not the law but do by nature what the law says without having that law are a law unto themselves. So it's like the player going through with his PED model and learning the game.
Yeah.
It's it's the educational process of learning the patterns.
Interesting. Yeah.
I don't think so. How do you know? How do I know? Well, how do I know?
Arthur isn't aware that he's the signal, so the preacher still doesn't understand the message.
So Arthur's the main character. This is Arthur Morgan. And so he's just like interacting with him. He doesn't realize that he's being sent to interact with the preacher and that he's the signal for the preacher to understand the message.
Do you see the similar storyline with the never-ending story and Atreyu?
Yeah. So did you just see how he reacted there? Let me rewind that. Watch how he reacts. Tell me what that reminds you of.
Total madness. I know it is, but I can't stop. No, I can't.
Right there. He felt like he got poked, right? It looked like he got like touched by something no one else can see.
Yeah.
What does that remind you of?
That little devil on the shoulder or something, or what?
Schizophrenia. Have you ever seen a schizophrenic
Yeah,
person?
yeah.
They look up and they're like
Yeah.
they're being poked with pitchforks by invisible things flying above them.
Yeah.
Things that no one else can see.
Yeah, and that's that message they're waiting for, and they never get it. Yet they profess they see all kinds of messages, and yeah, it's odd.
Well, I mean, just because we don't see him being poked by something doesn't mean there's not something poking him. And just because he doesn't see what's poking him also doesn't mean that there's not something poking him. So that's the, what if the people that we thought were crazy in the world were actually the only sane ones? How crazy would that be?
Exactly. And that's that open-mindedness. You got to understand that if we think we're so knowledgeable, yet we're the insane ones that are in the matrix, what happens to ourselves when we wake up in that matrix and find out we're the ones that were insane? Do we go deeper into that insanity, just like what'd you call him? I can't brain fart.
Like an inception.
Well, the guy here, he's a paranoid schizophrenic. Do we go deeper into the insanity and become a greater paranoid schizophrenic, or do we accept the reality of our own insanity and come out of it?
Great question.
You have to be open-minded enough to accept that even though it might be your perceptive reality, it might be insanity.
I agree. Well, I mean, an insane person is probably not aware that they're insane either. So,
exactly.
I'm feeling very abandoned. very ignored. See, I asked for a message, and he gave me the whole world, but no signal I can understand.
The whole world is a reference to the RDR2 world, which Rockstar created. And that's why I say if we find out we're actually in a matrix, a hologram or something.
All these people, and none of them quite right.
The preacher is talking about the NPCs, the non-player characters. They're all scripted and limited, and the preacher notices that. They're just doing their job.
Huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's very frustrating.
It is.
Wasn't that enough?
Wasn't it enough to give you the whole world?
It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough at all. That's a problem. I'm so greedy. I'm awful.
Even though the preacher was given the whole world, he still wants to know what the purpose, wants to know the purpose of his creation. That's why he says he's greedy.
Mm-hmm.
He wants more than what's been given to him, despite that the whole world. Because no other character wants to know their purpose as badly as he does.
He's watching. Oh, he's always watching. Oh, always watching. But never speaking.
The preacher wonders about his existence, just like people do in the real world. See, this is your discernment. He gave you the whole world to observe. Can you discern what the world is telling you by your observance?
I don't think so. Have you?
Oh, yeah. I've spoken all the time, but he's ignoring me. He hates me. He hates me.
Kind of like God went out for a pack of cigarettes, huh? The preacher has become too self-aware.
Yeah.
He started noticing that he is in a video game. Think about what that would do to you.
That's what I was talking about earlier. If you recognize all of a sudden that you're in a matrix.
Yep.
It's a cool and unique way of breaking the fourth wall.
So what do you think of that?
Let me know your theories in the comments. Absolutely. That's
Here, I'm going to share this with you in the back chat. So if you want to check out any more of his stuff there, I don't want to do it so that people just click on it. And we have somebody that hopped in, or no, did we? Or they left? I thought I heard the little bloop thing where somebody came in the chat. Maybe not.
I don't know. Let me check.
No, I didn't see it. No, are they in the basement?
I don't think so.
Okay. Never mind. So what'd you think of that? Was that not a waste of your time, I hope?
No, not at all. Because like I said, that's kind of coinkydink when we think about the Matrix. And if we got caught up in the Matrix and realized it as the Matrix, would we want to then escape the Matrix and get out of that insanity, or will we dig deeper in that insanity? Would there be a way out of that Matrix if we were born in that Matrix?
That's like the Truman Show, right? Have you ever seen that?
Well, I've never watched it, but yeah, the concept is that your life is on show 24/7.
Yeah, well, God's always
in a
watching,
Matrix,
right?
And Yep, always watching. And today we have this thing that Big Brother's always watching. So that's that matrix there.
So like video games, I've noticed something interesting. Like a lot of times they keep remaking reruns or like they'll try to repurpose like old scripts, old movies, old concepts. Even video games, they'll take an old video game and they give it like an upgrade, like a graphics upgrade, kind of retouch it up, give it a new varnish. But it's still the same old game, the same old script, the same old, nothing new under the sun, so to speak. That's interesting. And it gets to the point where I was going to say it gets to the point where
it goes generationally.
I think there's a delay. I apologize.
Go ahead. Finish up.
Well, I would say it gets to the point
fine.
where I think people just stop being interested in the game. You know, they get bored of it.
Yeah.
So maybe that's when they need a new crop to come in so that they're like, oh, wow, amazement.
Right. And that's what I was also expanding upon is that it gets generational, like Donkey Kong, and then Donkey Kong Jr., Pac-Man, Mrs. Pac-Man, Pac-Man Jr. So it actually drags you in. As you get older, you continue on in that series of games. And then, like you said, then it becomes boring because you figured out the pattern. So now you want a new game. So now you've moved on to more adult type games, which is the war faction games and stuff like that. You know, so they're still provided and it's still drawing you into that fictional matrix.
Yeah, I think we're boring people. I think people are losing steam.
No, that's all right. I've been doing this on YouTube for 5 years, and my numbers are just now reaching 3,500 in subs, and that's just because of the content. People aren't really interested in the content that I bring, which is a more real perspective, and that's why I say I don't care if you want to call me a misogynist or whatever. That's on you. If you want to do that ad hom stuff, rather than get up on panel and have a real conversation about the real issue, which is the subject matter, not name calling, then let's go. And people don't want to do that. And that's the experience here is that when people want to come up and start slinging them ad hominems, I don't put up with it. They're bye-bye. I'm not even as nice as Richard is. You know, we're adults here.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree.
And we're coming to the end anyway. I've been going 8.5 hours already.
Yeah, so. I'm seeing that because I just finished my live not too long ago. I just saw you were live, and I'm like, I want to come over and support someone that comes into my show and supports me, man. I'm real big about supporting people that support me, not for the quid pro quo of it, just because I think it's a decent thing to do, man. If someone's gonna put some effort and energy into supporting you, I mean,
yeah, absolutely. And while we're on it, you know, folks, go over and check him out. Generally specific. Yeah,
don't do that. Don't do that.
just tag it into your YouTube search engine, generally specific, and it will pop up. It's that easy, folks. Go over and check him out and hit that like, share, and subscribe if you want. It's up to you, but at least check him out.
I'd appreciate that. And check out my shorts. There's a bunch of free cooking. I do homesteading, cooking, philosophy. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And that's one of the things I want to get into more myself is, like I said earlier, I don't want to be here doing this stuff. I want to be out there. And being out there, I want to start doing more of those survival type videos again. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, you might hate me, and then wait 5 minutes, you might like something I say again. So just understand that is a possibility.
Well, that's why we have to discuss this stuff. When we say things other people don't like, we have to remember just because they're offended and they don't like what we say doesn't mean that we don't have a right to say it and the freedom of expression, nor does it mean that just because they get offended that they can then stop our communication as to the rest of the platform that's viewing this. They have a greater right to know. That's why when people get up and want to start slinging the ad hominems, I don't care about your right to sling ad hominems. These people have a greater right to know so that they can be properly educated with good knowledge and not some name-calling contest. that doesn't do anything for my platform. And that's why people don't come here too much. Most people like the drama. That's entertaining.
I despise the drama. I despise
well, that's why I do these. That's why I do these insanity clips, because it is drama, but it's insane drama. Why are we getting involved in situations like this? And it's simply, again, because people don't have the knowledge. Particular people that should have the knowledge don't. And then when people like myself stand up and try to profess that knowledge, they try to placate that their supposed position of authority says that no matter what knowledge we have, we're wrong, and this is the way it's going. Here's the deal. No, this ain't a deal. You want a deal? Then you take my life, because that's what's on the line. My life. You willing to put your life on it as opposing your authority over me? You got to deal with me now, and I'm a bastard. I will use anything for a weapon. I will bite your motherfucking ears off. I'm just like a chimpanzee. Put your fingers near my mouth, I will bite them off. That's my natural instinct. My natural instinct isn't to go grab a gun. It's to act now. And I don't care if you got a gun. I'm doing everything I can. My life is a sacrifice for the way, the life, and the light of Jesus. In Jesus' name only.
Yeah, so that's
I'm telling you guys again, I'm not a Christian, but I use that verbiage to pose the same concept. You have no authority over me, and I will put my life to it.
It's interesting for me that I think it's important to point out problems, but I think it's equally important to try to find solutions for said problems. Meaning, it's not enough to point and say that's wrong, shameful, but we should also show what a proper path looks like to get out of that. It's kind of like when I was in the Army, we had a creed of the non-commissioned officer, or the NCO creed. My puppy's having pretty good puppy dreams right now next to me. He got a little 8-month-old German Shepherd, all black. He's sitting there. He's just twitching around. He's chasing something.
I was gonna say he's running in his sleep, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he heard me talking, so he stopped. He stopped running. He's like, "Oh, Dad's seeing me chase the cat." What the heck was I just saying? Talking about the solutions, right?
Solutions, yep.
Oh, like when I was in the Army, we had, when you became a non-commissioned officer, you had to memorize the NCO creed, and I had always remarked that I thought it was important that in one of the paragraphs, actually, let me pull it up if you don't mind, if you'll humor me.
Not at all. You said you were in what? The Navy?
No, I was in the Army. I was Army.
Army.
Yep. Okay, so you got so it's the NCO creed here. Let me share it real quick. And I'm probably gonna have to head out real shortly after this. I know you're probably getting ready to end it as well. So we got the NCO creed here, and so basically it would say, no one is more professional than I. Like, if you can, let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger for the audience. So it says, no one is more professional than I am, a non-commissioned officer, a leader of soldiers. As a non-commissioned officer, I realize that I am a member of a time-honored corps, which is known as the backbone of the Army, quote unquote. I am proud of the Corps of non-commissioned officers, and will at all times conduct myself so as to bring credit upon the Corps, the military service, and my country, regardless of the situation in which I find myself. That's something I'm still working on, by the way. I will not use my grade or position. So it's my grade would be E5 or above as a non-commissioned officer, or my position, whether it be in a position of leadership. I will not use my grade or position to attain pleasure, profit, or personal safety. So I'm not going to hide behind my rank, right? Competence is my watchword. My two basic responsibilities will always be uppermost in my mind: accomplishment of my mission and the welfare of my soldiers. So it's about being a shepherd, right? Being a good shepherd. It says, I will strive to remain technically and tactically proficient. I am aware of my role as a non-commissioned officer. I will fulfill my responsibilities inherent in that role. All soldiers are entitled to outstanding leadership. I will provide that leadership. I know my soldiers, and I will always place their needs above my own. I will communicate consistently with my soldiers and never leave them uninformed. I will be fair and impartial, but here's the important thing. I will be fair and impartial when recommending both rewards and punishment. Notice how one is pluralized and the other one's singular. But unfortunately, we tend to do the opposite. We tend to pluralize punishments and singularize rewards. All right, we tend to punish more than we reward. And so basically it goes on to say, officers of my unit will have maximum time to accomplish their duties. They will not have to accomplish mine. I will earn their respect and confidence as well as that of my soldiers. I will be loyal to those with whom I serve, seniors, peers, and subordinates alike. I will exercise initiative by taking appropriate actions in the absence of orders. I will not compromise my integrity nor my moral courage. I will not forget, nor will I allow my comrades to forget that we are professionals, not commissioned officers, leaders. So that's basically the creed of the NCO, the non-commissioned officer. But the point I wanted you to, the thing that stuck out is rewards over punishment. So yes, we understand, hey, you screwed up, troop. Hey, troop, listen, this is what you did. You jacked up. I'm going to give you a verbal counseling or a verbal warning. Don't let it happen again. Okay. Troop steps on his dick again. Okay, this is the second time. Gave you a verbal warning the first time. Now I'm going to put it on paper. And there's going to be some remedial or corrective action associated with it. So now I got it on paper that you've been counseled not to do X, and then now I'm gonna smoke the dog shit out of you. Bring your canteen and a towel. You're about to do some extra PT after work. So you take them to the field, the parade field. You smoke the dog shit out of them. Hopefully that got their attention, right? They do it a third time, then you're going to take some time. You're going to take some freedom. You're going to take some money out of their pocket. So you're going to give them extra duty. You're going to give them a monetary punishment. Like they're going to forfeit half their pay for a month, and they're going to be restricted to post for 30 days with extra duty. So, these are things. And then if it continues, then you kick them out of this man's army. You get rid of them. You board them out. So I think the important thing is that there's an NCO creed, and a lot of times leaders want to have the benefits but none of the responsibilities of leadership. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, and that happens systemically throughout government. Yeah, I think that happens systemically throughout government. They want the leadership position and the pay without the responsibilities and liabilities. And that's why I say we are slowly here on American soil becoming Hitler's willing executioners for the simple fact that I'm just doing my job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
How do you have authority if you're...
Sorry, there's a little delay. Do you do 1As and stuff like that? Are you interested in? Yeah, you do the auditing stuff.
Oh yeah, I haven't done so much auditing, but I have been to the city council meetings here lately, and like I said, as I speak boldly here, and talk about with the thing behind me here, this virtual background. You'll see it's Trump in a cartoon Trump with a toothbrush mustache, just like Hitler. And I have no problems talking about America becoming Hitler's willing executioners, particularly in front of the city council, while I myself was in fact wearing a Hitler's mustache, as they call it.
So I
have no problems with being very bold about what I speak.
Roger. Yeah, I remember you saying something similar to that. You're kind of new on my radar. So this is the interesting thing. My dad was very, very anti-Trump, and I think most people your age and above are pretty anti-Trump. So and again, I'm a registered independent. That's a little bit of insight to me. My dog in the fight is I love my country. I'm not too proud of the things that my country had me do in the name of my love for my country. And I found out later that, like Richard says, that I was put to use as a useful idiot to do things that I probably wouldn't have done had I known that it had no benefit whatsoever intended for my country, but instead for other countries. Israel.
Yep.
And
trading with the enemy acts, economic sanctions and it's programmed through the Trading with the Enemy Act. You're spot on.
So for me, I have a real big issue with all that because I didn't sign up for that. Right? I didn't sign up to fight other countries' wars, to blood and treasure their battles for them. But I did sign up, I guess, and this is before I understood that the Bible said to take no oaths. And I was like, well, what does that even mean, to take no oaths? Well, you're as a Christian, your word is your bond. You let your yeses be yeses and your noes be noes. Otherwise, you're not a man of your word. You're not a person of your word, right? I find that to be really, really interesting. So, to my shame, I guess you could say I did take an oath that I shouldn't have, to the Army. But again, I'm pretty young, so please forgive me. And I was naive, and I was like, idealistic, and so long story short, I have for a long time. I do think that Trump has been very consistent with his message. Since the 80s, he's been very consistent with his message. However, for the last probably year and a half, I've been very concerned that the fact that a family could get divided over Democrat versus Republican is troubling enough as it is. But that was in the Bible. I come to divide, not unite. Father against son, mother against daughter, mother-in-law against daughter-in-law, indeed family against family. Jesus wasn't the great hug it out, uniter. But the thought of me, yeah, right. But the thought of me maybe even remotely supporting what I have grown to be concerned might be an absolute Trojan horse, as in Donald Trump. So think about the thing I found to be interesting was under Donald Trump, things were so good. I mean, just so good, man. They were so great. And then we get Biden, and then everything turns to dog shit. How is that possible? A plan? Is that a bug or is that a feature? So then everyone's going to be begging for the dictator Donald Trump, begging for him to be installed and never leave, to include like letting his kids inherit like a king, like they wanted to do with George Washington. So anyway,
yeah, and that's the premise of that political dynamic extending from the family. If you truly do have a house that set thine house in order, then that would be the one that people would likely want to have as kings. So again, this is the American society that is not built on religion, and therefore we don't have a king supporting that religious feudal tendency to the land.
Right.
Distinct difference in the dynamics of the governmental body.
Right. So for me, the interesting thing too is I have the sneaking suspicion for some reason that he is actually, in fact, a Trojan horse. Whether he is a witting or an unwitting Trojan horse, I'm not sure yet. Whether he knows he's a Trojan horse or whether his ego is allowing him to think that he's, doing good when actually they're using him for nefarious purposes. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, and I think he happens to know that he's a Trojan horse. I happen to think that he's groomed along the way. His uncle John is the one that took over Tesla's property as a United States foreign property custodian, again, as it relates to the Trading with the Enemy Act and the program of economic sanctions, because they didn't want that information to get out for free electricity, because it would destroy a lot of the economy as they want to plan it and manipulate it. And then you have Fred Christ Trump Jr. and Sr., both his father and his grandfather carried the middle name Christ. It's all a grooming, and he may recognize that there are other players in it, these player characters, and he's one of them, and he doesn't have full power, but he is a major mechanism. So in that, I do believe he knows that he's a Trojan horse, And I'll remind everybody, just like I said earlier, I'm not a Christian. I don't profess that. I don't profess to follow any religion. I'm more on the spiritual aspect and recognizing this, quote, God is merely the source of life. I've never voted. I've never registered to vote. So, and again, that goes to my comprehension when I was younger and learned about the Electoral College and how it's based on opinions, and that if the people's opinion didn't fit the Electoral College's opinion, they would merely put in place who they wanted. And that system and the way it works tells me that no matter who is put in position, whether by the people or the Electoral College, is merely still a puppet.
Interesting. Very interesting.
If you had a good patriarch society that was following that, quote, feudal kingship of the land, and he was a righteous king, it would be discerned by the people that a righteous king bringing up and holding true to the word of God would bring up any legacy heirs in the word of God, and therefore instead of having to vote for a king, you would just pass on the heir to the next, the kingdom to the next heir, and have that faith that he too would rule in good honor of the Lord's word. See, it works both ways. If the people work with the king and the king works with the people, and they stay set thine house in order and not let some political authority as imagined come in and displace everything, then that maintains a good control of a society. Voting system tears that up. It's a popularity contest. It has nothing to do with morals, ethics, and good faith.
Interesting. Very interesting. So all right, I'm even hesitating on even like mentioning this because I know it automatically puts me in a certain light. So do you think do you find it fascinating or interesting, or are you not really fascinated or interested about the fact that Donald Trump married off his daughter to Kirshner? I think we know where I'm going with that. The fact that all of his male children were also, what's the word? Married to women of, we'll say, Jewish bloodlines. So therefore, all of his grandchildren are by birthright Jewish. And do you think that was him having to, quote unquote, kiss the ring? He moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He was the only president that said he would do it. Because if you look at Donald Trump's rhetoric, he's kind of an ass clown, right? I mean, can we all, whether you like him or not?
Well,
he's kind of an ass clown.
You got to admit that he believes that women enjoy being grabbed by the pussy.
Well,
I mean, that's kind of rough.
But in fairness, that quote was a little bit out of context, right? Weren't you the one that said you should read or was that Batman said you should read the passages before and the passages after so you get context? Actually, what he said was, when you're rich like I am, and we know these type of women, they glad fly around him. They're like moths to the flame. They want to get next to his success, his money, his importance, his power. When you're rich like I am, they'll let you grab them by the... He doesn't say that he just runs around and does it. He's saying they are okay with it because there's a quid pro quo.
Right. Yep. And I was talking about that earlier. If a woman's going to demand that a man pay for everything, and that's actually what she's looking for, and she finds that man, then they should like being grabbed by the pussy. Because that's what the man wants to do. So yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, and not all men achieve such success, and certainly not all women are turned on the same way by that success. Like I said earlier, I'm a sapiosexual. It's actually more, I'm a sapient being, and the sexuality is part of it, but the intellect has to be there first.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you're attracted by intelligence or their mind.
Correct.
Roger. I find that very attractive as well. Yeah, so I mean, great conversation. I just wonder if there's ties that bind there. And there's a lot of things being said that seem to be overlooked. There's a lot of like false. What's the word I'm thinking of? What's the word I'm thinking of? There seems to be a lot of like false flags. I think that's the word I'm looking for.
Well, yeah, it's. Well, I don't know if it's so much false flags, because the false flag would be relative to interpretation. So again, the interpretation, like say Trump being shot at, is the interpretation that it was actually a assassination attempt, or is it simply a red flag, as we find many people questioning as to whether he was shot, or if he just ducked down and somebody put a razor to his ear and gave him a little blood so it would look like he was shot, and therefore it would be, in fact, if that was found to be true, just a red flag. But at this point, it's still just up to interpretation. And that interpretation is flawed even because the Secret Service was flawed. You would think that if somebody who actually had, first time in history, not the actual president, hiring Secret Service would have done their job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole thing
didn't look
really
like
fishy.
they did too good of a job. Yeah, so it does leave that window for interpretation as to being a red flag or a false flag or something. But again, it goes to the interpretation.
Yeah, I did
Who
a whole
really knows?
breakdown. I did a whole breakdown the night of it. Like within 2 to 3 hours, Richard was on my show. The Benghazi Rabbit was on my show. I think Brick Jonesy showed up on the show, and then it was myself, and we were opining and we were breaking down the whole situation. And it's crazy how many things we noticed almost immediately. The things that we called out, being kind of layman in the sense of things, and the things that we noticed with the lapse of securities and stuff. And I'm just kind of like, I mean, the guy loves WWE. I mean, the whole him grabbing his ear thing, he could have had a razor blade in his hand. He could have, cut his earlobe when he was down covered by these actors known as, I mean, the interesting thing is I got this one black guy who was always like so ticked off. And he's like, man, he's like, all those, Secret Service, not one of them had their weapon out when they came up and they were crowding around him until they were heading them over towards his car. Then all of a sudden, and then the one that had her gun out could not figure how to put it back in the damn holster. I mean, talk about what the F, man. Yeah, the whole thing's just really, really shady.
And not only the people in the field, but the one in the office that was supposed to take responsibility for it, and it leaves open the aspect of this DEI stuff, which is why she was hired.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
We need a woman in here. And no experience whatsoever, but we're going to put a woman in here.
I think she guarded like Fritos or Cheetos or something like that. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. It was something ridiculous, like Kamala Harris. She sucked dick to get in office. Tiffany Henyard, she's got a criminal record, and they're placating that because she's a young woman, that's why they put her in office. This is all DEI, and this is what we get for it: insanity, and it's all the fault of men. If you'd have kept your women in place in their proper roles and didn't let them go out there and fight for feminists by standing up with them for their fight for feminists, those were the beta cuck corporate males that did that because they wanted women in that environment, because their wife at home was a hag and they didn't know how to handle their wife because they didn't know how to keep their house in order. You keep the woman happy by using reason and logic and let her know her place, and that if she wants to act insanely, she's out the fucking door.
Yep. I couldn't disagree. Make sandwich engineers great again. That's what I say. Not sandwich,
Absolutely.
sandwich, 2 M's. Miracle Whip, not mayo, because I'm not some basic bitch.
Yeah, we're not talking about totally limiting your experiences in public by chaining you up at home. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about when you fight for your feminist rights And then when you get those feminist rights and you prove yourself to be picking and choosing your feminist rights because you won't go out on the oil rigs, you won't go out on those fishing vessels, you won't go down in the mines and then cry about the diversity or the disparagement of the wage income. Sorry, you're not taking the whole picture into view because you're not using the whole picture of your manhood and getting out there and acting like the man that you think you wanted to have the equality to act like.
I mean, have you seen the videos of the women that are like trying to do cop stuff? They're always in the way. They're more of an obstacle than they are an asset. Cops end up tripping over them. They're trying to put cuffs on them, and she's just holding onto an arm in the wrong way, and she's just like in the way, pulling out their actual service revolver instead of the taser and shooting people accidentally. I mean, there's not that men don't make mistakes, but look, if you can't carry me off the battlefield, fuck off. You're not going to be on the front lines. If you can't drag me off the battlefield.
Same with these women in war. I don't want a woman in the foxholes with me. No way. And I'm only 140 pounds. I don't want you in that hole with me. I can't depend on you. Your emotions get skewed. That's just the facts of it, ladies. That's why men need to protect you. Because women in their own devices against other women, their emotions get in their way, and that's when they fight with other women. So it's not just the men that we're protecting you from, but the women as well. And again, this isn't, I'm not placating that we're going to hold you at home bound in chains and barefoot bearing women or bearing children and doing the dishes and cooking and laundry. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you want to go out and get an executive job, that's fine. But you don't pose it as feminist rights through this DEI that you should automatically have that job. You need to earn it. And that goes to same with your feminist rights. If you want to earn your feminist rights in the right way and placate that you are equal to man, then earn them. Get out there on them oil rigs and do the rough shod work. Get out there on the fishing rigs and do that rough physical manual labor. As you're finding now, when you stood up for your feminist rights and think you won, just like the men, the beta cut corporate males that helped you win your corporate or your feminist rights. Now you too are standing up for transgenders, helping them fight for their rights. And guess what it did? It fucked you in the sports arena. Where do you think it's going to fuck you elsewhere? You think it's just limited to the sports arena? No, you just haven't felt the full effects yet. And again, that goes to the, where do you think it's going to go next after transgender? Transhumanism. We have people all over the place with horns and implants in their skin looking like lizards with split tongues and chiseled teeth.
Hey, do I understand? I think you might be the one that locked horns with this Izzy chick.
Yes.
What do you think of her, man? That thunder cunt.
I think she's delusional. She's one of these masculine, feminine women that thinks because she stood up and she has this honor and integrity that somehow she magically in her homeland helped me over here.
Yeah.
How did you help me? She professes that I'm claiming I'm a victim. No, I've never claimed I'm a victim. If I'm a victim, it's of my own actions because I've been responsible to take the accountability for my own actions. Just because shit happened to me, and that's why I'm saying I understand shit happens to everybody, and it's time everybody start taking accountability for that shit.
Well, I mean, she had so much honor and integrity to want to help her country that she helped herself to a white man, married him, and then came to my country and abandoned her own that she loves so damn much, and then proceeded to shit on someone like me, who is a vet, by the way. So yeah, she shit on me and enjoyed maligning my character.
Her freedom. Who helped fight her? Who helped her fight for her freedom?
Well,
she wasn't the only ones on that, and she wasn't the only one on those lines. It wasn't her countrymen who were the only ones on those lines.
Yeah.
Americans went over there and helped with that.
Well, I was in Afghanistan, not Iraq, to be fair, but I do have to go because it's almost 1:00 in the morning, and I'm going to turn into a pumpkin.
Well,
But
we're on our way out anyway, so.
All right. I really
Good time.
did enjoy. I'll stay till you end the show. Then I'll hang out with you till you end the show. Then.
Well, yeah, just give final words because that's what we're at. We're at 8:57. I was planning on doing it till midnight, and that's what we're coming on here.
Okay. I love cheesy poofs. That's my final word.
Absolutely. Hey, thanks for showing up, brother. Appreciate it. Again, folks, go over to Generally Specific, check him out, and see what we can do to help people come together in the truth and reality of the roles of setting your house in order. Ladies and gentlemen, the only ones that can do it is us, and we have to do it for our next generations. Otherwise, our failure becomes automatically their failure from the start. And you guys know me. I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. I do appreciate everybody's support and kindness. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe button on the way out. And that's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. That's on you. So may God bless you and have a good night. We'll see everybody again next time. Bye now.